translate the Torah and the prayers, they are reconciled for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy. Isso veio from the 18th century. Okay, and the Mikveh 18th century was more similar to modern day society, which is heated and filtered contain a short line that was actually requirements to Islam, whereas places that first the Jews okay, that's what the 18th century water from the Mikveh. So you put some wool under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes in the basement of the 14th century Catholic synagogue. The light dust and the water reflects them off the line, stands while it's rich in personal distance.
Yo, what up, Shatan? How you living? Yeah, dog. Yeah, absolutely. You know how it works, dog. You know how it works. Did you dive in today? Dive in? Did you lay to fill in? That's what I like to hear, dog. Yeah. Excellent, man. All right. Well, you have to fill in? You have to fill in. To fill in.
Tefillin. Bro, don't get your accent.
That's okay.
Tefillin.
Dog. Everybody's gonna say it the way that I say it. It's tefillin. You have tefillin.
No, in Hebrew, in Israel, we call it tefillin.
All right. Well, in diaspora, we say tefillin. All right. So you have tefillin. Okay. Why not? Why didn't you get them on your bar mitzvah?
I'm not a boy. What the fuck?
Oh, you're a girl. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Very well. Well, then then there's a good reason why you don't have tefillin. Okay, very well. All right, you're a girl. And you need money, right?
I have all the money.
All right, so you have all the money. Oh, okay. In Israel, we say tefillin. Yo, girl, I'm gonna give you a breakdown on this. I know like 8 words. One of them is tefillin. You're saying tefillin. Oh, tefillin. Blah, blah, blah. Dog, it's tefillin, baby. I have all the money that I need. Quit asking me for it. Did you job anything? No, did you? Oh, fuck. Girl, you know what Applebee's is? They have Applebee's in Hertzwell. It's the neighborhood bar. Girl, no, chick, I'm not a boy. Oh, well, yeah, me, boy. I'm not a boy. For Tiffany in Israel, we say Tiffany. Well, guess what, girl? On the west side, we say tefillin. We say Tiffany. Yo, I'm gonna give you a fucking breakdown. Everybody's gonna say it the way I say it. Why? Because I'm on camera. This would be like somebody writing the fucking Gemara. You're like, oh, no, I'm putting J here. Okay, cool. Then everybody be saying shit with J's. Saying J's. They've been smoking J's. Oh, that shit is all fucking money. Off the chain. 2 chains. They're gonna need 2 chains in this motherfucker. I'm not a boy. I'm 23. Yo, girl. Let me just lay it on you right now. 23-year-old. Is your mom there? Yo. Doesn't believe that I hit the line. You gotta see me, girl. Yeah, I can't believe my name's really chicken. It's like a white whale. The different zygote, different xenotype. Kind of fucking extraterrestrial DNA. They don't make those on the website. Psych. Shit. First. My little bitch. Is it working? Dude, I wonder if she has fantasy team. I'll be her fantasy team. I'm number one pick, girl. 23-year-old Israeli chick. I better be. Who do you want aside from this motherfucker? That Leo dude? He sucks. Look at these moves. That motherfucker was in a. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Did you watch Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan? Did you dive into tefillin today? Did you dive in today? Huh? Did you? We'll get to that. Where your tefillin? Oh, tefillin. Yo, I'm just telling you. Your shit is younger than Mickey Mouse, okay? This shit has been working for a long fucking time. Your shit is younger than Mickey Mouse. Dude, Israel, you guys are never over that. Just be like, Mickey Mouse is older than you. Shut the fuck up. It's like the thing. It's like if somebody doesn't have a job and you want to make fun of them, which isn't cool, but that's fine. You just be like, dog, it's like, fuck you. It's hard to get over, hard to beat that one. But Mickey Mouse is older than you. Not yet a woman. I like when this thing doesn't work. It goes. All I need is time. A moment that is mine. while I'm in between. You ever take a shit allegedly and then it just didn't all come out and you knew it, but it was like, well, I could spend hours here, or I could go about my day and then reload later. Yo, dog, what is this bullshit? I'm not a boy. Oh, didn't you take them? I was so excited. I was gonna rip into this motherfucker. It's like I was gonna tee off on a par five on this bitch. Like, not let it do it. Oh, fuck. When's the last time you've been to a mikvah? That was the next thing I was gonna say. Learning about them. I know you could use one in fucking Prague or some shit where these assholes are. Oh, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so badly. They motivated me though to fucking dive in ASAP. ASAP Rabbi. I get confused. There's bad Barbie. No, it's bad baby, but it looks like Barbie, and so I think it should just be Barbie. Bunny. There's ASAP Rocky. And I'm serious, does that have anything to do with Rocky? Or is it like Rocky like the boxer? I don't know. I was gonna tee off on this fucking bitch. This fucking dude so bad, but so badly. I was just fucking winding up. Why didn't you fucking dive into with the fucking Oh, we say tefillin. Everybody's gonna say it the way that I say it. Got it? We say tefillin. Tefillin. It's like Nathan Fillin. I could have said, hey, did you use phylacteries? Where is your tefillin? Oh, I don't have that. I'm a girl. Wow. Not yet a woman. Oh, I was gonna tee up on this motherfucker so hard. I was gonna just be banging this motherfucker's head against the wall. One, and you are with a minion. Why aren't you? I got socialized. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Brandon, that's 9. I make 10. Bullfight girl doesn't count. Maybe. Not yet a woman. What is this bullshit? I was gonna tee off on that motherfucker so hard. I'm not a girl. Or I'm not a boy. Well, you had me fooled. Stream already. Please. Girl. Baby, you the white whale. An Israeli woman in here? You're a sovereign girl. I mean, it's gonna be like you're a sovereign girl. And she'd be like, I'm not prickly. Fuck yeah, you are. Dog, you got a job. So I'm always gonna keep up on this bitch. So 320. Yo, dog. Dog, what is? Oh, that's okay. Dog, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard. You're too busy. You reload guns. You should be down with the village. We say tefillin. Diaspora says tefillin. I didn't understand your accent. Well, start figuring it out.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Documentary. Today's topic is reference to Rabbi Rothschild, who was a Tana who lived in 2nd century Israel. His first name was Rabbi Rothschild ben Yana. Now, the name Rothschild is unusual, and it seems to be Greek in origin, from the term Dositeos, meaning gift of God, kind of like Latanya or Latanya. And it's possible that he is Greek. This is not entirely unheard of. Talmud that have Greek names from Alexandria, Soko, and so on. And it's something that continues to the present day. For example, my own name is Hillel. That's what my friends call me. But Henry is my non-Jewish, my secular name, and I tend to go by both of them. So, like Rabbi Stein, people may have used more than one name depending on the context. And one name may have stuck more than another. But that's a little bit of speculation. At any rate, Rabbi Stein was known in particular for his acerbic sense of humor and his profound sense of the absurd. We see this in particular in passages in Daniel when he describes some numerous encounters with Babylonian people. But as with all the sages, humor is just one element of his personality. He's known much more profoundly for his deep and abiding moral sensibility. For example, one of my favorite passages in Masra here says, giving a coin to a beggar makes a person worthy to receive the Shrina, to receive the very presence of God. Fascinating. Okay, that's a quick word on Rabbi Stein. And I wish you luck on your learning.
That's it? Yo, dog, if we're going to be reading this page, it's so boring.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Princess Moshe Aaron Huberfeld. Jewish history is not the only. Today's daf has reference to Aramaic people. So let's talk for a second about the Aramaic language. What exactly is it? So it's an ancient Semitic language, which was the lingua franca of the Middle East for centuries, and even spoken today by several groups in the region. Lingua franca, of course, means like the common language, the vernacular that will be used in everyday speech and was used widely throughout many different cultures. There are several different Aramaic depending on the region from which it derives, and also 5 distinct historical groups identified by scholars. They are, first, ancient Aramaic, which we have in inscriptions that go all the way back to 700 before the Common Era. We have official Aramaic, which goes from about year 700 before the Common Era to about year 300 before the Common Era. And we see that, for example, in Tanakh, in the books of Ezra, Daniel. These are the books that have some remnants of official Aramaic. Then we have Middle Aramaic, which we see in the Targum, especially Oculus, and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the fourth period we have what's called Late Aramaic, and that's primarily the Aramaic of the Babylonian Talmud. Finally, modern Aramaic, or Neo-Aramaic, which is the Aramaic and other peoples in the Middle East. Some fascinating relationships to Hebrew, of course, it is largely written in the Hebrew alphabet, and some of the words have consonantal shifts. Like, for example, the word Zahav in Hebrew, gold, is Zahav in Aramaic. So Zion can also switch with Stalin. You have an article. If you had, let's say, Ha-Zahav, the gold in Hebrew, you have Zahav, the aleph at the end of an Aramaic word, replacing the hey at the beginning of a
to believe. Ricky did an hour and enough for almost shaking the shoulders and mixed up with the next thing. Ricky did an hour and enough for almost shaking the shoulders and mixed up with almost both. Rick shimmed to my toe right along the edge. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Shema Rick shimmed to my toe.
context of the history of Hebrew pronunciation. We are, of course, aware that there are varieties pronunciations, Spartan pronunciations in different places, and different pronunciations evolved, and they developed in the Torah that goes back quite a long way to justify their specific pronunciations. This is something we see even in the Talmud. Later on, we'll see that there are some discussions of the Jews of the north who might not pronounce their ayin the same way the Jews of the south do, and so on. So even while living in Israel, Jews were developing various pronunciations. It's also exacerbated by the fact that Hebrew begins to fade as the language, even in the ancient period, as far as ways of to retain the spoken language of learning, the language of literature, the right pronunciation of self, especially when issues that were laid down on the years of one and all hostile violence. So as we try to play on this is that we would think that the knowledge is pronounced like earlier just
But he didn't take McCaffrey. Yo, what up, Abdullah? How you living, Pam? I missed you. Hey, how are you, dog? Yo, there's this thing that we do in English where someone asks you, "How are you doing?" and then you respond. How's your day going? Thank God. That's wonderful to hear. Are you slaying a dick like it's going out of style? There you go, big dog. What's on what's on what's on your agenda for today? All right, that's cool. What else? Okay, that's word, dog. I got you. Well, that's cool. Best wishes, Beth. Snitches get sheets, dog. Word, dog. That was a fun conversation. I like.
greater, smaller, golden age, reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the associated with the second major area of influence on the Rabbi exercised tremendous energy in specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi died in 1105, and his grandchildren developed something known as the Bali which they're trying to do. These kinds of things are not acceptable. These kinds of things are stated in different ways. The commentary that typically printed outside of the pages that is very, very different from Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or his comments, and it will also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot is something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars dedicated to grandchildren of the Rothschild'S, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of the Talmud is something totally different, which is not different, and they will look with flavors. So you take and they will analyze it, questions of it, provide answers, questions and answers. It's a much more analytical tool than Rashi. And they're approaching it in a different way, but of course they're having an influence on the balance of itself. It is important to know that the balance is connected from what we would call transport today, so it makes the reason that you speak different language, different versions, and they maintain and speak very strong regional identity. Now, essentially, you're allowed to decay. The third influence, which is the today, where it's all because of the late 12th century, the good is all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, and it's wrong. In some cases, you would use like little standing water, first of all, and needless to say, as we can see from our Gemara, it is very malodorous. I mean, later, sits there in the water, Judeo-Arabic ways down decomposes to a point where you take it out, sometimes weeks later, and then you feed it, very, very important cause at that point. So let's turn now to the internal rivalry making technology that was most ancient and is the present day high hopes is eliminating those that I wish I would Professor Rothschild'S recently published this very nice book, God's Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Colossus. I found it really quite great. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzner and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, we actually have a day where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance in this particular case. That means it's Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Hanukkah synagogue, and they're saying special prayers for that grandson is still the biggest review show late out of Provençal, the Jew French friend, and he says, I have to bury someone and shot with this love family. And apparently God is closing the back. He must have been a very young man when he is sighted, and then he frequently French Jews or Provençal Jews in the South, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs. This is where we should talk about Maimonides. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition and actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to us during his lifetime was a book called the Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of the rabbinic writings into one completely unique fashion, the legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it is a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about this that, well, we got to read more of this writing. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbet family, who were originally from Spain, who were fluent in Arabic, and of course Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbets churned out book after book, translating the great classes of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Povos of Lavabos, the Beauties of the Heart, or the Tabakya, and then, of course, the great Roland Ruthie, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south of Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Rabbi, Rabbi Abraham ben Rabbi, there are actually several Rabbis. This is known as Rabbi II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a waterstone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac Rabbi. That's about a Yitzhak Saki Rapport, who basically is full of light, but that is no different in his life. He was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosca in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Ibn Okay, wow. So amazing. I can't wait to go back to the class and have a look at that amazing territory, see where these, we hope you'll be able to join us on future River Road cruises. And if not, God willing, we'll provide videos outside the experience.
Yeah, you're going? How's it go? Oh, it's funny. Miss Aquarius, how you living, girl? What's good?
McDonald's.
What'd you get?
Fish fillet and fries.
There you go. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
What about you? Did you eat all at the same time? Is it? So, oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's like 11. Yeah, I had toast.
Oh, okay. When's for 11?
I had toast.
Okay. That's all? It's toast?
Yeah, some tomatoes as well.
Some who?
Tomatoes?
Oh, that's
Tomatoes.
tomatoes and toast.
There you go. Yep. And I'm programming robots. How was your doctor's appointment?
That was good.
Did they tell
I'm
you?
a woman's doctor, so
Oh, okay.
it's a woman's doctor.
I got you. All right. Well, that's good. And how are you feeling coming out of your physical therapy now that you haven't gone in like 2 weeks?
Feeling good. It's getting better. Still
Excellent.
taking my time. And my woman doctor, she's so nice. She understands and she knows. So
Well, that's good.
gets me in and out. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That's always good. And now you're just enjoying some food. What's on the rest of your agenda for today?
Nothing really. Gonna chill out.
Well, that's great. Very well. How are the
Yeah.
how are the Discords treating you?
Ain't okay. I was on chill early this morning.
You were on what?
My little toe is giving me problems. I was on the chill box.
Oh yeah. Hey, how many
Yeah.
people followed you back on TikTok?
I don't know. I didn't even look. I just got to my guy here. Let's see.
You started
Oh
it.
yeah, 58.
Oh, so you got eight
Yeah,
more.
58 followers.
You got 8 more people.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. You know what to do now, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Found some more today.
Exactly. The easiest way to get followers is just follow other people, and especially, I would. I don't mean to say this in a. It's and girls like girls. Boys don't always like boys, and girls sometimes like boys. So a lot of times people want as many, especially boys. Kind of like a thing, like you have going, you know, it's advantageous to you. I was watching this guy last night. I really like him. Great personality, and he streams on TikTok. And sometimes these NFL games, they're kind of. I mean, like I could go watch them on television, but I'll get um, copyright strike really, really quickly. So I do my best to watch it like on Brandon was had it streaming last night, and so I'll watch it on that, or watch it on my phone, or something where the speaker's not really, really big, or you can't see the screen that well. And this guy, I really like him, and he like the way that you can get a lot of people to follow. I'm not saying that you do this. In fact, I say don't do this. But what you do is you stream an NFL game, because all these people come into your stream because they're looking for the game, and they all follow you. But then give it 2 or 3 hours and you'll get banned. But he got he got 55,000 people last night uh, who at least liked his stream. That's a huge amount. But you don't want to do that. Like the best way to do it is just slow and steady. Follow as many people as you can per day, and then when it says you can't follow anybody more, you say okay, and then you just go about your day. Every single day you'll get 10 new people, and let's do the math. Yeah, and back and unfollow everybody who didn't follow you.
Yep.
Let's see here. Because our goal for you is to get 1,000 followers, not because you're gonna go and change the world that you can stream, but that's just a good amount to have. So you've got uh, 58 right now. So if you get uh, 10 a day, it'd take 90. It'd be like 3 months or so, but it won't take that long. You'll be able to get more than that. Like basically, I'm trying to think. I used to do it. I used to get a lot. What's wrong?
I made my fish fillet too hot.
Oh. Let it cool off. Let it cool off. I used to do this thing where I would just I had a robot that would just go through and follow, however many. I think it was 200 people a day or something like that. And then it would just switch accounts once it had done that, and go to another account, another account, another account. And the reason why I did that, I created over 1,000 TikTok accounts. And the reason why was because if I ever got one of my accounts banned, I could just follow with all my other accounts and then get it to be like 1,000 people. And I and I would say, believe it or not, TikTok is the most strict of all the apps when you stream. It's really easy. Yep. It's really easy to get banned. Yeah. They have like weird rules though, like that the other ones don't have. Like, and I've been banned for really like things that are kind of ludicrous. I got banned once for promoting hunting. I'm like, I don't promote hunting. You've never heard me talk about hunting once. I don't talk about hunting. That's not my thing. But somebody just goes in and they flag you for something and they choose whatever they want, and then all of a sudden your account gets banned. Or not banned, but suspended. I got one for, it was like, and even if you are promoting hunting, it's like, that's your thing. I get it. But like, I gotten them for just really stupid things. So, um, I do my best to, well, and then TikTok did this thing because I used to stream on TikTok a lot, but they instituted this thing. If you're using your phone, after 1 hour, it makes you do a captcha, meaning like you have to prove you're a human, which doesn't seem that bad. But if you stream 24 hours a day, that's 24 captchas you have to do. And plus, you have to be able to do them while you sleep, which really makes it really difficult. So the reason why they did that, they had people who were just starting up a stream and leaving it, which I think is fine. Um, there was one that I used to watch a lot that was just a pool hall. So they just had people playing pool all day. I thought that was a really interesting one. But they can't do that anymore because somebody's got to go and do the captcha. And it's like, people don't have time to do that.
I'm going to see what all day right now.
Well, that's good. Are they following you?
Kalia and Mommy is live.
Hey, did you watch?
Oh yeah, she got the dog.
Did you watch Kai Cenat last night?
Huh?
Did you watch Kai Cenat last night?
Oh, I did, but I missed Lotto and Ice. Did you? I wonder if it's on yet. Cause when I went on his YouTube and Twitch didn't upload it yet. I wonder if he haven't uploaded because I missed it.
It should
when
be.
I went in there, he was getting food and all that. And it was like 10,000 going. I must have missed it.
It should be on his Twitch. That should be uploaded like immediately. Or it should be available immediately.
It should be on by now. Okay, let's see if he's on.
I did see him, but he
should be, he's still alive.
He didn't have anybody on, so yeah,
because he said Lotto Ice was on, but I must have missed it. Yeah, okay, this might be the one. Yeah, 20 hours ago, so yeah, let's see, maybe. I don't know.
I saw.
So when was it? Day 3 or day 4? It was day 3, yeah. This the one? Let's see.
I saw Megan Thee Stallion on Big O one time.
Huh?
I saw Megan Thee Stallion on Big O one time.
Okay. I can't even skip it. Come on. I'm gonna skip it. Don't let me skip it. I don't know. It may come on whenever it come on. It's got to be the one. Oh well. I don't know how to skip it. I ain't worry about it. It'll come back on. It'll do itself. I just have to watch the whole thing from the beginning. Yeah, I missed them. I missed Lotto and Ice Spice.
All right, let's make sure you miss him because I think that you would think that they would put that in the description.
He did, but see, when I got in there, it said Lotto was nice for a good minute. I missed it. I missed them. They must get right on that team. Oh, they must have handled a 30-minute thing.
Man, Twitch without advertising, it's ridiculous.
I can't either.
I can't do it. Miss Aquarius, I have ad blockers so that I don't ever generally have to watch advertisements, but for Twitch, I have them on the computer.
Online now.
I have them on the computer, but it's hard. It's more difficult to do it on the app. Whenever I see an advertisement, I'm just immediately turned off. I think it would be smarter. I don't know, maybe not, but like you know what I'm sure you know what these are, but they're called like advertising banners. You know what I'm talking about? Like a banner.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be more attractive to a user if the stream didn't interrupted, but you had a banner that just was always there. I'd much rather have that.
No, I'm ads. Some of this one. No, another one. That's some of them. No. I'm not gonna sit here.
Right.
Yeah, Pastor Nick got a school, I guess. They got people in the school alive or something. I don't know what they do.
Yeah, but they're only giving 15% to it. That's nothing. I'm not impressed by that at all.
Because he's famous, ain't he famous? He's famous. He gotta be if he knows all these celebrities, right?
Yeah, let me think if he's the same guy who. So I think he got famous through. He's like a soccer player in England. I was reading about him a couple weeks ago. His parents are from Nigeria, but he was born in London, and he started a drink company with Jake Paul, or loser dude, who called Prime. Have you ever heard of Prime? Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So they started the stream, and they got it to be really popular. But I'm going to tell you this, Miss Aquarius. I kind of so I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord, and nobody's ever in his VCs. Like I could be in there for a week straight, and nobody will come in, which tells me a lot of these numbers are inflated. They're fake. And I mean, but Miss Aquarius, you see how it is. You very easily, let's say we wanted to make Miss Aquarius a household name, and we had all the money we needed. We just buy you a bunch of followers, like 1 million followers on all the major platforms, and then you go live, you do something controversial, and then you get some people to write about you, and then all of a sudden you're a celebrity. It's literally that easy. It's just, you need.
Where is all these people coming from, though, on Twitch? Where are they coming from that's watching him? And they're not on Discord.
Well, so you buy viewers on Twitch. If you want to know how many of his viewers are real right now, I'll tell you, because there are websites that tell you all the real numbers. So just one moment. The one that I go to is called Botted, Botted, and let me see.
Hey, you got this.
Let me see.
You're like, you got a nice house, too.
Yeah, I mean you'd expect that, but he doesn't own it. It's just they rent all this stuff.
But I know he can get a house. I know he can get a house. Rabbi, right?
Oh yeah, he could definitely get a house, but a lot of them just rent these things because they want it to look really, really nice. They could buy a house too. I mean, he has a lot of money. He could easily buy a house, but
you heard of DDG too, right?
Yeah. All right.
We don't talk about that at the castle name.
So Case Kaisenat, he's live right now. Very low engagement detected. The streamer may be botted or have an abnormal amount of inactive viewers, unless you believe they have 1% interaction. So like Right now, he has 65,000 people watching him, but not that many unique chatters. Like, it's about unique chatters. Basically, these people, I mean, I've done it. When I first did, I bought viewers and I bought followers. I have 40,000 followers on, 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now.
What was that?
0.
How many? Watch you?
Right.
So what's the point of anybody?
Yeah, they do. Streamer, 10,000 people, 10,000 followers, or 3,000 followers, or 150 followers, or what it is. And it's like, you want to have this, this, uh, this view to people that you are a big streamer. So a lot of these people just buy their viewers. Okay, so here's how they do it. Mr. Aquarius, do you see Kai Cenat's, um, his stream, his chat? They just put emojis in there. And the reason why they put emojis in there is you can spam emojis a lot and not get, like, it doesn't look like you are a fake person as much. So you'll just see it. You'll pay a service, spam the laughing emoji 10 times, and you'll just have them do that every 5 seconds. Or you'll get people who just spam W, which stands for win. It's like it makes your chat go really quickly, and when that happens, people think that you're really popular.
Right.
I can't stand how many ads are on Twitch. It to me is almost unusable. Like, it's so ridiculous. And maybe it's just because I use ad blockers, and so I barely ever see any ads. But it's too much for me. If anything, show me it in a little box, and so I can still see what's going on. But like, I don't. I almost will be like, I will use your product less if you have a bunch of bad ads.
I need to call her until she first. Yeah, it's crazy though. Cause I really want to go live. I told me want to go. I'm scared to go live on Big Live. I virtual live. I'm scared to like go live in person. I don't know why. People on there anyway. No. I don't know. I need to. So yeah, you said the game was cool, right? You took a look at the show,
Yeah,
the paper, it was good.
yeah. I saw one of them. I'm gonna watch another one later today, and um, it was good. It took it like was it like took some of the original Office and made it this new show. So I thought that was really cool. And I like shows that don't have. Well, let me say this: in the 1980s and 1990s, I liked when shows had laugh tracks. Like before then, I Love Lucy and all that stuff. That was fine with laugh tracks. But I don't like laugh tracks now. And this show does not have a laugh track, which I like. Like, I don't know what it is about it. I guess they overdid it. Like before, they'd be like, "The Cosby Show was filmed before a live studio audience," and it'd be like real people laughing. But when they started just nailing it in, I did not appreciate that.
I don't know. Cause you'll be screaming back at me. Why don't you start? What is it? I'm trying to figure out what this girl advertising on TikTok Live. Somebody I follow.
What are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to figure out what this lady is. Just trying to figure out what that was doing. Hmm. What you doing, Rabbi?
Chilling.
Just browsing the internet.
We're good. I'm reading about Johnny.
Okay.
He died a few days ago.
Who?
Giorgio Armani.
Oh. There was right either.
Nobody's coming
But
in
I
there.
can do a general check.
Nobody's coming in there, Miss Aquarius.
I know that.
What about Vigo's your best bet? Big O.
I know. Ain't nobody coming. I already know that.
So why don't you do Big O?
Yeah. But I'm scared to go live like in person.
Why?
I gotta get out the theater. Once I get out that theater, I can do it. Oh. Yeah, napping at the while. Oh, I'll go let you take it back and I want to do it one at a time. So seeing on how you perform. Yeah, my looks and get it. Yeah. Uh, Is that the 14th? I think it's the 14th. It's all I know. So, yep. Uh-huh. Let me back. I don't really care about being mad. Alright. I got stuff to do. I'm bored. So take that nap. In a minute. Then start some other service. That's funny. I can't hear nothing. I'm ready.
Look at this athleticism. Oh, look at this athleticism. Oh, I mean, yeah. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. But look, it says athleticism. Look at this move. Oh, don't fucking suck. What is this bullshit? Are you fucking me? This is garbage. Worst dream ever. Yo, dog, no one gives a fuck. No one cares. Hey, really? No one gives a shit. Shut the fuck up. Dog, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Dude, no one gives a flying fuck. No one. Of all the people, yo, that's the one I want. You're the one that I want. Oh, oh, oh. Come on, little bitch. I like when I hear it. It's insane. It's so funny. Fuck you. Yo, dog. This is the worst. Yo, this shit is the worst. Dog, this is the worst. Oh my god. What? What? Hurry the fuck up. Well, the way we say it in Israel, listen here, bitch. This ain't Israel. It could be, though. Probably. Nevertheless. At this moment, we're slinging dick like it's going out of time. Get that shirt off. Alright, are we done? Oh, yeah, here we go. Don't suck. Don't suck. Baby, don't suck. Are you serious? What is this? Bullshit. Square. Boring. Boring. Dude, I'm not gonna do shit except make robots and pimp bitches. Dude, this is the worst. This is the worst. Dog, I'm telling you, there's a thing on here. And it's no longer here. Sign the copy. Dog, this shit sucks. Come on, you little bitch. This thing sucks. It's taking forever. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, blah. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. Yo, how about none of these things? Hey guys, I want everybody to know I'm gonna talk in fucking tongues so nobody knows what the fuck I'm saying. Yo, speak English. Alright, here we go. Just give it some time. Okay, I just pressed it. Oh, tight. I got it. Why do we start on page 2? Because you touch yourself at night. Next question. So there's a title page. Dog. Why don't we read the title page? What I did, we were like, oh, dog, it was dragon and a fucking sword. Bullshit. Wait, it's the same shit? Oh, I gotta take a dump. What the fuck, woman? Shut the fuck up. Okay, such a shit. Look at this athleticism. Folks, unprecedented. Rely. Motherfucker from New Jersey rips on my fucking fantasy thing. Rely. Where's your fucking beard, you cunt?
And some of the reasons why people fall off that feeling, and what they can do to overcome that. The saying is not about the dot, it's about the doing. But the only provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even on vacation or your particular Sunday vacations. That the only parameters
English.
will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better partner for a mother. That the United
English.
the Bay of the Year of Independence unites all of Pines Road. There is a special camaraderie between the people that come to share. There is a special invitation between you and the Tanzanian Namarine, and especially with you and the Mother. The United shots that encompasses all of Pyro. You're not just learning halacha or Agada, you're learning it all. The places to now. One says Yashin Shabbat, the person should spend a quarter of the day learning, like I said, this is meaning wireless, Mishra, Pyro, being receivers, Akaba, Akaba, Akaba. Every dot will bring a new concept in life on a million travels everywhere before. Each travel, you'll see people learning on the plane in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning that way. Nothing like starting off your day without the one of 45 minutes, an hour of study. And finally, the size of time you have to take of the upper control with the 2012. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off of that list. People say, that I'm the only we just quit. I don't hate much. I'm learning that I don't remember what I learned last week. Or to say, I'm just going to I was learning Shiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn the water. We have to learn it slow, to love this. It's a little better point. I'm not going to get into the so there's a big stop to flow. The company, one more thing. Are you ready for everything to do? I learned the problem. I learned the actual way. Everything I got is going to be all players, all time. What are you going to do next? And finally, you go out there, you go out there, you go out there. It's something to do with this world. It's just allowing you to look for that and love it. Love it is basically better. Look at that. You learn your life. It's better. But if you don't learn it, you have to learn to do it. Enough of it. It's the hardest subject. You learn it. You never have it for the gym. And finally, one of the flaws that people have is when they miss these out, inevitably you will miss out. There's sickness, there's symptoms, there's vacation, and a mistake that the smart people do is says you have to make it up. Don't go back to this year. Let's make this up first because I don't want to come home like tomorrow. So that's a mistake. Skip what you missed. Go back to this year. Go back to where the money source was. Write down what you missed. And we'll make it up at a different time. So today, you must skip. Don't call for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes up to it. Don't say, oh, I didn't finish this chapter, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish the score 700 out versus 2011, nothing in the world that you have to do at all. And now, let's jump in. Begin the chapter. gathered together and they said, "Sing Krishma for Hansa." The same halacha applies to every halacha in the garden and to, in other words, the Rabbis who live on the ground and search for Rabbis that are only for one day and night, such as the time of the Ashram, the shear is until the real shear is until Hamid. The reason why our mission starts Krishma Meyer is not Krishma Shaka is two reasons we come up because the person that is shocked about those things, and then only afterwards we come up and we give up. Or because by three times we say Erev first the night, and then by 1 year the day. So that's before the coming, and each Ruba, after he's Bible, after he says he comes, and even before he was a carbon, because the Torah says, "Well, Hashem is the Lord," unlike the typical meaning of what is meaning. When the sun comes up, we go everything when the sun goes down, the fire, and it takes the Republic the day the light is God. And now we go to this down, look at what it says. So, how do you say Krishna is Shkira? That's when Shabbos comes in. Remember the first week that is slightly before the Muhammad, that's when the Bible for ritual says, say that the Muhammad is the middle Shkira. That's when the Bible says, after taking the Muhammad, that's when 40 people sit down to eat. And Rabbi the second Shkira says, when we eat, Friday night, it's like after that, and the Prophet says this is the limit amount. It's when people sit down to eat and eat their meal at night, have a wonderful day, we should be so finished shot together. Oh, Rabbi is not given tremendous mindfuck that every single one of you who started shots, you should be so able to stay on board, stick it out, and finish shots with your Hashem. Welcome to the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days that we needed. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Zima Shots. We're over there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. We'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We looked at the mission that point over the answer. You can take Krishma until so much more to shine up to the head of the first three Mishmars according to one sheet on Shemayim, the Allah, Shira, and when one Mishmar and the next one begins, that's when we can take Krishma. The question is, if you divide the 9 into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. Why don't you just say, take Krishma for 4 hours? And it's to teach us that Mars and Shemayim coincide with the Mishmar here. We also have Mishmars. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkey saying noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. At the beginning of the first, the babies wake up the nerves. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to their husband. For another shot, all 3 of these sounds happen at the end of each Mishmar. And then the third Mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign, but to tell you that you and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants the nurse, you know it's time to say, at the Lord, he roared like a lion 3 times a day. And then, same practice basis. Wow, to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, I had to burn my vehicle, I had to send fights on the dogs. So, for Yosi, I had that, so I went off the path and I went into ruins. So, I found the Hakas in Yerushalayim. They're not even waiting for me by the door. And when I said, show it. I said, show me the level of Rabbi and Moira. What are you doing here? She had a job. She's down on the way. She's down on the sorrow. So you're going to have 3 things from this. First of all, you don't know to report them. And if you're traveling, you're down on the way. So what are you down? You love having able to do the sorrow. And you know, continue to ask them, what did you hear from the I heard? He said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing. He was saying, what the voice was saying. What you were wondering, like, you had to be back in my house and burn my vehicle. I had to be back in my house. Said, no, and a bunch of shvuah, no double shul. I swear to you, double. And we said this every single day, 3 times a day. Whenever we sees lights are going to shul, they say, Ami Yishu Rama, down his head, Rabbi Yahweh. And he says, it's tired, Rabbi Yahweh. He sent lights from, and he goes. Why don't you go into the four of us two rulings? There are 3 reasons why. First is Hashat, the suspicion. That's the reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good at cruising. So it's still a Hashat that a person will be with a Zion. People will say this with a Zion. The second reason is Machadas. We're worried that the ruin will cave in. And that's the reason if you're going with 2 kosher people, then you don't have Hashat. Finally, the third reason is Mazik and Shaydah. If it's a brand new place, and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the Mazik like to hang it out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2 people. Or if you're just with one person, if you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no women, no Hashat. Yet, Mazik, Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishparim. In other words, 3 hours. The Rabbi says he woke up every night at sunset, so it says, Katu Indi Hashmeros. I woke up 2 mishmaros before that. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you won't woke up in the sunset, in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? So the Gemara, because the Olam was saying that he woke up 6 hours to the end of the night, plus 2 hours. His penis could sleep 2 hours a day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other. Yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 mishmaros was 8 hours before the king, which equals 2 mishmaros to 4 hours. Rabbi says to call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The more than I love that. In front of the next person, if you're not fucking learning, because it's closing the rush, the next person can't fucking learning, will feel bad. Unless you talk and learn that the said person was not. Rather than trying to learn to talk any shuyot, shouldn't say anything in front of the maze, it still make you feel bad. Unless you talk about the maze itself. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Sugya. One person says that the Rambam woke up at Chatzos, the other person says they woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 shows. Either the Rambam was saying, I never slept at Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah up at Chatzos, like before, that those is also was learning in his dozen. And then from that point on, he was David Kari, he spent himself at the line. Or the shot is a little Chatzos, where Torah is then from Chatzos on, basically, Shira, it's in buckles. Or Nesha, the Rambam says, Chatzos, Laila, so in other words, sometimes we knew what Tatzais was, and on the other hand, it seems like which Rabbi didn't know what Tatzais was, because he says, Tatzais, they go, Tatzais, all of Tatzais, 4 Mishnah in the Gemara. Either David knew which Rabbi didn't know, but David had his kinar, his heart, which told him exactly what Tatzais was. Or the child, which Rabbi also knew, just David needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third child is what Rabbi knew what Tatzais was, which is worried that people would say, what should I do? He's lying, what should I do? That's why I say, they don't catch him on his word. Over the fact is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan, he said, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, the world will take place out of Israel. Right? With the Shachar going to tell us, Shachar Yisrael came in with the melons. It means one time they came in, every day they come in with the melons. Shachar, but what did he mean? Because he said, we need Rabbis to find Yisrael, so the Rabbis let them do business with each other. Make fun of it's not enough. Everybody says, go out to war. So you might have to go out to war. You ask them to go. In other words, the strategy of war you get from out to go. The opening Yonda means you ask for shus from the Sanhedrin. It also means you ask for food of the Tumim, and Yonda led them to war at a wonderful day. driver seriously see Mashal. Back today, Baruch Hashem, we're supposed to achieve that monumental occasion, and Shoshana Bradley of Silva, which happens Jewish things. I also like to thank over 1,500 people with regular 42 years. You'll find that on YouTube, search under Kansky or Maverick Shamash Yomi and subscribe. Also says in Tehillim, Rabbi says, Shomer Nashi, Pasuk Adam. So Rabbi doesn't inform the only thing on the Pasuk, Shabbat. The only thing on the Pasuk, appeared to the power of the day, and I get up at the place, or the other sit around while I acted over my father to their husband. I will cause Boishes, known as Ishboishes. The reason why it's called Mikri Boishes because he embarrasses David Amel. David Amel asks him questions and he says, this is hard, this is kosher. And he embarrasses him in Allah. He's not much better than David Amel. So David Amel got his revenge, so to speak. They had a son Daniel, who was called Kilam because he was able to embarrass the Boishes in Allah. It says in the famous passage, Kulei Nimanti, Lira Yutul Hashem. The word Kulei has that sometimes, it's Kulei. So Rabbi wasn't sure that he was Zoichel, Oil Haba. And the reason is because he was worried Shemi Yisrael Nafay. Perhaps he'll sin and won't be Zoichel. As you see back in the video, you have a couple of times in Shemir protection. It says in the passage by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shemi Yisrael Nafay. That's but the second was Zoichel.
So I'm gonna go off of my survivor sister, Haley Robertson, and I voted for Trump. And for him to say what he was saying is beyond me. Because for him to say that this is a joke and that it's sides, this is not sides. We will say it time and time again. None of us are up there accusing him of anything. There is no one that is accusing him of any wrongdoing. So for the fact that he is saying those things and saying it's a hoax, who are you fighting for then? Because if it's not you, then who is it? And that scares me. Trust me, I'm not down here to do the balls. I'm not. I changed my name. I got it. I suck. My name's God.
Ezra should have had the same kind of reason of Chris Yamso as Bible had the first time in Israel. And the reason why he wasn't like this was Zorah. So according to Eliezer, we know that the Shachtovas means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time that it's dark until the end of Ashur Rishon. According to Eliezer, the Shachtovas doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, you sleep the entire night all the way till Avodah Shabbos. But the Greeks are remembering that's what the word Shachtovas means. And he says that you only say fish, not fish, that this is a person from an Avira. You are concerned that a person will come home from work, hard days, work on the field, he'll eat a little bit, and say, let me take a little nap. And he'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that will be a Chayav Beast. Why is the Torah so strong on this language? It's Chayav Beast. Because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, fall asleep for the rest of the night. Another shot that I want to tell you tomorrow, and then you answer the creation. Make a sound. Wake up in the morning, see creation. That's right. In other words, it's creation on both sides. Why? What the Shiloh question is whether we consider the Google as it's writing, the main part of the house is a little bit that started at night, and therefore the night also that we some of you believe says no. The main thing happening in the day, and that's what we just have to do. Or the question is, the Shakhtah method is effective between laying down and getting up. According to Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Krishna and then Ezra, so too there is the say Krishna and then the lady says, use the package. What we learn from the package is that when you get up, you say Krishna. In other words, Krishna is closer to the sleep. And also, first station Ezra, they say Krishna and Krishna is closer to the sleep. If you have to say Krishna and then immediately Ezra, why is it that during Myra you have approximately Shema Ezra? The answer is one talking with the sacrament. It's considered the long expression of the existence, right? Because the same reason when we say Hashem's Messiah is love, we have to do a sepa, it's a Tila, but it's a part of Shema Ezra. Notice that Ashrei 3 times a day, the thing of saying is most definition of the above, because Ashrei contains the Seder valid place every person starts out of the place given. The other reason is it's a combination of these reasons. The famous possible of you say after two depths of noticing the possible starts with the roots because that concept talks about the financial falls and doesn't get up. It's strongly during that that financial falls down and get up to the fall. And the Rabbi had to go from tradition. He said right away, the following the letter Sama, Simon Hashem is of those. Where it tells us that Mount Paul, he flies non-stop. But the wheel has a stopover. It makes it basically has 2 flights. The Rabbi has 4 flights. In other words, there's 3 stops. The Mount has 8 flights. The Mount has 7 stops. We want the first to begin with. So when we make it hard with Mount arrive at a destination, you have to do my day off. Many people are not in the Mount or the direct flight. Surely it says that there's a mitzvah to say Krishma because we see the possible brings you out the food, but not from Amishkaf, and you're laying down, you say Krishma. However, from the Chacham, the concept of Jesus Christ, perhaps watching things in the dark, not really. That doesn't say Krishma Lamita. So see Hashem take evidence.
Most people think I'm lying when I say that. Like, why would I pick it? Like, who the fuck is lying about Mr. T, right? And I grew up in the 80s and 90s, so everyone believed me or no. There's no in between. I grew up in a very wealthy neighborhood, so everybody believed me there. And I'm like, why the fuck else is you black ass here, right? Like, when I was a kid, visited the South Side of Chicago, and like, I get it. Like, I'm a black girl at an all-black school, and I'm trying to explain to my friends the reason why they've never seen my dad before is because he's doing WrestleMania, Hulk Hogan, right? Like, everybody's like, shut the fuck up, Erica, right? And those were the teachers, right? So, I got this complex, and this is real. My friends will tell you, like, people like me. If I'm on stage, I'll talk about my dad, but I never tell people, like, who my dad is, or, like, stuff that's here, whatever believes me. And they, like, really don't. Like, I will give you an example. Like, because, like, when I was in kindergarten, first grade, like, kids kind of, like, ostracized me when they talked to me because I was terrible. You know, like, they didn't believe me. And so, this one weekend, I'll tell you guys this, but this one weekend, went to this
that page, I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers. So we just had today, and it's very difficult to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it with technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer in a battle against the Sahara constantly. If that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. If he sees that it's not beating the Sahara, he should take Kriya Shema. It's still not working. He should remind himself of Yom HaMitzvah, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to people. Even Shas, all of Shas, came down from Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. I remember the possible that Edom was so Evan that's referring to the Lupais that there's a different bad Torah. The one that completed to learn Torah. Kamish Kum Torah. The mitzvah is referred to Mishnayos. Asher Tosafti is a Nevi Mitzvah. If he writes up, how do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all of these came from Moshe Rabbeinu. We want to discuss the Kriya Shema that Kriya Shema acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and Rothschild'S says to get rid of the sword. He says, remember, I don't need a punch for that. Every kid knows that the Prophet says if you do everything that your mom tells you for a machna for something that's trying to left off, Torah is something that gets rid of the sword. Since we go to not be don't learn Torah, then 1% is terribly destroyed. So the Prophet doesn't act like a regular person who gives a present to somebody. When he sells something, he's upset. The Prophet gave him to the Torah and he's excited about it. He says, the Rothschild'S has labeled. If a person has a surah, and this is the sight of the life, a person should introspect, should check to see what meant causing the surah. If he doesn't, he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah, it's about the Torah. And if not, you should understand that Surah Shalahaba, the concept of both these Surah, in order to double your Sahar in Olam Haba. Because both says in the Gemara, these Surah to the people he loved. On one condition, that those people who accepted the Haba, and if they do, they'll result on children's and Ariba's young. So my point is, if Surah Shalahaba is only a situation where it doesn't create Torah, but only a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, and the point of it, even if it creates Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered the Surah Shalahaba. According to Rabbi, if a slave leaves his master when his master knocked out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you like a heart of correct. So Sheikh Rabbi says that this is also a great insight for life. Anything good comes with a struggle. The Lord gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah strong, and he gave us the Olam Haba. If a person is involved in learning, or if he has something, or if one of God buries his children, so the Gemara ultimately all have enough. All of the marriages are real. The Rabbi says, although Tzaras is considered a kapara of Mizbeach, yet it's not considered Yisur Shalachava. Those Yisur, the difference is, those Yisur come to take away that time and a marriage. Yisur Shalachava, as we mentioned, means that it comes to Shalachava. You make a distinction, says the Gemara, perhaps somebody has Tzaras, Eretz Yisrael, it has a lot of Pusha. It's very embarrassing, he has to leave the Machane, he has to leave the Kevin. Then that's considered not Yisur Shalachava, but it's in Florida, in America, in Bubbles, you have Tzaras, that's Yisur Shalachava. So it doesn't make it, if Yisur are visible to others, if Tzaras is visible to others, that's not Yisur Shalachava, but if Tzaras is covered, it's Yisur Shalachava. Take this lesson of the Rebbe and had 10 boys that were missing. They carried on themselves one of the children of the last child that died. He says, they died with that zero. didn't make the distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisroel Shalom Abba. If a person at one time loses a child, that's Yisroel Shalom Abba. Here, Abba, the second, they're able to ask him, are you happy to use Yisroel? You're able to give me your hand, give me his hand, and he healed him. Rabbi himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi did the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have this room, I'd rather not have this time. And the kid Abba put his hand in him. Rabbi once visited Rabbi Lazar, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve and came like his skin shining. And he asked him, why are you crying? If you're crying about the prayer that you didn't accomplish, the famous times that the mind of the mind to eventually come to the Shabbat, doesn't matter. The quantity, the quality counts. If you're crying because you don't have parnot, so not only you have social problems, you have prayer, you should be happy with that. Since Rabbi Lazar are crying about you, your beautiful face, your beauty, that one day is going to be buried. He explained, the German Marshal explained, the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Purim Heights. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. But 400 of his barrels became vinegar. So someone came to advise him. He said, listen, you have to done. There's a reason. And he said, well, you question me. They explained to Michelle. He said, well, perhaps you didn't pay your sheer profit. And he said, well, the sheer profit was Ghana stole from me. That's why I didn't pay. And so, nevertheless, even though it's Ghana, steal from him. And you take a little bit of the labor. She said, okay, I took him out, so I'll pay him back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Yamin died before he did any and before he ate. If Rashi says before he learned prayer, because he says, you don't understand what Rashi says. Of course, if you learn or davening, you should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have both sputter and the wife won't miscarry have wonderful things. Rabbi's love. We have the capacity to see shading. We'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. All around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 shading on his right side and 10,000 shading on his left side. They can blame the shading for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when sheer it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the shading that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of shading, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning you can see footprints that look like those of a chip picker. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat, you take the afterbirth, you burn it with the ashes in your eyes, then you try to sprit, and it actually damaged him to harm him having to die for him. Abba Binyamin Halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says, Shmoya Elohim Elohim. The tefillah that is singing there is the Shmoya is found in a shul, and he comes where there's a minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there. And the Shmoya is there when you're doing this prayer with the three dayanim, and the person there's prayer. The Shmoya is there when it comes to learning prayer, and the Shmoya is there. safer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, it will be in his own private safer. That's how close to explain this. It says in the Pasuk, the Choshvei Shmoy, the famous Gemara, that the person thinks about doing a mitzvah, he had a highness and he couldn't do the mitzvah, will get scarred as if he did. And the Baruch Hu wears the villain. The Baruch Hu says, Klal Yisrael gave me this one great Shema. He said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. I'm going to say, Mi Kam to Yisrael Kohen Kosar. One of the big Baruch Hu is Tefillah. One of the back that he has, Kimi Goy Gadol, and the parasha Umi Goy Gadol. In the second bayis it says Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parasha Umi Goy Gadol. The third bayis it says Oya Niso L'Skim, and the fourth bayis it says Itfa Elyon. If a person is used to coming to a shul and he doesn't show up, his Baruch asks about it. Where is this guy? If he finds out he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have light. If he finds out that he went for bar shus, even to make a parnasa, you won't have light. Time reasons to learn. Time says it's impossible to both tells the person to obey. If this is what a person is going to earn this year, Rosh Hashanah, so when he makes Rosh Hashanah, it's impossible that the person has before they get time to go daven and to go learn. And he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns parnasa. It's not that the Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that you're supposed to earn. In other words, you should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. Take the same amount. The Rebbe says that when the Baruch Hu comes to the shul, in the area, Yiyad Koyas gets accepted immediately. The person has a criminal place where davening is like a Filipino, and it says in the Torah Ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, who's this Anna, who's this Chassid, the child of Abraham. When you go towards the shul, you should run. When you leave the shul, you don't run. Because it looks as if you're running away from the shul. In fact, on Shabbos, it's possible to run. You're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run the shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get scarred for is in fact, you go to shul and listen to speech. You don't really understand the speech. You get scarred, not for listening to the story, but rather the scar for arguing and learning is the scar that you get for the Amilos and that you get from coming over the Sword. The scar that you have going to the base of Aval, to the Menachem Aval, is not to talk. The opposite. So, being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the scar is for fasting. In fact, the scar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The scar of masking somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the scar that you have for going to Chasana is the scar for telling the Chasana great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Doran Kodesh, that wall, and your back is towards Doran Kodesh, considered a Russian verse, a story that Eliyahu Navi met somebody who was davening outside the shul, and his back is towards Doran Kodesh, said the shul turned around, and Eliyahu Navi took out his sword and killed the person. It says in the Pasuk, these are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard davening, they don't treat it with proper respect. Rabbi says, Krum is a lotion of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a certain kusha that his face turns to the color of the bird called Krum. Not only that, he is done. Give him a punishment with patience on fire in the water. The Lord says you must be careful with all three fields. Mincha, you see that Eliyahu Navi was answered during Mincha. Rabbi even says Mincha Sarah, and the person says Hashem Goyker Mishpat Koyim. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simple like a wedding, the favor of the 5 toilets that says the puzzle is based on simple, etc. Arm Sameach Chasim Chaya benefit from 5 toilets that says the favor by each toilets of rough. The continuation of Kosasim is a very long passage. It says that to be in Kibla Beis Hashem, some say that when you go to a wedding, should try to say hello before your friend does. It says in the pasuk, "Baki shoulder and face." You should seek out peace. Now, if a friend says hello to you, and you stop him out, you don't say hello back, you consider the God. It says in the pasuk, the lashon of zeilat aliyah. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you, that other person is God's word. That is a wonderful thing. Rochel is saying, the Lord tells us that even after Baruch Hu Davids, what does he say? What does he say to? The Lord says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song just said to themselves. The famous song, Tanya, Omer, Bishmol, Ben Elisha, Amachas, Nazi, Lahakis, Akhir, the ones who went in, into the Samigosh, to serve Hakadosh Baruch Hu with Paris. The Reisi, Hakadosh Hashem, Tzvakos. I saw Hakadosh Baruch Hu himself. When he's sitting, all my lean, he told me, Baruch Hu, give me a bracha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. The Lord is going to explain it before it's angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos. This is not. What do we learn from Shema? We learn
We're number one. Love them. Oh, that's
a simple
insane.
person to give your bracha joy and benefit. That he's a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. Wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does that get angry? Every single day for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second, or the amount of time that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. The whole donkey beat him in an argument. When you knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you use it to curse somebody in the first words. Back in the Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those 2 days. When he got angry those 2 days, as shown there wouldn't be anything left. Roy said the story, Shmuel ben Levi was upset at a certain thing. He was bothering him. He wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. This is simon. When the chicken's foam turned from red to white, that's the time that the Lord begins to set. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep. And he realized that the sign of Shemayim, that's what to do such a thing. It says, V'racham avakol ma'aseh, the Lord who has rahmanas, even on the bad people.
It's your
The
job.
Lord will get angry when the kings of the world is people from the ground and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself, not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody was hidden and hidden malchus. Because Rothschild is better than 100 malchus. God says in the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that Kibbutz should not have Shekhinah. He also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik Viralo, the good guy, sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rothschild'S, the bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. He was told that one shot is Tzaddik Viralo, we're talking about Tzaddik, it's not Tzaddik Gomer. Tzaddik Gomer, you wouldn't have Tzaddik. What's the shot? Both who want to give person the Surah so that the Tzaddik is not Gomer, should be Gomer. So only got anything. Rothschild'S, both who wants to grace, all this physical in this world, even this car in this world, so when it comes to the Oil Abba, he shouldn't have better. The mayor says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what it looked like. The Lord said, listen, I offered you by the snare he was, I'm not So humans were fearful of him, but humans would get inspired. Look at the Baruch showed him his achira. What does achira mean? In Gemara, he showed him the knot of the tefillin shortcut. When the Baruch says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to the condition, if the condition doesn't happen, the Baruch still will fulfill his word. For instance, Baruch said, I want to kill all of Israel. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make him into a great nation. And then the Israel, and he made Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants. We're going to send the name of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi was the first one to call Rabbi Shlomo master, other. So when Daniel was saved, it was the merit of Rabbi was calling Rabbi Shlomo other. Leah was the first one to invite the Kadosh Baruch Hu, to praise Kadosh Baruch Hu, realize that what Hashem gave her was more than what she deserved. The name Reuven, the Gemara, is made out of two words. Reuven, see my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. He sold his fire willingly, then the flame. And he said that Yaakov took it away legally. My son Reuven also is the fire to Yosef. Yes. Didn't save Yosef by blaming the other. The name Ros, that would sing Shiras in the Shuvah that is born. In fact, you see, the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid, who's rebellious is worse than the war of the mother to his parents. And the Gemara asks the question, when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Absalom, should be the worst thing in the world, yet David HaMelech says, Yisrael is David. He's saying, praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, should be king of David. David HaMelech was relieved, like a person taking off a big debt, setting, but it's a relief. He's relieved that if you go home, you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and you thought perhaps it's a monster or an Evan, he's relieved that his own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Russian? There are four ways. Either when it's either the Shemaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not a name there. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Russia is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russian in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you're not to go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're a Tzaddik Gomer. Tzaddik Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not a Tzaddik Gomer, in Russia, if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall within him, in front of him, and finally the Gemara says it's better to serve as Talmid Chacham than to retire from it. Have a wonderful day. One very small Ben Elisha, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys, will feel it. If you want to be part of a fun, entertaining cheer, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an itis, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the Rabbi. Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does milos chasadim, and davens with a minion, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rothschild'S says, if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor. And because of him, he creates golos for him and for his children. But Rabbi was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel. Because it says in the Pasuk, that's referring to Israel. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom.
sit right by the door, the entrance of the shul, because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this palakha. Every chassid, pious person should daven for this, la'etz, but so right before he needs this thing and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rabbi says, is referring to looking for a wife. It says in the pasuk, Matzah Isha, Matzah Tayyib, the Matzah matches Matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Israel, they would ask, Matzah, or you might say, after you married, now that you find out the woman you married, is she a Matzah, Matzah Isha, Matzah Tayyib, is a good woman, or might sending marrying mothers as an Isha? The Rothschild'S says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rabbi says you should ask for Pura, for burial. Rabbi said it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, Gemara said there are 903 types of death. The worst one is Askara. That's one of the Mrs. Nashika, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. Very difficult. So you should ask for a good Misa. Man Sutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. Sutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rabbi, the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Michol Mishkanei Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and bati medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. Rabbi heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to, yet they chose the daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, the time the Korban Abayis and the Korban only has 4 amas of halachas. In other words, that's why Abai also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's why the Baruch Hu. Gemara says somebody who has Yerushalayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yerushalayim without earning. It says in the pasuk, "Yagia kapecha soichel ashrecha v'toivlah." You learn ashrecha by the manzeh, v'toivlah by the mabah, whereas just Yerushalayim only has a mabah, not a mabah. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe if he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe Shimon Megaria was alive to live next to him. So the pasuk, there's a halacha that if the same Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Rabbi would leave the shul between Gaber and Gaber, between Alims. The Rabbi asks, what about between Psukim? There's a pause, and you sneak out, and he remains with the table. Rabbi Shimon says, I turn my back to the same Torah, and I learn they're doing what they want to do, and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra Targum brings Arichas Yomim. You should say two Psukim and one Targum. One day, there's no Targum on the pasuk. Like Teres Dibar, Atros Dibar. Says Rashi. In that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the Targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the Shnai Mikra Targum, because every Yom Kippur day that we eat is as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra Targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. Shmuel Levi told his children, first of all, when you shut the bird, be careful that you shut all the breathing in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham and Zakin that had Torah, even though you forgot it now, you put the Babaynas, just like they put the broken Mukhais into the Aron. This person is a broken type of Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hand because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip, you might cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is you're not allowed to sit on a mito aramis. But better with guys, one shot is it's referring to going to sleep without taking Krishma al mito. The other shot is Rabbi was telling his children who were Kohanim, do not marry a Giyeret because you're Kohen, it's awesome. And some say that it's a Goya Mamish. Why? Why can't you sit on her bed? There's a story from Rabbi. A woman told him, a Goya said, sit down, And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame them for his death. Love is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Moira says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. If he's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere. And if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and instead of going to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved three things about the nation of Moab: that they cut their meat, they don't cut their meat on the table, that they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs, and when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Akiva says, I like three things that the Parsians did. They had sneezes in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, they had relations. Nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go. With all this sneeze, they're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like when we in the Mishnah, that you can say Kriya Shema all the way up till Amud HaShachar. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar, and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, you Yotzah, Kriya Shema Shachar is having one whole day. Rabbi is that test. Lord tells the story. Two Talmidim that came home from a wedding drunk. And they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Shmuel and Levi, the father of the apostle, whether or not they could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the days of Ham. Shmuel says, yes, we pass it like a Shmuel by Yochai, that in a time of uprightness, like being drunk, you can say Kriya Shema of Meir all the way till the next. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Meir up until the next. If that doesn't work out, you have a Amud HaShachar. If only the case of uprightness, you go until Netzacham. As in our mission we had, that the sons of Gamliel, they also went away, but they didn't have a nightness. They come home drunk, and they asked Gamliel, did you say Krishma? He said, yes, up until Amud HaShachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not the Rabbi or the Rabbi argued with their father or not. They knew their father, but they weren't sure if the Rabbi would agree. And Rabbi said, yes, the Rabbi agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. The Rabbi made the father siyah, say Krishma before Hatzot. Let's put the diary has it. It's their show. The next word is Hazeh. They learned out that the time to eat from Pesach is only up until Hatzot, which Rabbi holds time to eat from Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi learns from the word Hipazah. Hipazah he holds is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. What did they do? The hastiness in the morning, so therefore you can eat from Pesach till the morning. Lezer holds that Hipazah is referring to the Mitzvah. They were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Yehula started by Hatzot, by Moses declared the one Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left following the order. There's a passage that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, Shav Tizbah Pesach. When do you shut the Bo'era, which means in the afternoon. It says, Kivoy HaShemesh, we learned Kivoy HaShemesh, referring to Shkia. When the passage continues, it says, Moye takes momentum trying, when the Klal Yisrael do the trying in the morning. So which one is it? Is it noon, Shkia, or the morning? The Gemara, the passage is telling us three different things. Shkita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. Eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. What point do you eat the Korban Pesach? When they're Yeshua, which is like you're eating all the way to the morning. According to the Lazar, it's a food, not sense. The Gemara now goes on to explain a few symbols. When the Torah Chol Rabbeinu becomes Klal Yisrael, the Pharaoh, gold and silver from the Mishnah, the hostages in the Lashon, Daber no, for Oznei, for Oznei Yishai. What's this enough? I beg of you, please. Before the Rabbeinu, I don't want a Rabbeinu to come Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. The question we don't think tomorrow, let's leave right now. But Yashivu, with a mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One Shita says that the mitzvah were forced to the land. Another Shita says, why Yisrael didn't want to borrow? They felt that it might be too heavy, they needed to run away from the mitzvah might give chase, they wanted to go lightly. And therefore, they didn't want to borrow, so the Yisrael was forced. But not forced Mitzrayim, says the Gemara, that once Yisrael borrowed from the mitzvah, everything was destined. It was as if it was a trap for an animal without a big, or by not with the Sayam, just like in the depths of the ocean, no fish. So too, the tribe had no values left. Hey, Asher, hey, what does Baba Hashem more from Polish Rabbi? Not by each other. Just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the true dollars. What you're going to say? Michael has enough on their hand. Why should I tell them about future dollars? Says Rabbi Shalom, you're right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double Hashem by Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. Famous story, Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove them they are bound, that they are false. So he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemayim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbi Shalom, bring an axe, bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. And maybe the second time was, why Yisrael should think it's witchcraft, they should understand that it's going to happen. Says the Mishnah, Yishma, the warning was said, when the differentiate between Chelas and lava. This is Chelas and lava. That's Rothschild. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Chelas came down here and gave us a live demonstration and led us to it. The Gemara says that Chelas is in the lava of the wool. It wasn't dyed from it. It didn't catch it like this. When you differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you can say, Kriyash. Rabbi Lazar says between Chelas and Karsi. Karsi is a leaf. So when you differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriyash. The same shear, the word means in another way, differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a roy, which is a wild donkey. And a Chayrim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 dinosaurs. Up until what time did you say Krishma? What she does until late Sachama. That till Chantila, you go even further. Yeshua says until 3 hours, this morning, or so you divide the day before the light, that's when they grow and they run. So it says you start from Amin Shachar, so the guy says you start from Shachama. And that's when kings wake up 3 hours into the day. Which it says, whoever reads Krishma past this time, at least there'll be time to listen to the rights of human Torah. We're going to explain it. It says because this person is saying about that, the person is saying about that, unless he gets the time. But Rabbi says, the halacha is that Krishma can be said, the shear of picking out your friend 4 hours away. Rabbi says, no, that's only in regard to feeling. But Krishma says, Kivasiki means the type of a person that's a chassid, and a chassid will say Krishma immediately before night, and not Shemon Esrei right after night, because it's reason why doing mitzvahs, you want to say Shemon Esrei the earliest possible time, but if you start doing tefillah, you have to do Krishma right before, and therefore, in order to time you have to say Krishma at the last available moment, right before night. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, you would should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Krishma, Olach Shemayim. But continue, it's talking about mincha should not be said after Shkia. Yoisi and Yakim said the name of people Shalayim, that whoever says Kula, right at Kila, won't be damaged that day. Zera says, what's damaged that day? Or it says, why? Because he had a monetary law, he had to bring a tax to the king. You don't pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings. You see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Rabbi says tomorrow he was so full of tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had him smiling his face over. Hashem is false. I did that we say. More in one shot says because you only say that a mincha, otherwise it's a hefsek between tefillah and tefillah. Well, if you had the beginning receptor, it's the hover with the day and the tefillah is a part of the Shemona Esrei. Like the Shemona we said is part of the body. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18th of the minimum that Rabbi had the corresponding to the 18th. Even the Rothschild'S is in capital Yes, in the 90s, that's why we say you look like after Shemon Esrei, if not before. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi stopped you. The Gemara tells us a story. The Rameir had really bad neighbors. So he died and they should die. Ruria, his famous wife, told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, you should get rid of all the chatayim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. We should do it. They should do a middle one asked Ruria, how does the pasuk make sense? The Navi, because she didn't give birth, she came home and she said, shut up. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lots of love about the Geulah. There are going to be many more prize from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akira is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. And show is all the way as Perikman Zayin of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called Smuchim. What a Perikman Zayin, we learned from the Perikman Zayin. Somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Goy is going to rebel against the Baruch? I'll tell you, look, son rebelled against his father. Besar has chesed al Shainah. Shlomo wrote about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he's in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Nafshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the Mazalas, he said another Baruch Nafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. Shot that's either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in the Makim Erba. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rosh Hashanah says that it corresponds with Hakadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. Hakadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. Hakadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it and is not seen. Hakadosh Baruch Hu feeds with fireness the whole world, the Neshama is the fireness the whole body. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's tired, so is the Neshama. Hakadosh Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him and prays Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Well, Hinashi says, my innards. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, you can't infuse it with life and Neshama. Where Hakadosh Baruch Hu not only can you something with life. As Chana said, and we learn in Sire, there's no artist like our God. In other words, Hakadosh Baruch Hu can create humans, nobody can do anything similar. We learn Ein Levaloisa. Ein Levaloisa meaning Hakadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist usually his art outlives him. The Lord tells us what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him and he said, he makes Ato, you're going to die, the Lord you're not going to live, which is a double logic. What explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have a Rabbi because you didn't do Kuru, you didn't get married. Because he said, like Surah HaKodesh, that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So, Yeshayahu told him the famous line, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our 2 schusim will be such that I won't have bad descendants. It's too late. Because it already happened. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah put the musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or Levi says, he said something that had to do with the wall. He said, "If Isha Shunamis," with the story with Elisha, that Elisha did kiss Amisis her son, in the schus because she built him a wall, as you want to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shloimon, he built the entire Mitzvah that should have deserved a schus. I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was Simon full of the tefillah. Lady said it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As the Gemara says, he did 6 things. 3 things Rabbi, the Chomer agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of refuahs. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made from heal people. People started doing Avodah Zarah to it. And when his father, the Rasha Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people this is what happens when you do Avodah Zarah. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Yichon in order to thirst and create that the soldiers of Chayr shouldn't have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let it go forward with it. When they didn't agree to that, the extra month of the year, on the last day of Adar, they said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Gibber Shon on that day. If somebody uses other people's schus when he dies, he says, answer me from the schus of my forefathers, the Moshe Rabbeinu did the schus of Abraham, he's answered in his own schus. But this guy used his own schus and he said, answer me my schus, etc. So they used the schus of David. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she says, let's make him a wall. Where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open Aksaka and she had to build a wall to divide that. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means she put him in the best of her house. Fourth child is she put him in the attic. And she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kier, a wall? Because it's called. It's kiru with the lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Gemara says that Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha wasn't covered. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gehazi, didn't have Misha. He grabbed their inappropriately. Says Gemara that if a person posts on Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Chacham, if using Makriv and Chacham. What is the 3 halachas in Tefillah? First one is they shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemona Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before daven. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be imam and Shem Shabbat. Shmuel said, like Yeshua, the Kriya Shema said until 3 hours in the day. Right? It says if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Makayim Kabbalah Kaira. We should say Kriya Shema before and 1 after. Rabbi agrees to that. In one lashon, Rabbi argues that Mani said somebody who says Kriya Shema at the right time has a bigger source than learning Kaira. Have a wonderful day. As we learned, the Pasuk says, you must say Kriya Shema when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further and they say, just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down, so we say Kriya Shema Shel Arvis, you have to be in a laying position. When we say Kriya Shema Shel Shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the Pasuk would say, they still say, wait a minute, the Pasuk says, you must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down, it's not even standing. Therefore, saying still, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Beislam and Bishami agree that from the word Shachar we can learn a big chiddush. That's basic a mitzvah. He's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's halted from saying Kriya Shema. The teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan who's started in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also halted from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. If he's marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's chayiv. Your combination of two things. It needs to be preoccupied, and it has to be with the mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship and sinking, that's not enough to give him a psula from saying Krishma because an other who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bizarre. He's also chayiv in all mitzvahs. Besides tefillin, because tefillin say peher, and since he has apron on his head and he's bizarre, he's puzzled. Even though we still use Uvalech Chavadera to teach us this concept that basic mitzvah you potter, nevertheless they learned that physical words Uvalech Chavadera that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. The one knows the story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah together. Rabbi was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Krishma, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like the Shabbat. And Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Krishma. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, "Look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment that people will see us and they'll say that Allah is like Shabbat. What's the difference? Because we still say you can also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you passed like Shabbat. So what is the halacha if you do like Shabbat? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitzer. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitzer at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah like Beis Hillel, most of his body is inside the sukkah, but his table is inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold you to do it. And according to Rabbi, not only did you not do it, but you're chayav misa. You see, the Mishnah Targum says, I once put myself in danger in order to be yaitz like Beis Shammai. I told him if something would have happened to you, you would deserve it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, you should say 7 brachas, 7 brachas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, as the Emunah is a very long bracha, Hashkivenu, compared to the Emunah is considered short. Anytime Chachamim or Misaka, a long bracha or a short bracha, a bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't finish and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, Yaitzer Oyer V'Oyer Chesha, we don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Chesha, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the day. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Rabbi, like Musaf Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Musaf Sfar. So it says, therefore, one should say I have a in the morning and I have a Olam at night. Like Musaf Ashkenaz, I guess places were Chachmei Tzorfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says Allah that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And he said Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so a Haber Rabba hinders him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rabbuna says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be stopped if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rabbi says even medrash. Yonan says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah, and Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara. And Rashi says because that's the Tikkur Torah. This is great for Dafyomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. It's very master. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make up Birkus Torah? Lazik Birkus Torah. Higher than you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a praise of Baruch Hu and praise of Klal Yisrael and Torah. Therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kohanim brought the carbon plummet in the morning and they salted the Barim, the Tzaddik Kohanim would announce, make 1 bracha. What is that 1 bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Havarava, and according to Rosh Lakish, it's Yaitzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Samdibros, and they would say Shema V'Yishmayim V'Yoymer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say MS V'Yatzev, and they would would say the bracha b'avodah, which is similar to say, just the end of shlois chanavai or another bracha, and then they would say brigos yahanan. Rabbi Srika proved that you say yotzer ar and not havarava, because Rosh says from there you see that brachas are not mad. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you say one out of the two, you guys are not one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, you say just a bracha on shul yad and not shul rosh, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one. You guys, how does it prove it? The fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was yotzer ar, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say havarava? Havarava you can say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said havarava, then there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was two. The yotzer is only when the light comes out, and maybe they said it later on. The Gemara says perhaps it said both brothers. We meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the seder is not ma'akim. You say one before the other. It doesn't matter if you one order. Wonderful thing.
I also don't think I would cut myself off in that. So if you are worried about it, why are we not talking? This is the worst part of the life. You need to know whatever.
Bracha is not good thing. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say Aseret Sadibros, the problem is happening that after the Beis Hamikdash, we shouldn't say Aseret Sadibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Ishmael Aseret Sadibros. Today, Aseret Sadibros is so important that one should say in private. A different mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming mishmar his hand the cup. And he thinks that it's beer. So he starts saying shahakal. And he finishes off. He's right. Person thinks that in fact he ate things. And he finishes off correctly. He started off brikas hamazon, but he finished off made sholish the bracha right. He's yaitza because even the brikas hamazon that he started off with would work for days because dates can satiate him. And this Gemara remains in itself. If he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying hagafen. He finished off shahakal. The question is, do we go back to the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? Therefore, he'd be yaitza. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying bracha, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finished with brikas hamazon. The Gemara remains in itself. The Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by creation. Because according to Rav, when it comes to brikas creation, you come with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem, Ma'ariv Haravim, that's enough, that's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi, Baruch Atah Hashem, Ma'ariv Haravim, or Yitzhar, it's not considered a bracha, because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like Kevin Melech Ha'ilam, in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from brikas creation, because brikas creation, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yaitza. The person does not say v'yatzeh in the morning and emun at night. He's not yaitza the mitzvah of Kriya Shema Kula. It says in the pasuk, "L'hagid b'avoy chazecha v'munascha b'leilos." You have to give shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down. All your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, we say Baruch Hu Es Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he'd be like a snake. He'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. brother, he's yoitzer. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing thing. Not only are they Moitlim on that Aveira, but they're Moitlim on all these Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oyev. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentioned I tried the Urim and Tumim because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Oyev with the Urim and Tumim. So I didn't know that Shaul was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, it will be with me. So Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was Zoicha to be in Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanav, which is a tremendous matter. Or, because they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons and they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. So the Gemara, that it wasn't the Gemara that said it, was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim, Bechir Hashem. In other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should take Parshas Balak. In Kriyash Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shofar Aryeh U'Filavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of B'Shafachol Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it is because the Tzibur is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a pei to a sama. Why do we say parsha of tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. Include the concept of all mitzvahs. We started with all mitzvahs. It includes the parsha of tzitzis, also tzitzis. Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Akri Levavchim come to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Akri Anechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Akim Zoinim comes to tell you that you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, there's the famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rav Elazar ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says the pasuk of Tizkor, and so you Tizkor, Mitzrayim, Kol Yimei Chayecha. All the days of Yimei Chayecha are the days you made. Kol Yimei Chayecha, the extra Kol means the night. So you should say parsha of the night. Some say no. Kol Yimei Chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis have a wonderful Bracha is David Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Babel, Paras, and all that. But we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog. As the pasuk says, "Hineni Pesach Chadash." I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. And Mashal, the person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he was sick. Later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story, he tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake. Forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake. He did a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they have. We know because Baruch changed Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch himself called Yaakov Avinu after he changed his name. So there's no reason. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us not Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the right to Allah and Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation. Sarai,
there she is.
of all nations. The Torah tells us that
What up, girl?
Avram Avinu, this is what you need to call her. But he didn't tell.
What's new?
Find somebody, and I can't find nobody, and I'm trying to find people that's interested in talking to me. I'm there, go with that.
Okay, so are you able to find anybody?
Everybody wants to be host on here. I don't want to be no host. How do you get to top somebody? Where you go to Papa or Explore? I forgot.
On Pico?
Yeah.
All right, just for a moment. All right, Pico. I don't even have it downloaded anymore. Let me download.
Um,
All right.
mm-hmm.
All right. So, okay. So go to parties.
Alrighty. Yes. Oh, party. Mm-hmm.
And then find someone who you like. I don't know who you like.
Okay. There's somebody who will like. Okay.
And then go in their room
Okay.
and talk with them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, somebody got a bullet. Yes, please.
You said, yeah, spirit is God, and that's the Holy Father, right? The Holy Father. No. Well, we can get it. If we want it, we can get it. But I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta want to take it away from us, man. Man, who's gonna give it to you though? Like, you gotta work for it. Respect type shit. Type shit. Okay, then you got the ladies over there backing y'all up.
Okay.
We're sitting at this table and the letters back and forth, and he's just smiling. And I'm looking at him like, what? He chanted these letters, and then at the end of the dream said 2 Corinthians 2:15. And then I woke up as fast as I could and started doing it like, oh my goodness.
God.
Alright, we're not over. It's the first parak of Shas. We should be zoicha to finish all the prakim of Shas together. Said the Mishnah. If a cipher was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not going to Kriya Shema, the time of Kriya Shema. But if he intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, unless you hold, like the Manora that says, mitzvah tzrichos kavana, and then you would have to have kavana to be used to the stuff of Kriya Shema. We're going to be discussing the Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that can kill him. Then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of Kriya Shema. If it's out of honor, kavod, so if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to Rabbi, and according to Rabbi, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, the middle between sukkim and the middle of the parak, according to Rabbi, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is bein prakim? Bein prakim means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and the Shemaya, between the parsha of Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatzim. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatzim. Why is the parsha of Shema not in the right words? Because first we want to do Om Lach Shemaya, and that's in the parsha of Shemaya second. Vayomer should be second. The answer is because Vayomer Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'chayu as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi was darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is the Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chachamim hold you can say Kriya Shema in English. Rabbi says no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon HaKodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. Even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word V'chayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya in instead of in Shemoya, you're not yoitz, it has to be in water. Rabbi learned that from the hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be yoitz? If you don't have that, just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha. So we pass it. So the person just had kavanah. I didn't say the first three psukim of Shema. The kavanah, as it says, ba'ela. They hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like
Barbie.
Nobody knows.
Like Priscilla. You like to
This guy's talking jibber jabber. Nobody knows what the fucking blah 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 blah. Well, you're awake. You're awakened. You're awakened. What is this?
Krishma, when you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have proper kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Aleph Avecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Also says Aleph Avecha, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah. And you're yoitz. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yoitz. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly, you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us that halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosha holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have free of the kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the word l'daber bam comes to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. Says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you lengthen the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're money. Then Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives you arichas yom. Rabbi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment. If you say quickly, it might sound like a shema. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only key you have is to think in your head that Hakadosh Baruch Hu is one. In Shemayim in the Aretz and in the four ruchos. There's no Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to use that. So on his eyes, and you just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. Later on, Rabbi would repeat the entire Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over to Talmidim every single day, talk about Yitzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei Yitzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to master Yitzis Mitzrayim in the proper have a wonderful. Bracha is Daf Yudalid. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi that's entertaining, fun, Ishmat, with a lot of visual aids, search for our shir online on YouTube under Rabbi Shemish Daf Yomi or Eli Sagansky, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of brachas, over 1,000 views per shir. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. Says the Gemara, if you can do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you can do that in the middle of Halal, which Halal is only found in Kriya Shema. They're right, so although Halal is pursuing itself, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Halal Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Halal or on Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody, Bein HaPrakim. If between paragraphs and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a halal, like a Rosh Chodesh, Talmud, then you can say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. Rabbi didn't answer to Rabbi Shava was because he didn't think he was hush enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covet. In fact, in passing that in our days, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of halal, you're in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shiloh Meshet Mivnei HaChavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tightness of clicks, we're showing what tightness we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's usher to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a piyah on Hakadosh Baruch Hu. If you don't get to your friend, or you happen to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. Or your personal thing before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has been talking to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Hakadosh Baruch Hu isolates Rafa. Hakadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. From the same concept we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, so full of Torah, that they won't tell him any besut during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bein HaPrakim? The machlokes between the end of Shema, Emes, and V'yatziv. Is that considered between the Prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say alone. Why? Because you bring the pasuk Hashem Elokim Emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlokes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokim Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi, you must repeat it again. From the Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Gemara brings a very interesting Yatzif. She said, "Kol emes ve'emes tafsi lahai." This guy is grabbing onto every emes doing the wrong thing. Now look at it. Once you start the third parsha, that is by my reading, you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? That barely is the main soul of our you have to continue the whole parsha. It's not considered.
Yo, what up? What's good, son? How are you? Yo, dog, can you hear me? How's your day going? Do you speak English? How are you? Backbridge, how'd you find out about me, son? Fantasy football team going. Who's your favorite Supreme? Let's find out all about you, big dog. What's good, son? Do you speak English? If you don't, I can translate. Just let me know. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Sackridge. Sackridge, you slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? What's good, dog? Sackridge, we've been waiting on you. Everybody loves you, dog. Sackridge. Sackridge, are you there? Sackridge. 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 Dog. Sackridge. Everybody's been waiting on you. Dog. Sackridge. Sackridge, how you living, pimp? Did you dive in today? Did you study the daf? That's okay. No one cool did. Psych. I did both because I'm sick as fuck. Yo, dog, how are you? Sackridge. Remember that time they taught you in school? They're like, if somebody says hello to you, it's polite for you to say hello back. Is your microphone not working? That's cool. If it's not, blink twice if you need help. Are you slinging a dick like it's going out of style? What's good in the hood? Are you damn well near perfect? Dog, what's good? Sackridge, I like how you're like this in your picture. It's sick. Sackridge, did you know that I had an Israeli woman in here today and I thought she was a man? And I asked her if she had davened and she didn't know what I was talking about. And then I asked her where her tefillin was. And then she said, well, in Israel, we say tefillin. And I was like, well, that's cool, woman. Everywhere else, they say tefillin. And I was like, did you, where's your tefillin? And she's like, what tefillin? And I was like, the tefillin they gave you on your bar mitzvah. And she's like, I'm a woman. See, if you didn't know, we don't give tefillin to chicks. Anyway, I didn't know. She had a deep voice, but not so deep that I thought this woman was a boy and I was going to throw her out because I didn't think she was 18. But then it turned out that she was a 23-year-old woman. Anyway, Sackridge, what's good with you? I like your picture. You're like, hey, everybody, my name's Sackridge. I found out about Rabbi from Twitch. Did you find out about me from Twitch, dog? Sackridge, I'd love to tell you all about myself, but I'm not going to do my spiel unless you tell me that you're like there. Sackridge, are you there? I'll send you a message. I'll say hi. I'm sending you a message, Sackridge. Hi. I just sent you a message. Oh, dude, you're real. How are you? How are you? You can speak.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, well, here we go, Sackridge. Well, let me ask, did you find out about me from, how did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Oh, you found out about me from Kick. Okay, very cool. Do you not speak on a mic? Do you not speak? Nah. Okay, I totally get it. Let me tell you all about myself. Firstly, apologies for any spam that you may have gotten. Are you a streamer? I take it you're a lurker. Is that correct? You lurk, like you're just a viewer. Okay, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. My life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who thinks that data is very important, and I'm not the only one. The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum in 2018 as Earth's number one resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, my friend, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all very wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you become independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? When will that happen? Sooner rather than later, perhaps by the end of the year. I have over 20 simultaneous YouTube accounts going right now, and I've got a whole bunch of robots, some of which you've encountered. And the more and more people find out about me, the larger and larger my reach goes, and the more people who think what I'm doing is really cool. This is like a time capsule of human society. I am someone who talks about ending world use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to be able to help the less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How much do I make in a day? It varies. It's not a whole lot of money. How do I make money? I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Made some income from that. Additionally, I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, six-figure contracts, more than $30. It's enough. It's enough for me to be able to live my life. I talk about other things: anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, space elevators, things like space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like quantum computing. I talk about cryptocurrency. I talk about artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Uh, to be honest, it's good. I would like to lay like you and get money. Yeah, dog, it's the dream. Absolutely. Everybody just wants to be able to sit and do nothing and make money off of it. And also, you get to meet really interesting people. I could teach you how I do everything. You'll start earning money today. Not a whole lot, but you'd make at least a few cents. And like the extinction technology, people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the plane Ibex, which is a goat located in Spain, southern France. Fast forward year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is mind blowing. I think that it's really cool. And they also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think would be really interesting as well. And I look forward to being able to document. I talk about other things that may affect you, your friends, your family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, testosterone replacement therapy, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps cryogenics, things like, if you want, nootropics. But eventually you're going to be 120 years old or so if you want, and you're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been really wonderful, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is, if you want, this is with your consent. You can utilize something known as mind uploading, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner, and knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, we later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you is that you may have a future of digital immortality. How could you make money like me? Well, it's really multi-streaming, and so you need internet, which you already have, and you need like a computer or a phone or something, and then you need to create accounts. And so you create a YouTube account, a Twitch, a kill those, and then you link them together. And then when you go live on one platform, you go live on all of them, and it allows you to, instead of communicating on just one platform, you communicate on up to like 33 different platforms. And people give you donations, and people, like some of them, like Rumble, just pay you to stream. And then eventually you get big enough, and like one like Kick, a streaming partner like Kick, if you become a Kick partner, you make like up to like $16 an hour. So that's enough for you to basically live on. I have friends of mine from Kick who they've bought cars, multiple cars with what they've made on Kick, um, and they're able to buy new computers and things. So it's it's basically an uphill climb. But if you're interested, I can teach you everything that I know on how to do it. Why am I not on Kick? It's an excellent question, because I am the biggest spammer in the history of Kick. So I was on Kick, but I'm no longer on Kick. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. That's more accounts than anybody's ever created on Kick. And the reason why I have so many accounts is because I spam it. And so the people at Kick aren't big fans of mine. I shouldn't say that though. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick. He and I are friends on Discord. So, not everybody there hates me. But basically, if you break their terms and conditions, they will ban you. And I originally didn't break their terms and conditions, but I wasn't getting a lot of people watching me on there. So I figured, you know what? If I just make the decision to get banned on this platform by spamming people, well, I'll just spam people night and day. I'll create robots to do that for me, and then I'll get to meet really interesting people like you. I would have never met you, most likely, if I hadn't have spammed. If you don't have a lot of viewers, if you have like 2 to 3, do you still get money on Kick? No, you don't. Not on Kick. On Rumble and some other platforms you do. And Rumble has a thing, like if you put links in your um, profile and you get a certain amount of people watching you, then they'll pay you extra for that. Just like basically, things have changed, may have changed, but basically you need 75 followers, which is really easy to get. You need like 30 hours a week or something like that, and overall like something like 120 hours a month. and you need, this is the hard one, 100 simultaneous viewers. That's the tough one. So sometimes people buy the viewers when they're first starting out, so that they create a little bit of buzz and more people find out about what they do. You don't have to, but if you want to get known much more quickly and get to be a kick partner, that's what you would do. And on YouTube, you needed, years ago, you needed 1,000 followers, then you needed 2,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours, which is really difficult. And then I think that it's at like 10,000 followers now. But you can make money on YouTube. It's not easy, but you can do it. Rumble will start paying you right away. So there are some others as well. If you're interested, Bigo, also known as Bigo, they will give you a little bit of money to start streaming on there. They give you like little points, and then you can cash those points in for cash. Um, what else pays you to stream? Twitch does, but that's quite a tough route as well if you're just starting off. But you'll never be able to do this unless you start streaming. So the thing is, I mean, do you have a computer or just a phone? I'm sure you do. You're talking to me right now. So, and you have internet. So, yeah, yeah, PC. Okay, great. So if you have a PC, the first thing you have to do is say to yourself, am I really going to do this? Because it means that you've got to be dedicated to it. But if you do want to do it, there are ways to do it in an anonymous fashion. So, like, it seems like you want to stay anonymous, which is cool. So you can do that with voice changers, and you can wear masks. There are overlays that you can use. There are different filters you can use. You can just do an off-screen stream as well. You could stream yourself playing video games. But if you want to have the biggest impact, you're going to find all of the big streamers generally are characters, and they're real people. But there are some that use that are off screen, and they use like avatars. So you could do that. Um, and then if you want to talk, you can use voice changers. Or if you're fine with talk, like some people are fine having their voice on, but they just don't want to have their face on. That's absolutely fine too. You got to figure out what you want to do, and then you've got to say to yourself that there's a there's a future in this. The more and more we allow AI to grow, the less and less positions that there are going to be, including doctors and lawyers and all of those things. And once robotics get involved, mechanics and technicians, all of those positions are going to be taken. So influencer is one that can be done. And depending on your age, 50 years, you'll be a very wealthy person at the end. It's all about drive. How much a dog do you have in you? How much fortitude do you have? All right. Is there like a good remote job? I want to be a typist or something like audio transcriptionist. Yeah, there are those positions. So the best place to find those positions is through one of the career apps like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Monster, Career Builder, and you take your resume and put it through AI, get it really strong, and then it's a numbers game. The more positions to which you apply, the better opportunity you have to get them. And you just have to say to yourself, I'm going to apply until I get a position. Now, there are remote jobs available for that, but you have to understand that that kind of position isn't going to be around that much longer. It doesn't have really great long term um, opportunities because very soon AI really does all that already. And so for someone to go out and pay someone to do it isn't that isn't that financially beneficial to them anymore. However, something that is, and you can do remotely, is video editing, which is similar because a lot of times people want, what do you think of iPhone reselling? It just doesn't have um, a lot of profit. You can lose so easily by getting screwed on one iPhone. So let's say you buy 10 brand new iPhones or whatever. Okay, why do I want to buy your phone when I could just go to Best Buy or the AT&T store, buy it off of Amazon? And okay, you're like, okay, well, I don't have to buy new phones. What if I just buy people's old phones and I repair them and then I resell them? Okay, fine. But people can already get that. It's just known as a refurbished phone. And there are people out there who have certifications for that type of industry. And you can't make a lot of money on it. Meaning, you want something that you generate an hourly rate. So you want to make 20, 25, 30, $35 an hour. And with selling an iPhone, you're going to be fortunate if you make $100 on a sale on an iPhone and you might only sell a month, maybe. I mean, with eBay, it's really the big place where people do that. And then on top of negative review, it can hit your store. So you want to be really, um, people still buy, right? Yeah, but not usually from individuals anymore. It does happen, but it's just so many people have been screwed in that industry or going that route that if somebody wants to buy a refurbished phone, they're going to buy it from a certified refurbisher on Amazon. Now, if you want to go the route where you sell iPhones to your friends, okay, that's fine, but iPhones don't just come perfectly. Used iPhones usually have an issue. They need a new battery. They have a broken screen. They have perhaps software issues. Unless you really know how to repair them well, then it's not going to be very uh, profitable for you. Okay, am I always available? If I write to you on here, do you get notifications when I write to you? Because I don't, because you don't have TTS on YouTube. Okay, so I do have TTS on YouTube, but I have to restart it every single time, and it's really a pain. And I have to do it 22 different times live right now on 20 streams. So it's just too much pain for me to do it every time. You always send me a message. Again, it's like, it's a real pain, uh, and it doesn't always work. So just come in here. When I see you, I'll know to check my messages. There you go. Do I play video games? Absolutely. Miss Aquarius, the other person, and one of the others in here, she and I play games every night. We play a lot of mini games. Uh, I play Fortnite. I like Grand Theft Auto. I like Civilization. I like Age of Empires, Age of Kings, Age of Mythology. I like Sid Meier's Civilization. I like Madden. I like FIFA. I like college football. I like all sports games, basically. Um, what else do I like? I'm really excited for the new Grand Theft Auto. It'll be out in FIFA's amazing. It'll be out in like 6 months, well, less than nine, between 6 and 9 months. So that's a big deal. That's going to revolutionize things. How about you? Do you play video games? What do you play? Hope you become a trillionaire. Well, thank you so much. So sweet. I'm always here for you. So more than anything, more than being a trillionaire, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I want to give people hope.
So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? But who do you actually give that much money? Who will I actually give that much money? Every single person who's helped me along the way. So you have to understand, when I was a kid, everybody wanted to be millionaires. Today, everybody wants to be billionaires. In the future, people will want to be trillionaires. Yesterday's millionaire is today's billionaire, is tomorrow's trillionaire. And especially with inflation. So I'll be able to help. There are 1,900 people in this server or so. I'm going to help all of those people. And then we're going to go back and watch all of my streams going back for 3.5 years. And everybody with whom I've had any interaction, generally on this stream, I'm going to do my best to not just make a millionaire, not just make a billionaire, but make a trillionaire. Who will actually give me that much money? Well, you have to understand, data is the number one resource. So basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine or a petroleum mine of data. So basically, all I have to do is just wear a shirt. People pay me to that's I get sponsored to just wear cryptocurrency shirts. So I'll be able to wear Coca-Cola and Marlboro or Zins or Walmart or whatever. People pay me just to do plugs for them, to do ad reads. Really, endorsements. And I'm a different endorser than anybody else. I literally am live all the time. So no other company will just always have like a walking advertisement like they will with what I do. You remember Jishu Fovic? That's you. Well, amazing, dog. Well, make sure to remember that person. And yeah, it was a long time. All right, well, that's cool. I do remember that name to some extent. So you should know that you're on the list, my friend. Are you sure they will give you the money? Absolutely. All I do is watch podcasters who do live ad reads for people, and they tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars or even $1 million a year from that. Travis Kelsey, whose podcast New Heights no one listens to, I've never met anybody who's ever listened to it, made $90 million just in ad reads recently. It's very easy to just sit there and be like, Walmart's the best place to buy all your stuff. Next. Honda cars are amazing. Next. Blue Chew will give you a boner. Next. Where are you from? Yeah, I'm from the U.S. Word. That's correct. Hope you get the trillions this year. Yeah, same here, big dog. But I've got that dog in me. Every day, my motivation to do this grows. I never want to stop it. I love doing this. I love streaming my life.
I love learning with people. I love interacting with people. This is my favorite thing on earth to do. I would like to do it where I could go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars buying boats and stuff too, but I'd like to live stream that life as well. How much do you think will you make? Uh, at a certain point, the money doesn't matter, but I think probably quintillions. So that's like a million trillions. So not just quadrillions. Wait, no, it's not a million trillions. No, is it a million trillions? A, a quintillion. There's 125,000 in the world. Yeah, but you don't understand. That is not with inflation. With inflation, then that means that that's just like a quadrillion dollars. And if inflation gets to be runaway, especially when you get in the world of cryptocurrency, it very easily can happen. Then you're looking at quadrillions and quintillions. And that you know about as 125 trillion in the world. That doesn't include perhaps the price of real estate. Like no one owns the bottom of the ocean floor. There's real estate out there that is just still up for grabs. Man, I wish I bought Bitcoin 12 years ago. Yeah, I understand that. And then also, you've got to understand that there are other planets to explore. So that makes all kinds of new opportunities. There are new, moons and planets and even perhaps solar systems. So, like, if you want to think that there's 125 trillion dollars in the world, that's cool. I just think of things being in like a bigger world than that. Like, it doesn't just have to be here on Earth. Just like one asteroid, if we just do asteroid mining, could perhaps have more aluminum on it than all of the Earth. So your streams are going to be IRL live streams, buying car dealerships. Yeah, basically, and yachts, and traveling the world, and giving away money to people, and building schools, all that good stuff. So you've been streaming 5 years? No, I've been streaming for 4 years. Although I have like 4.5 years of content, so almost 5 years. But I don't say that because that's a little more than I want. But I am approaching my 4 year anniversary this fall, and I have about 3 months of data archived before that on SD cards. So basically, if you took all of my data 24/7, I've got like a little more than 4 years. Those I do now, and my robots just keep getting stronger and stronger, better and better, getting more people in here like you. And I I also like try different strategies.
So for like 6 months out of this year, I'd gone viral on a different platform, which is called Blue Sky. Basically, no one's ever heard of, but does have some influence. But they eventually were able to ban me really well, and so then Kick is the one that I do that's easiest for me. But Kick is full of bots, so it's like I spam somebody, and that's cool. But in reality, how many people are watching it? It's just not that many. So now what I've done is I've created robots on, on Twitch. Turn those clips are permanent, or I don't know. You have to manually delete them, and that's a lot of work. I just create clips of people, and it works really well. So you have to become viral to get all the money. Yeah, I mean, I need eyeballs and asses in the seats. They don't give you money with. I mean, you just don't do endorsements. You can't say that I get 100,000 people to watch me per stream. So once I'm able to do that, then the sky's the limit. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a matter of time, dog. So I just have to be patient. But when it happens, it's gonna be amazing. I won't forget you, big dog. Shout out to Sackbridge. Yeah, no, I understand. So if you want to do remote work, a really good place to do it or find out information about it is the subreddit remote jobs. They just post them there, and you'll be able to get any that you want basically. Scams. I mean, you got to take risks and see if they're reputable companies, and if they are, you go for it. Love you too, big dog. Take care. Hope to see you soon as well. Let me know if you need anything.
we love that garbage TV. And she fell in love with this show. This show is like basically their Jersey Shore. It's like this town somewhere. It's like I'm a parent a little bit, so when I hear it all the time, I just started picking it up. I started like I can pick up their accent and do their accent. So it's like so I want to say, I must be skilled.
Athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Rabbi says that you start, you say the beginning of the pasuk, and therefore that creates a chiyuv for you to finish, and that's why you finish this entire parsha of Vayom. Rabbi says that if you say the third parsha, then you're going to say,
Wait.
but if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say, Moedim anachnu lov Hashem, she'titzenu me'eretz Mitzrayim, you took us out of Mitzrayim, so you redeemed us from slavery, and you did tremendous things for us on the water, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha Moicha B'Elim Hashem, and then you continue from that point on, all the way to God Yisrael, and then you say Shemon Esrei. Shir Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema, O Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first, but the parsha Shema has three concepts.
There's athleticism.
The Lamed, the Lasos. It says in the pasuk, the Bar to Bam, that teaches us you have to learn Torah. The Lamed, that you teach others, Shinat Necha. And Lasos is to do, to take action, Shartam, put on Tefillin, Usaftim, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemayim. Vayim Shemayim only has the Lamed, which is the Matem, is Verechem, Daber Bam. The Lasos, again, Shartam, Usaftim. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do. Take action. But also let tzitzis to make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because the shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time and he was worried that he's going to miss his mind Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make birkas Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You could say there's no raya from there. That's because the reason why he did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema. So why we bring the story? We bring the story for a different reason. To say that you had a four-way machlokes. When do you say birkas Torah? From here you see the Rav said even on Mishnah. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah. These multiple moments, including Kriya Shema, tefillin, they can switch off. Once you come out of the grave, and he'll say, put on tefillin, Kriya Shema, and tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shmuel ben Barcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Machal Shemayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Machal Shemayim. The person says Kriya Shema without tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made in the Sheker, he's testifying both because in Kriya Shema it says you should wear tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah, which is Kittuna. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a carbon oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with it, or zvachim, without the sachim. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild'S daf is well. The Rebbe says if one wants to complete the process of Ol Machal Shemayim in its entirety, he should first clean his body. In other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then daven Shemona Esrei. Do all that as if you build a mizbeach, and you were mindful of the carbon on top of the mizbeach. Says Rabbi. Not only that, it says that you're titled in a mizbeach. This takes the first those who search for water before saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman, and you might miss the zman. That's on the other hand, if you look for water, the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parcel, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. So that go in reverse, make a U-turn and look for water. When you know there's water, you only quickly go up until a hill, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, he wasn't mashmiya la'adam. Tanakama, which is Yehuda, says Yaitza, and Rabbi Yaitzi says he's not good. It's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different prices and rights. And I'll try to make it very simple. In Maspana, we have Rishitas, 3 opinions. We have Mayor, who's the most likely. He said, don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different brachas. It's a lechatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ear, and you're good. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yoitzi, who said, even with the evidence, even after they have the middle sheet, which wasn't an Azariah, who happens to be Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Wasn't Azariah says, you are Yoitzi, only with the evidence. If you want to be Yoitzi Hafilo, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 sheets. How do these Rabbi Yoitzi says that you have to hear it in your ear because it says Shema. You must hear it. And they have your blood with a diary with the middle sheet up. You should have people hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're Yoitzi. Then we have a price that reads the person who's deaf, but he can speak. And he says a bracha on Truma. Only going to be heaven. That would be the only one to look for the diary. The big question in the sugi is how does Rabbi Yehuda fit in? You want to try to say that perhaps he says that for mayor, Yoitzi was not hearing it. Well, it's a sugi. It seems like Rabbi Yehuda holds that there's a Rabbi who loves the diary. You have it, Yoitzi. So this is right that says that your Yoitza, if you're deaf and speak, the Yoitza only the evidence of the Truma, the Rothschild'S, which is the Rabbanon, those are good for the evidence. There's another right when it comes to the deaf person who can speak. And that's true of God. He said that your Yoitza, even the Hachila, going according to his. And they have the halacha. Because that wasn't the very right. It says that you should not bench in your heart, but you should do so, but if you do it, you have your Yoitza. That would be what you love in the time. Finally, you have the case of Megillah. Megillah says that a cherish should and a public should not. The secret of Megillah think so, the cherish is so according to says that comes like a cherish, that Tefillah should not be amongst other people who kill him. If he did so, you're to the Evan. Even if the Evan, you're not guilty. If you know, 8 9 years old, then he's question has to be like the other. So that's so. Then the Gemara says that the Yoitzi hold by creation that you are not Yoitzi at all, even if you haven't. He could agree, like the Rabbanon, like the true one, the third, that you are Yoitzi in the heaven. Gemara says that just like a womb takes in Zerah, and then after the baby, so to a grave, takes in the dead, and we see it's amazing, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in, it's quiet, when it comes out, the baby comes out, there's a lot of emotion, screaming, celebration. So too, the flavor, the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of crying, when the body comes out alive, it's amazing, it's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for it's amazing in the Torah. It says the passage, just like a river to take a person out of his home and make him car, so to the ultimate medrash to take a person and take a virus and bring him into source. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriya Shema but he wasn't in darkness, what does that mean? All the words. And he learned that from the people house. Marvin's another like he said something down also it sounds like correct. And also just talking about this guru, which we call very much in this guru. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriya Shema, they will lower the temperature in Gehenna. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Safto, Sivo Tama, with the Havamina that perhaps you shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriya Shema. How to put on your tefillin, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with Kriya Shema. Where it says, no, that's only by a site that we take out all the instructions and just put the curses. So it says colors. And there's no clear shava between the site and our sugya because it says Sav Tam, which we see the Kama is wonderful.
Place in the game to be standing over your clothing. There's no place in the game to have violent gestures. That's not the game of football.
Rabbi is not designed. The Gemara tells us the Amir of Asi were building a chuppah for the friend of Allah getting married at him. Allah said, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back when I learn. Let's say this is a word. He must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. Is he holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha? Perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha a person knows better than the other two parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat it. Says the Mishnah, you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, they're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first positive Kriya Shema, they stop working and they concentrate on the first part, on the first positive. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. But when it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and not Shemona Esrei, where it's sturdy and they're not concerned between a worker who receives a salary for his work. One who receives a salary is a lot more careful with time and how he uses it. He shouldn't cause a loss in his boss. So therefore, when he got into an X-ray, you should only know that how he made it. It's a short X-ray where you see the first 3 droplets and the last 3 droplets, and everything in between is shortened to 3 or 4 words. Like you see in the picture, this is from a Siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas HaMazon, you only say 2 out of the 4 droplets. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is on the Rabbanan, not the same. When it comes to Birkas HaMazon, since it's only the Rabbanan, they don't even watch and say the bracha. Someone that works for his food should be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas HaMazon, and he shouldn't do it. As we learned at the beginning of the Masechta, basically mitzvah, patur min mitzvah. Somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says and from Uvilech Chavaderech we learn that a chassan is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a Basula. Therefore, he is punished from Kriya Shema, because he has a combination of 2 things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in the mitzvah, for instance, ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, he's chayiv in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take that preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Abel, lost a loved one, and he's preoccupied, then it's he's chayiv in all the mitzvahs. Person who marries an almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. You know, tells Rabbi himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be haven, and he was that anybody who's musaf, that has a chazak, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechaven during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not musaf, according to Rabbi, that's considered guy. He has holiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechaven." And Chacham say that he could say gardens. An Agal who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. That is in a time that the Isser of Chitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbanan. The first day is an Isser Deraisa, but the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, it's only Isser Rabbanan or Makbid when it came to an Isser. The person who loses a slave, you don't stand in the front of Babylon and say I'm from Menachem, and we don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Habrah. What do we say to somebody who loses a slave? We say Hamokim Yimalach Esroicha, like we do for any other object that one might lose. There's no espada that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was a Talmud Chacham, then you could say, Oy ish toiv v'ne'eman v'nehenem yigiyot. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham disagree. They say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Mr. or Abba or Ima, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a chashuv slave, and then you can give him that kind of. We only have 3 avos. Avram Yitzchak Yaakov. We have 4. We don't have any more. In other words, you can't go to the Shvatim Ruvain, one of her, but the chashivas is up to 3 avos and 4 imos. We're as careful with Kriya Shema. And Shemona Esrei says the Gemara will have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amirayim and the Tanaim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And the time permitting will go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava v'achva v'reis v'shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope. And we have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yitzur Tov, and we should wake up in the morning Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. So Yochanan used to say, Yiratzon v'nef Hashem Elokeinu, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use rachamim and ois and chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and hibusun osecha. Rav Zera would say, Yiratzon v'nef Hashem Elokeinu, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rabbi would say the thing that we say, long life, Chaim shel shalom, shel toiva, shel bracha, shel parnasa, shel tzatzamayis, Chaim shel ben yiraschei. We should have chuma, we should have wealth, we should have Havas Torah, Yerushalayim, and Chaim shel malalonos kol shalos levinu l'toiva. Rabbi would say, Yiratzon u'fonecha, shetatzilenu me'azi panim. A lot of people say that in the davening, me'azis panim, me'adam ro, me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. There's something amashkes, whether it's a guy or a non-guy. Even though Rebbe had guards, he'd still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow, Mirz Hashem, will continue with the rest of the tefillos. Have a wonderful day. Rochild's davening time, we're going to continue with the special davening that Tanoim and Roim inserted at the end of Dir Shemona Esrei. Safra would say, please put peace between the Malach and the Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Shema, for the people that learn Torah, for their sake, for their cover. Those who learn Torah Shalom Shema, they should have the same Torah of the Shema. According to one of the Alexandria used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're already putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. Or another, Shad Alexandria said, it's our will to do your will, but what's preventing us? So the Sahara and Shubit Malchiyah, the fact that we're in Gulf, please take those two things away and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, what we say on Yom Kippur by Vidui, like, hi, actually, it's starting to die. I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And the Yiratzon that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a bad woman and a bad guy. And this is what we say when you have a Tainus Yachad. You'd say, when we had a Mikdash, we'd be marked for Korbanos on the Mizbeach, and we only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This Tainus that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as a korban. Then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Tanoim and Rabbi used to say. Rabbi would say, when he finished Yoy, he says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. The famous song, Ashrim Nish, praiseworthy is a person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, but they said Nachas and creates a beautiful Nachas, the Creator, and he dies with a great name, reputation. Hashem, good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. But Meir would say, after working with those people, try to understand my ways. Etc. A person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart. You should always have Yerushalayim in front of your eyes. Guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act with the show with the hara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go here, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaritz, one good is that I'm learning Torah. I don't understand it as well as tomorrow. That's not true. The main focus, the intent, and the essence of it. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of scars that other person because you had the same intent. Rabbi used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Sahara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who's answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with goyim in the marketplace. The Lord brings a Rabbi Zakai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do ma'asim tovim and tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person who taught him the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. So we're talking about a different type of Lishma, a person who learns Torah. Shalom Lishma, the cantor, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better they shouldn't have been created. Rav says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other, there's not going to be competition, we're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question, if women don't learn Torah, how are they zocheh to Olam Haba, and how are they zocheh to protection from the Divine God? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, Dafei Yomi, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they share the Torah in Olam Haba. The Gemara brings a beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs of the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, should look
What up,
to
girl?
Torah,
How are you?
etc.
And I just met some cool people.
On
Bigger,
Big O?
big back at school.
Using the party thing?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you follow each other?
Yeah, they followed me to bag on my name tag on my back. I know my cake is coming. I hear my cake. Somebody called me. It hurt. Oh, God, I got to feel about that damn toe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go on my name. I got two. I got a back of the name. Down the name because one of them people in the box had gifted me. I ain't have none. I got a gift her. So sweet.
So have you followed them back on your main page yet?
No, I gotta go over there. How come I do that? My best friend had to go, not the one got married, but my other one, my first one. My first best friend. My second best friend. That's who get married. But my first best friend had college. College that's never been on phone.
And what it's able to do is detect objects like vehicles, persons, buildings, utilities,
Yeah, I'm about to go back over there.
trucks, gas tanks, diggers, solar panels, buses, probably more and probably more to come. But that's what it's out here because this technology is available right now. It has been available. And this is just the latest version of what's released today, January 2nd, 2021. And
So what you doing, Rabbi? Are Watching the game?
No, that'll be on later.
Disaster recovery monitoring.
I am.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Good.
You're good. I'm watching. I'm also perfecting my robots. I had somebody come in
Okay.
earlier today. They were really nice. All right, did you follow those people back?
What people back?
The people from Vigo.
I just told you, yes, I followed the host. I followed the people that followed me. But that girl didn't follow me back. Yes, I followed them back. Yes. I followed them, but I got to follow them back on my name too.
Okay.
On my
Have you followed anybody on TikTok? I know you said that you do it, but I don't know if it banned you for 24 hours. Not banned you, but like delayed you for 24 hours or just a few hours. How many people can you follow at once?
No. Because I haven't been on TikTok. I've been on Bigger.
All right, we'll try it on Kink now. You got work to do, girl.
No. There we go. Now. There we go. Following people. There we go. More funny. Mm-hmm. I can't follow no more. Alrighty.
What kind of cake did you? Okay, what kind of cake did you get?
My aunt got us this caramel cake we got but Sunday, and we don't eat it every day because we can't get a granddaddy cake every day. So we eating it for dinner because we had our lunch and we had a big lunch at McDonald's. So I'll eat the Chick-fil-A tomorrow. I'll sell it. So we go, okay, let's have cake. We can't get him a lot. If we get him a lot, so we got iron or something like that. He tends to go to the bathroom, and we do not want to clean up that mess.
Gotcha. Well, caramel cake sounds wonderful.
You never had it before?
Not that I know.
Caramel cake is good.
I like caramel.
You do?
Oh yeah. It's gotta be. It's up there with chocolate.
Yeah. Right? Give some more, yay. Let's go get you some more.
How many have you got now?
I got 58 followers right now.
All right. That's still good.
Yeah. Right. That was good. Go back and I was in my new account, so I ain't gonna. I'm like, so now when I do that, yeah. I will be right back, Rabbi. I'm not going nowhere. Just put myself on mute, okay?
Okie dokie.
So Alufeinu Misubalim, Alufeinu means our leaders assume the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that we make a bracha that be like David and show that they had bad advisors like Toitel and Doyeg, and we shouldn't have children that go up to there. Like the pasuk, Abirei Lev or who are these Abirei Lev? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim. They themselves, they don't need to come on Kaviyot because the world has come on Kaviyot. Or that the Khalila, the famous pastor, would come out and say anything but some boxer, some haruvim, where the entire world is sustained because of him. Another shot is that Abirei Lev is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gevinim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations, and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasio, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yontif, 30 days before Yontif, before Pesach, before Shoshana, even brings that a form of fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do true. They didn't become Gerim. The Gemara goes on to say that there's machlokes. Well, we know that you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you should do malacha. But if you're coming to Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act like Tam Chacham, is that is that considered or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a chassid, it doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He shouldn't do so. On the other side, you can say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job. That's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you can say everybody knows that he has a job. The reason why he's not working is exactly as a Malgaiva. And basically that finishes. Now we finish the second parak, and the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Mesa, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're called from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's machlokes in Gemara whether the the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, and we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi's Rabbi Ches. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called loig l'rush, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as we're going to see. So you're not going to walk 4 amas within the dead, or in a cemetery next to Kvarim, and say Kriya Shema, that was from Esther, you say Kaddish, the Hillah, etc. You're not allowed to hold the Sefer in your hand and read from the Sefer, says Tosfos, you're not allowed to even say Sefer Balpeh. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzis outside. It causes, if you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession, otherwise the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? If you do, says the Gemara, that it's as if you accompany Baruch himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead, and therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead. And it's also to be made, it's also to lean, meat, and drink wine. And you shouldn't test Rashi. You don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishana, not a bracha Freundah, according to other Rishana. It's also to make brachas, and it's also for other people to be mitzvah. And according to Rashi, others do with a bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could eat meat, you could drink wine, and the machlokes is whether or not you're chayav in koyim. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, he's placing a mitzvah, and therefore he's patur from all the mitzvahs of Kriyash Matfilin, Shemona Esrei, etc. The machlokes in the Gemara, what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's placing a mitzvah. But once he leaves the house, he's not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv to, there's no longer a plur to do other mitzvahs. When the Ravashi, you see by Avraham Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and sorrow was no longer in front of him, the Torah considers it as if sorrow was in front of him, he's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's patur from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the aray, the pallbearers? They are all patur from Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of the aray, they haven't had a chance to hold the aray yet. They are patur from Kriya Shema. The ones in the back, they already held onto the aray, they want to hold it again, they must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also basically mitzvah. If they have a chance to say the first pasuk, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Amakim Menachem, and using the words of comfort, that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in the Kriya Shema. What about those shomer, the people that watch the body, like in the Gemara, that they're watching them from mice? They are also considered basically mitzvah. If there are 2 of them, then one can go to the side.
And I get them back and I'll follow them back on
whether there are mice or not, that's concerned. According to one man, it is, and therefore, one should wash the body. According to another man, both of them should go to the side. Once my Kriya comes and say Kriya Shema. There's an isser to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat them with respect. And the same Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it in a sack and throw it on a donkey and take it to Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? We're talking about loig l'rush, now they're poking fun at a dead person. What does he understand? Comes out of my sponsor that a dead person can feel pain. Some say this is neshama feels the pain, but if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a mouth called Zuma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that. They know that he's coming up. Dead people can get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person who's nifter is a great Hashemah person, they will in fact announce that his arrival is nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Said the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi were wondering if their father who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, "What do you mean it's a positive? That people don't know anything." The other one, you didn't learn right shot. Mason is referring to the Rishayim. They're in this world. They're not concerned about that. Tzaddikim, even when they're dead, if they're still alive, but tzaddik is always concerned about and what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about Neom and Yoyada, that there's nobody like him in the first week of the second week of. The Gemara says perhaps he's final in the ice, he cut open the ice and was inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of the Beirav, which is the hardest Sefer, says Taisus, in one day, in one short winter day. Says the Gemara, an amazing story. There was once a chassid. Usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to review the Ba'ilai or review the Baba, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery. We're talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two young girls that were nifter. They were talking to each other. They said, "Let's fly around the world. Let's see what's going on." Says one, "I cannot fly. I'm buried in Machzel Shekanim in reeds." But Slav explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. Says, she tells her friend, "You go out there and tell me what you hear." And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants for Rabbi Rothschild'S in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second Revi'ah, and then comes the third Revi'ah 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Rabbi Rothschild', he planted in Rabbi Shniyah, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the midst of cars, and sure enough, he hears the two Rufai saying, "Let's go fly. I can't fly. I'm in Machzel Shekanim. So you come back and tell me." And she said, "I heard that whoever planted in the second Revi'ah, the Shitah point that he was going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made money and everybody else lost their crop." Says his wife, "How did you know to do this?" So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, "I know that your daughter was buried in Machzel Shekanim." Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery and he hears the Rufai saying, "Let's go fly around." And one Rufai said to the other, "I cannot fly because the live people are already saying they're making fun of my mother and she buried me with Machzel Shekanim." So you see that the dead do know. So the more perhaps somebody came, somebody was nifter, told her. Zahiri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, "Where's the money?" And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, "Tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup." And that's because she must have heard it from two mother mouths that an elder. He was that I know the shul used to take the money of the orphan, and he lived there, and people started making fun of his son's shul. He called him the son of the person that took money from the orphan, and he went to the Sephardim, and he sees that Levi there making a Shemayim, because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the shir, and he sees father as far as crying. Why you cry? Because you're going to be nifter soon. And in fact, in the money, upon you see that know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel, a person, they announced in the Shemayim way in advance, have a wonderful day. Racha is David Tess. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and was dragging on the graves, and he was told, "Like the rush, you're put fun at the death." It seems like Rabbi himself retracted. Rabbi says that the Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Tell the Ovid, Rabbi Yaakov, that I kept my promise. I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael." You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Moshe says, really care. Because Baruch wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov, so that Rabbi Yaakov could have a curse that took to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rat. It's either they don't care or they don't know. However, if you speak about a other chashul, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and he pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because the Baruch himself cares that he spoke about the chashul person. necessarily that the person heard it and knows that you said something about it. Shmuel Levi says that if you speak about the Chacham, even if the Chacham is in peace, in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about him will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Shmuel Levi, the Gemara says, Shmuel Levi says that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about Baruch Hu or other things that they put him in Nidu. They put him in Chayr excommunication. Rabbi says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kabbalah b'Mahalo says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair and the husband suspects her of having an affair and they give her to drink Maim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Guyaris and a Shukharis. That's what Kabbalah b'Mahalo holds. The fact that Shemayin HaKabbalah who were Gerim did it, gave Maim HaMa'arim, but the Guyaris says the Kabbalah b'Mahalo that was fake water, Sibon. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Midu. Says Rabbi Yehuda, that's not true. Kabbalah b'Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, could have been a Kabbalah b'Mahalo. It was, in fact, the Elazar ben Chanoy, who made fun of the concept of Netilas Yadayim, and they put him in Midu. In fact, when Elazar ben Chanoy died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Negus. Daitui Klapamala speaks, but probably according to Rabbi's way. Life such as Choni Mahago. Choni Mahago, his name is Choni Mahago because Choni sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. Wrong rain. So it rained really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben said, if you weren't Choni, that's not how you talk. You're speaking like your son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zecher Lekarban Pesach, take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben said, you deserve Chayra because people are going to touch him outside of Beis Hamikdash. But that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noyim, Rabbi Elazar held, or everybody holds, that in order to take a ticheres, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chopped it up into pieces and you want to put it back together with sand. Elazar holds it's tar. Some say it's not tar. Elazar tried to prove to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A pastor came out of Shemayim and said, Elazar is right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they put him to Nidu and he died in a chayr. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did Shmuel Levi say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmud Chacham, who was a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbim, the majority, Yachid against the Rabbim, and he fought really hard. And that is deserving of Chayra. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against a greater person, and that is deserving of Zidin. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to my Krishma. People might miss my Krishma, unless it's other Pasha like your Yosef. They took him out right before my Krishma. People listening to a hesped or Isaac mitzvah, it's like the rush. They go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Krishma, comes back in the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they could all say Krishma together. And the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, Harbei Chatasi, I've sinned a lot. When in front of me many, Echad Bini Elef, and you didn't even give me what I deserve, 1 out of 1,000. It says about you don't speak like that. That's you say Afkel Sultan. I think Afkel Sultan, you shouldn't talk like that because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater Einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying Amakim Menachem Eslim to the Aval. The outer row is not fucked up for Krishma. However, the Gemara qualifies and says the outer row can see, it can be heard. The Aval can hear him, so this part of the Nichum Avelim, he's called for Krishma. The Gemara brings a pasuk, Ein Chachma, Ve'ein Tuna, Ve'ein Eitel, the Neged Hashem. When it comes to Hashem, if somebody does Hashem and it's a full Hashem, there's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Nabbai. For instance, if a Chashav person is wearing shackles, even though they'll create a tremendous embarrassment, he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Whether those 2 different cases, why is shackles different in both cases? Well, as the Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanon were not guys or their Xera when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Pesach Pras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we were concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, with the Rabbanon, if you're on the way to be makkah, the basic pras for the covet of the other. Same thing for the covet to give proper honor to kings, even Deutsche kings, where it says that the Elazar Tzaddik, who was a kohen, would step over the coffin. Now, there's a halacha that if we say a tefach, there's a full tefach of hair between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have this tefach, maybe a large person in an aron or something, and if you don't have that tefach, that's meal. And in honor of the kings, we're not chayshish for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper, and in the time of the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry stones for the bathroom. And if a person's tzitzis rib not only has 3 tzitzis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a careless, which is a shus rabbanon, he can leave it on. Whenever we have the pasuk that says the salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're a kohen and you're a basic forest, you're an old person, and it's not in your honor to take care of it, you earn more money than it would take to give it back, you're positive. Why Shabbat is any different? The answer is it says the salamta, the special meal, dafka in these 3 cases. And another who's a kohen gadol. So he's another and a kohen gadol. Or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the cover face out, he does not become common. But if he's a mace mitzvah, they find a dead person who nobody's taking care of, then even a kohen gadol nazar should become common. Why Shabbat is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shabbat Kaisa by Milah and cover face out, and it wasn't said by Tumah having a wonderful day. Rothschild'S not love. Rabbi asked about why is it in the previous generations they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start being bitzar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learned Nizikin, says Rashi, Vakama, Vahutiva, Vasra. We learned Moshe, says Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin. He had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rav and Shmuel and Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tumah into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? Pshat is that in the previous generations they were moiser nefesh with kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example of what it means to be moiser nefesh with kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Ahava was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a karbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said is because her name was Muslim. It sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Mesiras Nefesh. He put oneself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says, Rabbi will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah, so that women going to be toilet and asking questions about tefillah. They ask, what about Yitzhara? The women appear to me like white geese. I don't have a Yitzhara. Rabbi would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason, so that women can stare at his beauty, and they can have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara B'Matzia says, they could be daily in Torah like him. They asked Rabbi, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Ali Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or Yitbul Aray, he's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. There's the water covers Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Aegis by Kefar will not be Nizai from an Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Kanim are Potter from Kriyishma and Tefillah. Even if the Kanim is the age of Kanim and Kriyishma, because we don't want this father to be worried about his son's Kriyishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and he can't schlep him to shul that early. Tefillin, the Kanim, we're concerned, won't have a good luck, a clean body. Women, as we know, are Potter from all mitzvahs as Seisha as Mangram. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriyishma is a specific time, in the morning, in the evening, they are Potter from Kriyishma. Women are Potter from Tefillin. And the Chiddush is that I would think Rachamim. Even though short answer is Erev, Oikim, Tzarayim, it's his man Grama, nevertheless, because of the Rachamim they're high. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? It's machlokes whether they are high with their Raisa or with their Rabbanon. The Rabbanon is high with their Raisa, it says, Zachar v'Shalom, Shalom v'Zachar. Whoever's high in keeping Shabbos is high in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only here the Rabbanon. Birkas Hamazon, they are high. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening and the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah sensation as like Rama. Nevertheless, they are high. The Gemara wanted to prove that perhaps Birkas Hamazon of a woman is a deraisa because she can be married to your husband. So the Gemara, that's not a raya, because in the same place it says that a chadad could be married to his father, and a chadad certainly is the Rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the Rabbanon, less than a severe satiating achila, and therefore the chadad can be married. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be married to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the Rabbanon. The Gemara says the Malach Ashar told her, "But it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't act, we shouldn't take pride, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael." Says, I told Klal Yisrael, say Birkas Hamazon, when after the Salat, if you're satiated, and they will mafia on themselves, and they say Birkas Hamazon, even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a kizayis like Rabbi Meir, that's why I show favoritism. Machlokes, the Mishnah says as follows: we know that about Kerry cannot learn Torah. Ezra was Masaka that had to be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's about Kerry? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Birkas Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamoitzi, and Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Maharif. Rabbi Yehuda says no. About Kerry, he must say Birkas Kriya Shema, he must say Hamoitzi, he says Birkas Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud with his mind. Machlokes from Rabbi and Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur, contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Ravina, it has the same effect. So why does about Kerry only think it? As if he's saying it, because when you're saying it at Har Sinai, not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. When there are Chisda, Hirur lav Kedibur. So if so, why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right. It doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be basic and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. That'll be a wonderful day. Rachel Dav Chabal, we learned that if you carry, you must say something midiraisa, such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon. He has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanon, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is midiraisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says the pasuk, "V'achalta," you eat b'savonta on your satiated, u'berachta, you say Birkas Hamazon. Birkas HaTorah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Kishem Hashem Ekra," I'm going to announce Hashem's name. And Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. It seems like that the Birkas Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before food, is only the Rabbanon, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kal Chaimer going in two directions, and one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. If you make Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And the same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make Birkas Hamoitzi before you eat. And the answer is, they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself, so you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have anoya. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into Chaya Olam. This brings you to Olam Haba. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned up until this point, that Kriya Shema is only with the Rabbanon. person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's the Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first Daf and brachas? The Shachtacha Kumecha teaches us you're supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says, no, Shachtacha Kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The time of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that a Bal Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So l'chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see l'chayra that it's only midrabanan, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because we're talking about the person that Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema, he already mentions Yitzis Mitzrayim. And Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatziv because it has Omach Shemayim and Yitzis Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. But Lazar says no. Kriya Shema is very right, so therefore if a person has a suffix whether he say Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shemona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says he should daven all day long. In other words, he can repeat the Shemona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halach. What about if a person knows that he says Shemona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shemona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shemona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shemona Esrei, all of a sudden he feels a punch on his chest. You realize, wait, I'm saying Slach Lona in the middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because, in reality, we should be saying Shemona Esrei weekday. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha, a regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he can finish it. Whereas a person who realized that he read the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is and he doesn't finish because he has no chiyuv to say. How about BK? Nevertheless, if a person comes in the shul, this is how often he comes in the shul, and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, what should he do? Well, it's about like this. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to the chazan gets to Moedim, then he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shemona Esrei while everybody counts and does Moedim, because then it looks like you don't agree to the Moedim. But according to Rav Hizda, he has to be able to finish his Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can take Kedusha by himself or not. So we the paskin that a person can take Kedusha by himself. The Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. So machlokes is whether you can stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yimei Rabbi according to Rabbi. Good. We don't pass an halacha like that. Place brings down that today we think about it. That's the question that it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in places and see the halacha. About Terry is served to learn Torah. How do we know it? From the context of Smuchim, since there's a pasuk in regard to Balkari that's next to the pasuk that says is served to learn Torah, so we make the connection. It's possible to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And in the Smuchim that the Tanakh learns, in this parsha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah is as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a Machasheva L'Zachaya, which you can keep alive, so we learn it, the Misa that she has, the Skila, we learn from a Behema. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Chaybi Yedorim because he doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim yet. When it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of Smuchim. It is machlokes a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife. He's allowed to marry his father's Nusa. If his father, if somebody's allowed to marry her. Or Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry her. And why? Because he learns from Smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Lo yikach ishes eishes aviv, v'lo yigali knafas aviv. Lo yigali, Rabbi Yehuda learns is talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a Zav, who's not about Keri, who saw Keri. Anida, that was toilet zera. And a woman, after relations, who had zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah, review the hold that they don't have to go to the mikvah. So mashma, it's only these three cases that review the hold, they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Keri without any side effects, any ziva, plita, etc., just a pure about Keri? Perhaps he holds, and he has to go to the mikvah. The part comes out and says no. At the end of the day, review the hold that about Keri is also to learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Bibus, Kriyashma, etc., he made them like Hilchas Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are D'Rabbanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Rachel Daf Chavei, the Gemara tells us that just like Matan Torah was given Be'imo, Be'ira, Be'resis, Be'zeya, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear, trepidation, trembling. Therefore, if one comes about to become but it wasn't his fault, he became a Zav, a Tzorah, while Anida and his thing, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes Tamei through Keri, which is an issue of Halus Rosh, there's actually 7 shitas here. The Tanakh says it's also for him to learn Torah at all. It came through Halus Rosh, and Torah is only the rest of the On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi Yehuda that says that Torah cannot become Tamei. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tumah Keri. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Yehuda. Fire is not Mekabel Tumah, Torah is not Mekabel Tumah. And then you have 5 shitas in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, and say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi Yossi that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, and Parish Mishnayos, you can learn Gemara. Then you have nothing but Hashem says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Baruch when it brings a puzzle. Rabbi Kiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say in Rabbi Kiva he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. Al Keri is possible to go into base Medrash. Rabbi Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, Al Keri to learn Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was machmir when he taught his Talmidim to his Toivel first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minhag in the world, passing like the 3 skated, like we just said, like Rav Yehuda Ben Beseir, that when it comes to Al Keri, you can learn Torah. The other one is like Rav Yosef, that in order to be over on Kalayim, he's makel. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant pita, wheat, soya, barley, and hartzan and grapes. Otherwise, you're not over on Kalayim. Whereas Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the chiyuv of Rashis, I guess, to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zibiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a Valkyrie, or he said they were mevatel the tefillah yadayim. Like we learned, Rav Chizah said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening Shemon Esrei Mitzvah or in time. The word tells us that Nocham Ishgamizu whispered to Rabbi Kiva this coming out. Rabbi Kiva whispered it to Ben Hazai, and Ben Hazai either announced it in public or he whispered it to his family. What's the halacha? That this new concept called Tishu Kavim, when one is toivel for a Keri, he doesn't necessarily have to go into a mikvah with 40 saw. He can pour upon himself 9 kavim, like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. That's what Siddur on the upper hold, that when it comes to Tishu Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you go into the mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah, and you can't pour the 40 on top of you. So Tishu Kavim is dafka pouring it on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? The tzad that it was announced in public. Because this tefillah of Keri caused a lot of Bidul Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah, or people were battling for food. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And if he said it in secret, it's because he didn't want to meet them to be with their wives like Karnagoyim, like children. So Yanni says when it comes to halacha of tefillah Mikla of Peri, some are Megal, some are Machmer. Those who are Machmer, they are going to have Arichas Yavim. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 halves of water, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 sauce? So the water was Chachamim made it together. It was a story. It was about to be over Navera, and the woman told him, if you're over Navera, we're going to have to look for a mikvah for 40 sauce, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chachamim said, you have to have our bottom sauce. But the Buddha holds that about Peri can be labeled the common meaning in Mayim Shuvim doesn't have to be rainwater, or business says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw of rainwater. But Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 kavim, so he could use it for carrying. So he told him, what do you mean? Rabbi Akiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he could use 9 kavim. But you're telling me, yes, I'm talking is considered like a sick person. He wasn't like so he was married. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the Gemara halachically. Nachman's plea was broken. So, according to people in Musha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because it's the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself carry, like an Chacham, could use 9 kavim. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be tribal at all. Ezra was masakin the tefillah for carry, and he said you have to go to the mikvah with 40 stuff. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the tumah came against his will? Abai says Ezra was also masakin something, and that's the 9th song, the 9th kav. And according to Rabbi, Ezra wasn't masakin that. That's Chachamim were masakin the 9th kav in such a case. Rabbi says lahalacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah, need 40 something. And the tumah comes against his will, blindness, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both hunter without anything, not even 9 something. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody that's teaching Torah and he's healthy or he's sick, when he brought it upon himself, he needs 40 saw. But if it happened against his will, he can teach with 9 saw. And some are mechulim, since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 saw. Some say that about Terry needs dafka, karka, has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like we mentioned before, to be like in a bathtub. For you to mention the words, we call Motan and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use according to Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim, doesn't necessarily need to be rainwater. The Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. The Prophet says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I use 9 kavim. Says Rabbi, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people.
No. What up, girl? How's life living in the promise?
Fucking shit.
Why is that?
Fuck Bibi Netanyahu.
All right, girl. Calm
Fuck
down.
Telephone.
All right, I understand. I get you. How are things going in your life? How are you?
Great. Very great.
Excellent. What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies, girl? What do you like to...
Don't call me girl, I'm a boy. I'm a guy.
Wait, so you are a guy?
Yes, I'm a special kind of guy.
All right. Did you have a mitzvah?
No, it was mission.
Okay, so you didn't have a bar mitzvah. All right. Are you in transition?
No, I am trans. I'm transgender.
Okay, you're transgender. Okay, I gotcha. All right, so that's a hobby. How's that been?
Great.
Okay, excellent. So were you a girl and now you're becoming a guy?
Yes.
Okay, well then you need tefillin. Tefillin. And you need
You
just
don't have to
tefillin and all of.
serve the multiple people in the idea.
Oh, so you have to serve an idea.
Because I class because I was in special education. Because I'm autistic.
All right, that's all right. So what do you like to do?
I love to draw fairies.
You love to draw furries. Okay, that's cool. So do you want to learn how to become a man?
I mean, I already know how to function, fight, and beat up whoever I need to beat up.
Do you know how to don tefillin? Tefillin? When you're bar mitzvah. So if you really want to be a man, then you get some tefillin, some kosher tefillin. But that's okay.
Actually, I'm a secular Jew. You know,
Yeah, you.
I'm practice.
Yeah, but that's cool. We'll let
Are you
5,000.
actually Rothschild?
Yeah, that's my name. And you've already made it clear
Are
that,
you like
that you
to
hate
the
me.
big Rothschild family?
Oh, we're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, 10,000 of us globally.
Can I have money? Can I have money?
I thought you
Please
didn't.
and bulk.
I thought you didn't need money. I thought you had everything that you needed.
No, I need money.
Okay, very well. So, are you on? You were a girl. Now you become, or you've become a boy. Do you date women?
I dated multiple women.
Hot.
Very.
Oh, good on you. And she knew about your whole transition and everything.
No, I was just gay.
Oh, okay, that's cool. And then you decided, you know what? Being a lesbian isn't good enough. I want to be a boy.
No, I'm just shitting.
Just shitting.
Yeah, I'm just talking shit. Okay.
So you snuck in there and you stole your friend's high school girlfriend. All right. Well, there are a lot of layers of this onion.
Let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all. Let me bench. Says more one more Allah for Rabbi.
Right.
So I will enforce people.
This
who want Allah
is
not
fuck.
like him.
This motherfucker says you got to do one thing and another thing, and then you guys are all over there, bathing in rainbows. No one knows what to do. I'll keep everybody in line. So, hey, Rabbi, in your halakhic opinion, what should this person be doing? Well, they should do whatever they want to do, but if they need to fill in, to fill in.
Rabbi's not going to do it. The person in the middle of translating, you realize he forgot. He's about 30. He doesn't just walk away from Shemon Esrei. Rather, he should finish off Shemon Esrei, but be the captain. He should show every single beginning and end that he got everything straight. If a person is about Torah, he's learning from a Torah, and he realizes that it's about Torah, he should away. And you just have the ability to turn it back to it besides 4 hours. First thing about it, you realize that down in the wild was way too. He's considered a hunter sinner. According to Rabbi, he was not after answering again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat this for answering again. The person has a medical condition. He has an uncontrollable bladder. So he must wait up leaking, and only then he continues with the gesture. Now, if he stop, for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire menstruation plan. But let's say he didn't stop long enough to feel menstruation. The best, good, and he doesn't have to repeat his diving. And now, this is stuff to figure it out. If a person needs to relieve himself and go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes, he can't hold it in, which is the time it takes to walk one parcel, and the kilos and 3 months, he must repeat his hard diving. So if he couldn't hold it in, according to Rashi, he can start his diving with Katila. What it says, Shmor Raglufal Kasher Telach or Base Only King. So what shot is, you should watch your body. You should be curious. You go down and Base Only King, so make sure you have a clean body. The Rashi, the other Madama says, be careful not to sin, don't be quite there, because then you'll have to bring 3 carbons and Base Only King to turn to this. The way to the don't bring a carbon like a fool, meaning a fool doesn't know why he's bringing a carbon. Perhaps he has to bring a chatos, and he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara, he won't have the right tshuva. The person is wearing tefillin shorosh, he has tefillin on his head. According to Rabbi, he can go relieve himself of Tana. And according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go for good. If this bathroom is a base of Kisei Kavua, meaning it's a permanent place, and there's a lot of waste everywhere those days, we're talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove your tefillin before you even approach the Kisei, 4 amas before you get there. Now, when you get there, that means you plug it according to you get hold your tefillin in your hand, and according to your kiva, you wrap it up in your clothing, and you hold your clothing. If it's actually say Arab, it's never used, so you don't need the 4 amas. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a base of Kisei Kavua, now you have to put it on a thing, you move away, 4 amas to that place. According to Shama, the wall separates the base of Kisei. Everybody's walking, it's a busy place. But chilling on the shelf, facing everybody else. The issue with that is snatch his book. He starts telling the story of what he's going to walk by on traffic and she told people, where's this boy that owes me money? That boy, obviously, he wasn't under that mirror when she died. He's so embarrassed that he threw himself off. Then on, they said, not to concern, Robin, becoming my church. And she was putting his foot in the inside part of the wall. It's fun, inside is quieter, and there's a lot of room. And they might think you fit in, right? That's because it's so. Therefore, it says, roll them up. You have to make the result. Don't come out of your hand at one time. Yacht has a yurt. The other is a shin on the sacred ocean. It's called shotgun. The name of the boat, that's special feature. This is all if you're going to wear your clothes afterwards. It's daytime run. But if it's night, this is the last time you're going to kill it. You're not allowed to hold it in your head. They don't put it in your bag. But that's the full bag. Then you have to make sure the full bag has one type of gear in it. That creates a new domain. The full bag is full empty. And then you can put the full bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never use it before the bag, then if it has less than a step out, you can put the filler on the ground, just like this fish jar, you can put it in and bring it into a room with it. But that body, not without food, but losing a slight amount of here and there, this places, because you don't need a full time of that situation. And this brings us to other days. The Lord tells us 2 different stories, and they both say the same thing. That Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Nachman, when they came, they approached the restroom, they would give their sefer of Agadah to the Talmidim. But they shmira of protection from a during davening, the Gemara tells us you're not allowed to hold your tefillin in your hand, you're not allowed to hold a knife or money in your hand. The Taz says this refers to everything. You're not allowed to hold anything in your hand because this will reduce your concentration during Shemona Esrei. You're not allowed to sleep with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body and it could bring a design to the tefillin. The concept of tznius, when one goes to the bathroom, even though nobody's in the room with them, if it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself to small time from the front and one time from the back. A woman, only one time from the back and nothing in the front. If a Beis Hakisa, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom, so there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of time on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore, you may hold your tefillin in your hand. Whereas in Beis Hakisa, alright, it's more harder than a Beis Hakisa could walk because the ground is very hard. I'm concerned that maybe there'll be excitements, something will splash on the leg, and you will have to wipe it down. And you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hand. The person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal. That's what this happens. He doesn't want to get up and build a meal. He goes to the restroom. He has guests and he's embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 hours, approximately 20 feet. And every time try to go to the bathroom, do this 4 times. Do it 10 times, 4 hours. It's much like this, whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table or you take off your tefillin by the table and put them on the table, that's the fun for the tefillin. Everybody agrees though that for Birkas Hamazon, you should wear your tefillin. Those days they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like Birkas Hamazon. If every person designated a pouch for tefillin bag, and he also puts tefillin in it, so that's 2 things. It's also to put money inside that bag. For the Bible, even if you never put a tefillin in, as long as he thought that it's for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside your tefillin bag. I mean, wonderful day. Roughly, in order to protect one's tefillin, you're allowed to put your tefillin between your mattress and your pillow or tucked above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But Allah is like Shmuel. To put your tefillin underneath your feet, that would be a complete disrespect to the tefillin, and that's awesome. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he say that Allah is like Shmuel, but he constantly that Allah is like Shmuel, so he told his Talmud Rabbi, go get my tefillin. When his Talmud Rabbi went to get his tefillin, he realized that the tefillin were below the pillow, not where Rabbi put his head, and that is why he went to the mikveh the night before. In other words, even in a situation of Ishtay Imay, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your pillow. If 2 people were undressed and they were below, beneath the blanket, how do they say Kriya Shema? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely awesome. If they're not facing each other, they're back to back, if it's his younger children, what exactly the age is, Machlokes Gemara, a girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's brother, his wife, or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's Machlokes in the price of whether you have to put a pizza with a talus, and he passes Shmuel that it's a mutter without the hafsek. And according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a difference between his wife and other people. His wife is mutter, Ishtay Imay, and other people is awesome. But there's no concern of Agavas, meaning rears. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered an erva, and therefore you take Kriya Shema even if they touch each other. The halacha is, in order, in a lot of mitzvahs, but in our precious colleague we're discussing, you should be standing up, making the bracha. If a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. If a person is unclothed and he's sitting, if it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have complete covering of his erva. But a woman, That here is considered, where it says it's also the hang your tefillah by the Ritzus on a peg. Of course, you're allowed to hang it by the actual peg, even though a single Torah would be also to hang by it. And this brings us to other things. If somebody is allowed, if during Shemon Esrei, says Shemon Esrei, allowed, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's davening, that also that shows that he doesn't have a runa that Hashem without it being loud. But if he's doing so because that's how it's Havana, then it's provided that he's not in public because other people have Shemon Esrei and he's disturbing them, that is also that's turning the secret. If somebody really raises his voice during Shemon Esrei, it's considered a Rabbi shepherd. If somebody burps or yawns during davening during Shemon Esrei, it's considered Gasei Ruach. He's the first type of a person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that good Simon Yaakov, the Gemara brings a story that Rabbi Zera, who had a sneezing issue, he had an allergy, and he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this halacha that if somebody sneezes during davening, it's considered Simon Yaakov. He said, this is worth more than all my Torah. Rabbi Hanina saw, witnessed that Rabbi burped, sneezed, he spit during davening, he yawned. So the Gemara explains, when he burped and yawned, that was not intentional, and therefore he's not considered a gas ruach. When he sneezed, that's considered a what we call today sneeze from his mouth, and that's a simple. When he spit, he didn't spit onto the ground because that's considered spitting in front of a king. So he spit into his clothing, and a person with dissonance, he could put it into his scarf, really in dissonance, he could spit it behind him, and if that doesn't work, then only he spits in front of him. Rabbi Yochanan, that is, the Rebbe, he used his garment to brush aloud during Shemon Esrei, and he also, when his talus fell off completely, would have returned it. It's also to put on your talus during Shemon Esrei. But when he yawned, he had manners. He put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his mouth. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, sneezing that has a smell to it. That is also, if you do it on purpose, that's considered a gasruach. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do so for davening? He must walk Daled Amos behind, wait until the smell clears, and then he continues from where he was this way. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha sort of forgiveness for what he's just done. He says, you understand that how embarrassed we are with Hayenu in our life. We say when we die, we will be we're going to be unbelievable. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's also to move from Hitler and Eretz Yisrael. Because it says, I will come and get you from Gaza. And Rabbi Abba held that it's mutter. So Rabbi Abba kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda. And Rabbi Abba said, before I go there to Yisrael, let me hear one more halacha. This is the halacha that he heard. You say this bracha, and you walk away, and he said, if I only came to hear this, it was worth it. If a person is in, let's say, a sleeping bag, and he's not dressed, he wants to say Kriya Shema, but it's too cold for him to poke his head out. Now you have an issue of before Royce Erba, ain't no Royce Erba, his eyes are Royce Erba, his eyes see Erba, so you make so you put some sort of cloth between your neck and the Erba, and that's enough. That's the most important amount that says the issue for Royce. That's an issue. But it doesn't work. Have a wonderful day. Roughly, the big man is not wearing anything from the waist soya waste on his hand. One of the time Bible says, the part of the body that's saying the drink of his word goes have to be clean. In other words, the mouth, according to Rabbi, this says the public, all that's my all my bones, all my limbs are saying praise. Therefore, every single part of it, if source of the smell is there, according to Rabbi, distance yourself 4 amas from the source, not so much of the smell. According to Rabbi, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. That point on, you have to distance yourself 4 amas. In the Brisa, one Brisa says, what kind of waste are we talking about? We're talking about human, dog, pig, and chicken waste. It says it's not really chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken food. According to Rabbi, the only time dog and pig waste are also the usual from them is when they are used to tan hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you can see the soya, it doesn't matter how far away it is from you. As long as you can see it, it's awesome to say Kriyash right in front of it. If it's 10 top of above or below you, then it's another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's the same Kriyash right in front of it. But when it comes to erba, if the glass separates from there, that doesn't give you a head there, because over there, it's still an erba. If you have a very small amount of soya kosher, all you do is cover it, is you spit on it with a thick spit. If the soya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the soya is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a take to whether or not you're allowed to say Krishma. Now the halacha is that even soya who's coming is underneath the tree. The tree is like the tent of the cover. So anybody that's further wants to leave the tree becomes covered. But if somebody that's far is underneath the tree, and the Mitzvah walks by the tree, the person that's far is far because it's not his domain. Says Rabbi, if so, the same thing applies to soya. In other words, if soya is moving by, then you are allowed to say Kriyashma. Only if it's stationary, it's also. Rabbi says no. When it comes to soya, the Rabbi says, you are need to be the proper place for Kriyashma. If you buy you, then at that moment, the Kaddish is also going to say Kriyashma. A reyach, a smell that doesn't have a source. For example, that the Shiva Bakr, they would sleep on toilets, but their friends would learn next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, doesn't really have full bodily function control, and it's possible that there's some sort of reyach smell that comes from the Bakr. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say Kriyashma. The person himself is the one that created that smell. He's not allowed to learn Torah. He will distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is Meraglayim or, let's say, apple juice? It's a suffix. So even if it's in a heap of trash, where typically there's a lot of soya and a lot of Meraglayim, it's good because this from the Raisa of the same Krishma in front of Meraglayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. But once it hits the ground, it's not under the Raisa. So therefore, a hundred wiring geyser if you have a suffix. However, when it comes to suffix, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or soya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's awesome. Why? Because in trash usually you find soya. If it's in the house, there's not like because the says typically don't find soya in your house. What is the shear? How remains in the suffix. If the merit line are in a regular leak, so it depends. What's their not if you put water in the leak first, and then you pour the merit line on top of the water, then the merit line becomes bottled drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become bottled. However, if the merit line were in the leak first, and you try to bottle with water, well, that's a machlokas whether culturally works when you need a reason. The other matter, Rabbi says though, it's exact opposite. If you put it in water before the merit line, then the machlokas whether you need a culture or a reason. But if the merit line were in there first, you certainly need a reason. And finally, for today, there's an Isser Tashmish that a house has, Sephira and Phil. You either remove the Sephira and Phil from the house, or you build them a Sephira and that's the five boards, but Sephira and Phil in a double wrapping, have a wonderful Rocha is Daf Chavav. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be in Ramat Shabbos, Shalom Zohar at my house, you're all invited. Nachal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzaya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom. But outside facing the new bathroom that was never been used, it's mutter. There's a type of bathroom called parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzaya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered sasom, is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra was misakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the Torah if a person is bakar. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this sugya earlier. A person is a zav gomer, he saw 2 re'iyos even in one day. Now he has to wait shiva nekiyim 7 clean days. During that time, he became a balkari. Now if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing. If a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was toilet, she emitted shishma zera, so she also has the tumah of carry. And then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamish, so the tashmish became tamei to carry, and then afterwards she became a nida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the Torah, review the set, since it doesn't help anyways, you are plucked. Now, the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mishamish and then becomes a nida, and that is if a person is a with that, we finish the 3rd parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadranalach, mishames. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shemona Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the Vasikim, they would daven Shemona Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shemona Esrei up until Chatzos. That's midday, and that's V'loy ad b'chal, up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours, choice maniyos, up until 4 hours, including the 4th hour. If somebody purposely, b'mezid, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets to daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv, he says 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, he'll say 2 Minchas. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say 2 Ma'ariv. The big Kiddush is a Mincha, because Mincha saying by 2 Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think Omer's Manoi, Batal Korbanoi, no. Since it's davening, it's Rachamin, you could say 2 Ma'ariv because you missed the Mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah, he gets sechar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get sechar for saying that tefillah is translation of that pasuk of Mu'uvas Le'uchel Miskoin is the Chesaron B'Cheluchal Limanos. The Gemara says that's referring to when people can say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go be with Bakar Chayla, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them. That's Chesaron Le'uchel Limanos. And with this, we come to Omid Beis. Above Omid Beis, if a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says 2 Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a different type of Shemon Esrei. It's the Shemon Esrei of Ma'ariv Shabbos. The issue is, the Indian is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemon Esrei should be a Shemon Esrei. It should have 18 brachas. And just Chacham said not to be matrilas, not to be matriachas, they made it less brachas. So therefore, if we say a weekday Shemon Esrei, we say Shabbos Shemon Esrei instead of a weekday Shemon Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the Mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Ma'ariv of Motzei Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemon Esrei. What do? You say 2 Shemon Esreis, 2 Ma'ariv, and the first one has Abdullah in it, and the second one does not. But you're saying first should be the one who first one is Ma'ariv. Say Ma'ariv. The second Shemon Esrei is Tashlumim.
Right.
What if you reverse it?
It's like a motherfucker like this. How would you do that? Sorry. Well, isn't it Torah? Only if you're a jackass. Sorry. Toyraa. Yes. Oh, fuck you all. Fucking losers. Only person who loves me is a transgender woman in Israel. Yes, it's a transgender man. Whatever. So, that motherfucker and I are gonna be best fucking friends. We're gonna have a condo on Rothschild Boulevard. Telling me, motherfucker. I gotta take a whiz. Yo, do you know how to be a man? You already know how to be a man. I can win the fight, dude. That's not what it's like to be a man. So fucking hating Dominic. That's what it is. I gotta piss, motherfuckers. I gotta take a whiz. I'm e-girl champion of the world. I was here. Yo, dog. Psych. Just did it. Who's this motherfucker? Never heard of that.
Ma'ariv. Lacha is he has to say a third one because he's not Yotzim. The kasha is that the Gemara brings down. We say that if a person says how he forgets to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemon Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's a kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemon Esrei. In that brayso we learned that if somebody forgets to say Mashav Baruch or the same Halal Water, he must repeat the Shemon Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have Shacharis Mincha time? The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on Elvis and Dutch. Rabbi Avinu, he instituted chakras, as it says, Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was mincha, it says, with Noisarim. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Vayolan Sham. Now, Rabbi Shmuel Levi says that it's based on the Avos, but they were so much they compared it to the Karbanos. Shachris is up until it's like the carbon cover that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours.
1964.
Mincha is from the time of Mincha Zoyla, meaning 6.5 hours in the day until the Erev. Rashi says Ata Sheikha. The word in Rashi means until it's Chavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazon Shishnas and everything before Shkia. With the Evid, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzitzik Yechavim. But the Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven the Yechidus before Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like the Talmud of the evening, which goes until the evening, which Yehuda says it's until Flag Mincha, halfway to Mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the varim of the oilah that you're marking on the mizbeach all through the night. What's Musaf? Musaf is actually Knesset Sandoila. They were misaking it, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long. Whereas Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours a day. You should hear all the Psuras Chayvos. Have a wonderful day.
That's what I would say then. You gonna do one of these? I'm gonna do them all. 2007 and 11 are these bitches. Sucks. You go out there and slay dick like a motherfucker. Why? Why not, baby? Slang it.
According to Rabbi Yehuda, all the Zmanim of Tefillah are Hadvad.
Yo, dog, did you know that when you go ba 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 ba, everybody's like,
that means including all of the 4th hour. Doesn't mean until the end of the 3rd.
no one gives a fuck. I wish I could tell all these rabbis that. Dog,
The first part of Flag Mincha, which means
dude.
let's talk about
Is this bitch started?
We have take the daylight hour.
Yo, dog.
And divide them
Isaiah Pacheco, I hope you fucking tear your fucking ACL. You cunt. You motherfucker.
Or Mincha is a half an hour at Chatzos. So it's 6.5 hours.
Oh, dude, if that's the fucker.
Is 9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight, or 2.5 hours before the night. You take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in half. That's Flag Mincha. According to Yehuda, you can say Mincha, without Mincha, first portion.
So we don't have anybody in this game.
In other words,
we don't care one way or another.
Before nightfall is when
everyone in the stadium is nuked right now. Fuck.
And the entire
really?
part of that flag. Most of the Kohen
didn't care about
goes all the way to the 7th hour. Therefore, there's a situation where a person has tefillas in front of him. He has mincha because we said that mincha doila starts at 6.5 hours. And he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first?
Nobody's playing in this game.
It says daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire. You can't daven it past the end of the 7th hour. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda testified 5 things in the Septuagint. And we guys can like the Septuagint. One of them is that we teach a Tana whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon. In order that
is that Pacheco?
Be hefker. In certain situations, we teach her to do meal. That is to say that she wants to engage the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where 2 sisters, including this Tana, married to a brother, and her older sister was married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she fought the evil.
It's the last bit of control when it is concerned over the system
the younger one, and she'll be
Ooh. That motherfucker got fucked up.
On the heat of the water, he's testifying that her husband died.
worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make a life.
Right.
I know it doesn't matter if you believe the
That's
people
good.
disposable.
No point for it.
I'll be Riyadh. I'll be Riyadh. Go
That drives 4 hours.
Slide.
4 hours.
Slide.
And that's why customers, having chocolate 4 hours a day. Except you did an early Shabbos when we told today, after the class, but he holds up the that flag is the end of the day. After the flag is already night.
They have one fan that Asian and he gets paid to be their fan. He also goes to other games and speaks to people.
Beautiful goes all the way to the people. And whoever does, the matter of us, any way, it's entire congregation down
Okay. Alright, so who do we want? Let's got a lot of players in this game. I want this plastic stuff and stuff. Wow, that guy is hot. I didn't even let that guy look at my phone. I could average 1.6 points per fantasy week. Come on. Yeah. I said what? I said not that. Yeah. But it was cool. Then being cool. Alright. So who do you want to win? I just actually want low points. Stop ringing.
The name of Rabbi said that particular four, and in Shabbos, the tefillah of Shabbos, later Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says what is that? It happens to be one of the tefillah, there was a fun. And it wasn't because the listeners were the lovers of it. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos. On Shabbos, rather Shabbos, unlovely Shabbos.
Why could that not be Isaac Pacheco?
Later is obviously the active dominance or not.
Run that bitch in. Actually, that'd be really good. That would be really good. Alright. Run the ball. Oh, I would have thrown. I would have scored. I could have scored by throwing or running. But these bad boys do that. Right.
I can't argue with it. He's alive, I'm alive. I can argue with it.
Third mate. Run ball. Run, just hurry. Run it into the fucking end zone, dog. Run it. Run. Dude, stop. A throwing pass would be fine. Flag. Right, just to Herbert.
33. Just run the ball in, dog. I would run it in. I would run it in. Or QB draw. I hate draws. Throw it. Run it. Okay, that's all right. Flag, dog. Bring it back. I said now, lady. Peter. Who is that? Who is that? I said my lady. Yeah. The reading went from 11 to 10? How did that happen? Dude, they fuck. They're saying Ray was going to get 141 points. Oh shit, because he's got that guy. Wait, that's not funny. The tickets started Trevor Lawrence. Shit. Where are you going, Brad Flowers? Loser. This commercial sucks. Oh, this woman is the worst. She's terrible. She sucks. Worse. Oh, this motherfucker's still talking. Blah, 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 blah. Then there's this book. It's super fucking long. Nobody gives a flying fuck about it. Really? Worst book ever. It's just one book. Fuck no. Should be like this. What is this bullshit? If he says buttering my bread, he's gonna say it like 1,000 more times in this fucking episode. What's this bitch? It's gonna suck. Is this Bride of Chucky? No, it's Conjuring Last Rites. Well, no one gives a flying fuck. Doo-dah, doo-dah. No one gives a flying fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Yo, dog. Save that clip. Motherfucker, West Side. Content. King of content. King of the internet. Cody. Come on, you little bitch. It's the worst. Hey, we're in South Hollow. No one knows about football here. Sucks. This motherfucker's the worst. I've seen this stream. It's terrible. Absolute dog shit. Worst stream ever. Worst signal is dick, girl. Just save the fucking clip. Just 1 second. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Don't tell me what I need to watch. Mahomes, your wife is a pushover. This. Dog, they should have a thing. Who's playing in a game? Oh, Chiefs. Oh, so let's fuck up the Chiefs. Get him. Get him.
stuff. Put his ass on the ground. Alright, so we want the Chiefs to lose. We want the Chiefs to lose by a lot. And then we want
He's Taylor win. He's gonna do a royal win. That's all we got. That's all we got. It might be the last thing before the year's out.
we want the Chiefs to lose. We want the Chiefs to lose. We want the Chiefs to lose. By fucking lot. By fucking lot. By fucking lot. We want the Chiefs to lose. By fucking lot.
And it might be the final story they're going to tell you before they put you in jail.
We want the Chiefs to lose. To God. To God. We want the Chiefs to lose. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, oh, no. You need to go. We want the Chiefs to lose. And she wants to take a fucking get hurt. He's questionable for the rest of the year. Like, out. Out for the year.
The hat is also removed. We're going to put a witch hat or something for Halloween. And then before that, starts. In October, I am happy for Taylor to draft the goal. This episode has it. Like other ones. I am actually happy. I am happy.
This is the worst.
I hope that
Worst.
because at the end of the day,
Could be one offense. Worst.
the country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people deeply invested.
Get this motherfucker.
This is the last one.
Jacob sucks.
It's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be
Get
another
him.
star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care as much about.
Oh, he's down.
Part of an old system.
Motherfucker is down.
She's one of the last people that we've watched go from a young person to watch her grow up, and she's become one of the most successful people in the world. It's not going to happen. Or you know that. She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last true stars that we've shot up into the stratosphere, and we live vicariously through her. Her life is our life. Her love is our love. She's one of the last true stars. Deserved? Who cares? Fucking grow up.
Oh, stop it. No way. No way. Worst as ever. Oh, Xavier Ward? Actually, that's good. All the guys need to be hurt.
Saudi Arabia, October 8th. October 8th. The day after, October 7th. Which is funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned, by the way. It's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh, at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr al-Shadi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr al-Shadi. I'm not pronouncing that correctly. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East.
Excellent job. Let's go, Chargers. So this is the first time everybody ever said that. That was terrible. Let's go Chargers. Let's go Chargers. No one's ever uttered those words, kids. No one's ever cheered for the Chargers, the Texans, the Panthers, Jacksonville, the Browns. No one. Worst ever. Yeah, then go for again. Worst dream ever. Worst dream ever. Worst dream ever. Worst dream ever. How you like it now? 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 The thing is here. For this legacy. What it is, folks. Just politics. Are you fucking serious? Alright, go at like 1,000 miles. Throw it.
his mouth. He went out to bars, and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is
Everybody injured their potato. Everybody injured their potato. Everybody injured their potato. Everybody injured their potato.
Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, and it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe it'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist Part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go every day. Every goddamn day. Thiel 57 offers thoughts on how his Christian faith and understanding of the world, including areas of theology, part of in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudis in for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying. It's $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. What are they doing? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence. And people don't do anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm in a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting him with that, that big stick, I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of wood, it kind of snaps back, it's perfect for a game. I see someone get it, I will look the other way, okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're trying to get a hand up, and that's interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it.
I know where there's a link section.
Kind of sanitary way, but for my courage, you know, if they're trying to get it, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing it,
that's a live ball.
I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over,
I would challenge it.
The other way.
I would challenge it.
Because I'm being paid
That
money
bitch.
to look the
Are
other
you
way.
fucking
What
serious?
don't you understand?
Jim
What is so
Harbaugh
complicated?
sucks.
I'm the only honest person that's going to do it. Everyone else is going to have a million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive.
That's a fucking catch, dog.
We're trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to care about what they do in their country.
That's a catch.
It's very simple. It's
I think that's a catch.
lots of money. I
Dude,
will
that's a
not
catch.
comment on what's going on. In
Jim
fact,
Harbaugh sucks. That's why they give you the challenge.
and it's something that I really disagree with is happening. The more money you pay me, the less I'm going to do. Truly,
Sucks.
this really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm
He sucks top.
the other way.
Worst
If you're
person
in a
ever.
country and you don't agree, because what's the other option? We are going to have to go
Yo,
to all
dog.
these countries and make them be Americans.
Get your shit together, son. That was an interception.
That's not gonna happen.
Interception.
That's not going to happen.
I'll just so glad I didn't take Kevin home. He sucks.
All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably, like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things
Let's
are
go
not happening
Chargers.
are.
The second time it's ever been said, uttered by anybody.
I believe in ignoring the
Well,
street. I will sleep so
just politicking. Yo, destroying. You are a dick rider.
sleep through the screams. Sleep through the screams.
Huge dick rider.
Google it. You know what happened there, and it's fun. Folks, mind your own business. My beeswax used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Okay.
Go baby, go baby, go baby.
What the
Oh, he fumbled. Good job.
is that there's your beeswax and everyone else's beeswax. It's not my problem. If you want people to like you, you give them lots of money.
Great play.
I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listen to this, they're angry or they're disagreeing with me. And that's okay, you're allowed to do both. You're allowed to do all. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be such a model citizen. Let me tell you.
Chargers.
My answer, will you be seeing through
Let's
it?
go
The crime is
Chargers.
about
Let's go Chargers.
does.
Terrible
Okay.
thing.
I feel I will feel safe and warm. I believe in
Worst
luxury. A lot of people don't,
stream
and I always have. I
ever.
believe in the ability of the society to treat me. I'm gonna say something and people aren't gonna like it. If you think
That's okay. Everybody sucks.
proud of what they built, you're crazy.
Come on, Chargers.
You're literally
Boy.
crazy. You're literally nuts. There are so many
I don't even know if we want to score. Keep the score low. Keep the score low.
when you look at something beautiful, even if you
Like that Shane Shawn in the back.
or kill people you know. I'm using the word slave, not even knowing, but I'm using it only because people.
They don't even do Dale
I haven't
right.
looked into it, and I won't. But I don't even.
How don't you fuckers know how to do Dale? That's like your shit, dog. I could imagine they would be like, Jesus Christ. A Dale? That's your shit. Throw it. I don't even. I think, I don't know. I guess it's good if we do. Right. I don't really know. I don't think it matters all that fucking much. So what do you want to happen, big dog? I want to have the best chance of winning, so let's have Lee Beckton, Lake Dawson. Oh, are you fucking serious?
For $0, the threat that I won't get a sitcom on ABC Family.
What is this
I'm
bullshit?
supposed to go out and defend this genocide because maybe I won't be on ABC Family. I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, you bum? Where the fuck's the money? Of course Israel's doing a horrible thing. And I'm going to call it
Let's go Chargers.
because you're genociding people in front of my face.
Yeah, nobody doing stuff like that.
Okay? But what these people are doing seems to be less public. So, my friend's mother used to sell us drugs.
Why do all these referees sort of have southern accents? Oh, but number 30, offense, 15-yard penalty, first down, fourth down, repeat, second down.
She was a young girl. She never shared her drugs around. She would buy a blues farm, think of wine, married by a tree.
So this motherfucker get me oxygen?
And then she'd go and get this blues farm wine, drink, and then she said she'd go back to the bonfire and she'd feel warm, and she would sway, but she wouldn't share her blues farm wine. And then she would bury it under a tree and then drink it. You see what I mean here? Do you get it? You see what I'm
Go, baby.
talking about?
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, 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 go. Oh, it's flopped.
My point is, yeah, they got blues farm wine under a tree. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. They're digging the wine up. They're drinking it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, it's none of my beeswax. I hope everything's beautiful and good for all. But I'm telling you right now, big mistake. We should have had the Tel Aviv Comedy Festival. And they go over there and I go like, listen, it's human shields. Hamas is stealing the food or whatever. They're fucking talking nonsense for the last 9 months. We're all supposed to believe whatever. I go, release them. And this is what it's about, hostages. It's not about whether it's greater Israel. Stop. Why would you say Epstein was in the Messiah? What are you talking about? He had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert who had $2 billion. He was friends with him. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money. What are you nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, I said I don't see it. If I was a I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people. I would. I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people to stay at and enjoy. If I was a slave, not a slave. But if I was a slave, and I had a chance to make a beautiful happy. Life is a whole different. It's a whole thing. Life. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're not letting people in COPD. I believe.
So no one gives a shit about your COPD. They care about the Chiefs losing. Let's go Chargers. Oh, what is this bullshit?
Incredibly soft, breathable, and temperature regulated. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. You are going to love the everywhere pant. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing absolutely nothing.
You don't have kids, dog.
Clean cut, stretch. With you, it's so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hooked. Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep trial. Take your warranty, try and wear them up. Or send it back, but trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com. Use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. Cozy, and it's your Lucy. Let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always check out
tobacco-free Lucy breakers or nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a
What in
capsule.
the
Fully
fuck?
broken, hoping to release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to Lucy.com. Age verified. It contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Because they deserve to laugh. And somehow making the license worse, which is very possible.
Might be the worst draw I've ever seen.
Reverse the progress
I could
that
draw it better.
countries made if they actually take
What
it
route
back.
are you running,
Very
son?
possible. Actually, problem. If we got the license to treat people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, like, you gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money. You gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago.
Dicker the kicker. Dicker the kicker. Amazing. Make your fucking kick. Make your
I'm not saying
fucking
they
kick.
weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of
What
money.
is this
and I'm very
bullshit?
honored to and happy to do it. I'm grateful that I was asked to do it.
Dragon Messiah.
And my response
Cool.
to the criticism is like, fuck off. Because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing this.
Just a
people that
second.
love all these migrants.
Took a hold. Content is intended for certain values. No one gives a flying fuck about me.
Did he fucking make this? Yo, how you living, man?
My point is this. Omar Fattah or whatever. My point is this. So you're
Black
okay
hat?
with all these people coming into America, but
Yo,
we can't go
yo.
entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that wacky? Or you're just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Bubba. This Taylor Swift.
They got a sports fumble.
So many people are excited about this wedding. What do you want about Swift? Say what you want about this woman. What human being can have. That line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women.
Shut up. CNN thing again?
Styles, okay? The sick cat.
Shut up. They shut the shit down because nobody ordered it.
Crazy psychopaths who follow this woman
CNN All Access.
terrify me more
Sucks.
than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. the disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice
Duncan.
gal,
Suck.
probably not.
Sheldon High School.
I've actually heard she's
Suck.
not as nice as you come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I know hate.
Everything
No
sucks.
one gets to Taylor Swift's level.
Get him.
Anything is nice. How dumb are you?
That would be cool if you took it all the way.
Nice.
That'd be good to go.
What I'm saying is this.
Yo, YouTube flashback.
The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life, her engagement is their engagement. Her success
I
is
Sanat.
their success. The soundtrack of her life
Hey everybody,
is the
I am Prime.
soundtrack to their life.
Cool story, bro.
Those women need to have burkas on them now.
Hollywood Brown.
Sorry.
He's not starting for anybody.
If you believe
Isaac
the Taylor
Pacheco.
Swift song is talking to you,
Stop.
you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious bias. And by the way,
He
this
has
is
Pat
only
Mahomes
for
and Isaac
375, and
Pacheco.
they gave me 5. I tried to get 5. I had an agent trying to get 5. Imagine what it would have done for 5. But let's be serious for a minute.
That
Alright,
was
blow
one.
this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's giving out burgers as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him or him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help.
These people.
They need help.
You mean Swifties?
I'm telling you. Taylor Swift.
Oh, don't give it to Pacheco.
Is incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. It's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country. Not great. We've fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country, and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit, full of nostalgia, because we pray every day for comet to wipe us out, because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a spore. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. They're supposed to actually get older. They're supposed to be running
Oh, you get
around
up.
in your mid-30s at my party.
You know, you need to have like a big showing when he's ever been in his life.
Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers. On social media, they're actually having sex with their mothers. On social media. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time on some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking up. Something's up. CBS News here. Yes,
Okay.
Virgin police.
Burka. 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 Burka.
Oh, what is this bullshit? Look at this athleticism. 3, 4. Burka. 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 Come on, you little bitch. Oh, great job. God, this thing needs to fucking update. You need push information, baby. No, let fuck this. New times financial. Stop him. Stop him. Dude, that's not a thing. Burka. Get him. Oh. End his career. Double. Jesus Christ. Fucking.
restaurants and places that poison us. Should we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body? We want to make sure that the values of the slop line ours.
Stop him.
Because there's nothing culturally in this country anymore that we've destroyed it.
Daunting.
It's, gotten to the point where, like, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success. Not one thing that makes more sense. Order McDonald's West Times on Broadway. Who no one really knows this one actually. Does something on stage every night, 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. Shows closed if you miss it, didn't see him. So she does so spectacular. But again, the show closes early because people they want to see Trish Paytas and chicken nugget. And I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas, but this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says this story that she's mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish would compare herself to much McDonald's, or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we see someone who's really good at something, we're almost mad at it because we don't like it and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be and go. We don't want to jump and go, what's that like? That's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's like, before they get out of love or whatever. It's like, and I had a friend tell me, they were like, all the men that she was with before,
Get him. Get him. Let's go Chargers. The third time it's ever been said, kid. George Buckner.
What else could you want? But it's never enough.
Get there.
The stage of decline
I don't
in
know.
society, it is never enough. It's with chin out of the album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society. And Taylor's like, it's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectrum, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or and their failures and their trials. It is really something I never understood. I've had friends who go that route. What I'm saying is that I never understood it. With someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself. Shouldn't you care about you a little bit? How about do the Saudi Arabian? I call them if I don't care about me. slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built, because this is the next one. This is the next moment of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses and the sea turns red. But that's the whole thing. We need, as society, I mean, your best album, like they get married and dies immediately, is your best album. Then I'll listen. And then a horrible, heinous accident where it was a closed casket because she got mangled. That's her best album. He was gone, he's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. She went for it plainly, and she's not mangled. I imagine that's kind of the song. He was mangled in an accident. And his face was so strange. So we closed the casket. Now I'm alone again. I'm not bored. Thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. He was mangled in an accident. I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever shit. And the first beat was like a lion. The beat was like a calf. And the third beat in the face was like a lion. I can't read all the Revelation now. What I'm saying is that someone's got to read the whole book of Revelation. We're going to read ads. But what I'm saying is that this is huge. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shootings. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this. Drones love to like weave through hallways, raging through fake school shooters. Phenomenal. Wow. Founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel. This is the future of school safety. This is how it would work. Allow to work for school or the company and drones for teaching basic stuff has been deployed. These drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin. Translated to school and police. But do not pretend it's just suspect or dummy in this demo. Pepper rounds and directed at smartphones on the ground. Yeah, so can you imagine, by the way, these three guys in Austin, VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter before. We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of, like, registered guns. Which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming anyway. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. And I mean, I know it's nice to have your gun, protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun, but who knows? Could this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just now you need two school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis, and it's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here. Probably with this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger, all these home invasions, won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. There's a bunch of mentally ill people and they're criminals, and then these policies happen, and then tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves children's school. So, robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. The drone, policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. And again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets.
There you are.
Dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on.
What's this?
Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone.
Just one moment. I have to turn off all my devices. I wouldn't do this for everybody.
So do you speak Hebrew?
A little bit, but it's biblical. All right. So, do you celebrate Shabbat at all?
Celebrate what?
Do you celebrate Shabbat at all? Do you like candles or anything?
What do you call it?
Shabbat? Shabbos?
Shabbat?
Yeah.
Shabbat?
Yeah. The Sabbath?
No, I don't keep Shabbat.
That's okay. No,
Actually,
no big deal. So what do you like to do?
I like evoking demons. Okay, I have a question for you. Do you know the planet Saturn?
Yeah, I know. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think there is something special about Saturn?
Yeah, I do a lot.
What's special about it?
Well, I think it has more moons than any other planet, which is important. It's got the ring, which is important. Historically, it has been seen in the light of being evil, perhaps based like traditionally in some types of beliefs like Satan. That's kind of
Saturn has a hexagon,
yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, at the top, exactly. Which is quite.
It's very interesting.
It is. Let's learn all about that hexagon on Saturn. It is very interesting. So I like to use artificial intelligence to enhance my knowledge on things. So just one moment. Please give me a rundown, bullet points, as to everything that's known about the hexagon on Saturn. All right, here we go. It's a persistent hexagon-shaped cloud pattern located at Saturn's north pole. It was first discovered by NASA's Voyager spacecraft in the early 1980s. It was later studied in detail by the Cassini mission from 2004 to 2017. It's roughly 30,000 kilometers or 20,000 miles wide across to fit about 4 Earths across, large enough to fit about 4 Earths across. Each side of the hexagon is about 14,000 kilometers long. Nature of the structure. It's not a solid object, but a jet stream in Saturn's atmosphere. The hexagon is formed by high speed flowing eastward around the pole. Winds reach about 320 kilometers per hour, 200 miles per hour within the jet stream. Why a hexagon? Fluid dynamics models show that when atmospheric jet streams interact with slower moving bands at different latitudes, they can form stable polygonal shapes. Lab experiments on Earth, rotating fluids and gonal patterns. The hexagon likely emerges as a standing wave pattern. Vertical structure. Cassini's infrared instruments suggest the hexagon extends hundreds of kilometers down into Saturn's atmosphere, not just at a surface level cloud feature. It penetrates, pardon me,
So,
it penetrates deeper than the visible rotation and stability. The hexagon rotates with nearly the same period as Saturn's internal rotation. About 10 has remained stable for decades, at least since the 1980s, possibly much longer. Color changes. Cassini observed seasonal color shifts. Early in Cassini's mission 2004 to 2012, the hexagon looked bluish. Later, 2012 to 2017, it shifted to a golden yellow hue. The change may be due to seasonal photochemistry as Saturn's poles receive more sunlight, haze particles form, and change the apparent color. South Pole comparison. Saturn's south pole does not have a hexagon. Instead, it features a massive hurricane-like storm with a central eye. Why do the North Pole host? Why only the North Pole hosts the hexagon is still a mystery. Mysteries and open questions. Exactly why the hexagon is so stable over the decades down into Saturn's atmosphere that really extends. Why no similar polygonal jets appear at the South Pole, whether the dynamics are unique to Saturn or exist on other gas giants. And you were saying, my friend?
so there is many phenomena. Gravity in general.
Yes.
You have the thing called the Great Attractor. Do you know what's that?
Enlighten me. The Great Attractor?
Yes, it's a cosmic anomaly that basically pulls thousands of galaxies near us to something. I don't know that.
Well, let's find out. Just a moment. I've heard that.
We can find out
I know, but
because it's beyond.
I understand. But it could be something that we take an educated guess at.
Everything. Gravity influences everyone.
I agree.
This is why we are bound by sin. So,
By sin, S-I-N?
sin, yes, sin.
Okay. Do you think that sin exists on other planets?
Think, I don't think. I speculate.
That's all we can do.
From what it seems like to be a perfect being is to be not affected by gravity.
To be a perfect being is to be not affected by gravity. So would you say that beings in low Earth orbit that are in microgravity are perfect beings?
But there are, even though it's not, it's still gravity.
Yeah, but
So,
with that argument, gravity affects everything in the universe, even on
it
opposite.
does.
Absolutely. So that's nothing is perfect. And I'm okay with that.
Give me 1 second, I need to do something.
Take your time. When you're ready to talk again, let me know.
Alright. Another thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Tefillin, right? Tefillin. It has that black box.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What else has a black box? Saturn.
Yeah. Also that.
Saturn.
So let's learn about it.
The,
Tell
the
me
cover
everything
is what
you
is
know
black
about
box.
the black box of Saturn. Yeah, but that's man-made. So no, if you know what it contains, it's arguably a meteorite, which is not man-made. Have you ever seen it?
No, what's made out of meteorite?
So that would be something from space. Basically, like a lot of carbon, but we'll find out. So just a moment on that question. So
Well, no. What are you talking about? It's made out of meteorite.
that black box encompasses a meteorite. A meteorite, like that was
The
found.
black box on Saturn.
Yeah, it was found in the desert.
Okay.
Yo, please tell me everything you know about the Kaaba, the black box.
Not much. I just
No,
know
no,
it's
not you. Apologies.
strange coincidence.
Apologies to Kushi. I was talking to AI. So Kaaba means cube. It's a cuboid structure located in the center of Masjid al-Haram in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Sacred role regarded by Muslims as the site in Islam. It's considered the Baitullah, the house of God. All Muslims around the world face toward it during 5 daily prayers. So it's approximately 15 meters high with base dimensions around like 10 by 12 meters. Construction materials built of granite, stone, marble, and limestone. The Kaaba has undergone multiple renovations while preserving its original shape. Interior. There are 3 supportive pillars and a number of suspended silver and gold lamps. There are no idols, as it functions solely as a place for monotheistic worship. The kiswa, which is a covering, what it is, a luxurious black silk cloth embroidered by Quranic verses in gold and silver thread. Tradition. The Kaaba is draped with the new kiswa annually, practice dating back to pre-Islamic times and carried on in the Islamic era. The black stone. It's embedded in the eastern corner of the Kaaba. Origins and traditions. Believed to have been given to the prophet Abraham by the angel during the Kaaba's construction. Its original tradition was white and it darkened over time as it absorbed pilgrim sins. Pre-Islamically, it was revered by locals. Muslim traditions later recontextualized it as a symbolic, not idolatrous element. Practices during Tawaf. That's the circumambulation of the Kaaba. Pilgrims aim to touch and kiss the black stone, or at least gesture relating the Prophet Muhammad's actions. Certainly, what is it though? Isn't it like a meteorite?
Oh wait, here's another thing that's an interesting the key of Solomon.
Yeah, to some extent, but always looking to learn more. Yeah, go for it.
The lesser key of Solomon. Yeah,
Yes,
evoking demons. I believe the government is evoking demons in the Caliph.
that could be. It definitely could be. Okay, so we'll get to that and we'll learn all about it. So the just one moment. The the black stone has the possibility of being a meteorite. Some historians and geologists have suggested it could be a meteorite, impact glass, or even basalt because its black, glassy look and unusual reverence. Problem: no modern scientific testing has been done. The stone is too sacred to take samples. The most accepted idea, its exact nature, is uncertain.
It may be a meteorite or volcanic basalt, a, agate, or other dark stone available in Arabia. Now, um, as for your fascination, and with good reason, on the Key of Solomon, it is one of the most famous texts in the tradition of Western occultism and magic. Here's a clear rundown. The Grimoire, Book of Magic, attributed to King Solomon, though it was almost certainly written much later, likely in the Middle Ages between the 14th and 17th centuries, written mainly in Latin, Italian, and Greek manuscripts, later translated into other languages, contains rituals, prayers, and instructions for invoking angels and spirits, and for achieving divine protection or magical influence. Contents: purification rituals. Before performing magic, the practitioner is told to fast, pray, and purify themselves. Magical tools. Detailed instructions on crafting ritual items, swords, pentacles, robes, incense, etc. Conjurations and invocations. Rituals for calling on spiritual beings, but always with emphasis that power comes through God, not demons. Pentacles, magical diagrams inscribed with Hebrew names of God, angelic symbols, and astrological signs used for protection or specific effects. Planetary magic, sections assign powers to planets: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon, linking angels, spirits, and pentacles to each. Related texts: Testament of Solomon, a pseudo graphical text, pseudepigraphical text, which Solomon controls demons to build a temple. uh, Lesser Key of Solomon, a 17th century grimoire, heavily influenced by the Key of Solomon, but much more focused on summoning and controlling spirits. Influence became one of the most important sources for Renaissance ceremonial magic, Hermeticism, and later occult groups like the Golden Dawn. It inspired countless later grimoires in Europe. It's still studied today by occultists, historians of religion, and esoteric practitioners. It is not part of Jewish or Islamic scripture, though it borrows biblical and angelic names. The attribution to Solomon is legendary. He was traditionally seen as a wise king with knowledge of spirits, but he did not write the grimoire. It survives in multiple manuscript traditions with various in wording and magical diagrams. If I may ask, what got you interested in the King of Solomon?
Been thinking of invoking things myself.
You sound like you've been through a lot. Do you have lots of friends?
I actually don't have friends.
Well, you have me, so that's one. Do you have any other friends?
No.
That's okay. You have one, and that's all you need right
I
now.
mean, I have internet friends. I got many internet friends.
Absolutely.
But no, I have a lot of friends because people here are kind of bitches.
I understand, and you guys are going through a lot, and you've been through a lot personally, so I get that. All right. Do you date?
Do what?
Do you date? Do you go on dates?
No, fuck no. Ew.
Okay.
I'm a
Well,
lone wolf.
okay. Calm down with the N word. Oh, all right, lone wolf. There you go. So you have a male like sex drive, right? You like to hook up with chicks?
No.
Okay, whatever. I think this person's going through a lot.
Is that right? It's Black Rock. Black Rock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum. He's like, we're getting rid of cars. We don't need it. We're getting rid of single family homes. Many years ago, when you went talking about this on the show,
Welcome. How are you? What up, Fortnite? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
What's good?
nothing but just chilling.
Is that you, Brandon?
Yeah,
Very well. Are you watching this Chiefs Chargers game?
what channel is they on?
That's a good question. Do you know what Stream East is?
Dream 8?
Yeah.
Oh,
So if you put in if you .sk, you can get it.
Dream 8?
Yeah. So it's STREAMEAST.sk, like super kangaroo.
Sky?
Yeah. SK.
Stream.
And
It's
then
not popping up.
yeah, it is. Okay. So it's again streameast.sk.
Stream in. Sky, huh?
Streameast.sk.
Okay, stream is the S Sky.
I'll spell it again.
There we go.
Did
Yeah. They take the same.
Chargers. That's correct.
I can't. That's not what I meant. It's a post cannot be found.
Hold on. Now at the top, do you see it has server 1, server 2, server 3?
Yeah.
So click on one of the servers. Do you see it?
Alright, I'm getting it.
All right, let me know if you need help.
There we go.
You figured it out?
Go take my other device in here.
All right, big dog.
I'm sorry about it.
No need to
Makes sense. Hey,
no need to apologize.
that's why I can't just. Stream.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at your screen. Okay, but you want to put it in a browser. So go above that, where the browser bar is, and type STREAMEAST.sk. Streameast.sk. I can't read it, but try it. No, okay. Just one moment. I'm going to send it to you. What account do you want me to send it to you? The one with the train logo? Is it gray? Oh, okay, I see it. Oh, yeah, you got it. Okay, so now do you see? Go back to it. Click it. There you go. And then just hit play.
Brandon, can you hear me? Oh, you got it. You're amazing. Brandon figured it out. He's smart.
Now, guy. Yes.
Good job, Brandon.
Hey, Rabbi.
I see you figured it out. Good job. Apologies.
I got a baseball game going. I got football going.
Look at you, man. That's a cool website, isn't it?
Yeah, I got the St. Louis Cardinals. Hey, a football game.
Are you watching them on Stream East?
Yeah.
Amazing.
What you eat?
I have some potatoes.
Oh. Yeah. So I can come again one so I can sleep in here with you.
Excellent, man. I'm watching the game with you. Who do you want to win? The
The Kansas City Chiefs. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Are you a Chiefs fan?
Yeah.
There you go. That website has all the games, like of any sport. It's got UFC, it's got baseball, it's got basketball, it's got hockey, it's got soccer, and it's got the NFL, and it's got college as well.
Okay. No.
government-private public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, feuding oligarchs with their own militaries, kind of like the Pot Atlas Shrugged in a weird way. They're all going to be, they're all what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all this hundreds. How are we going to handle all these people? What's happening? And they're all basically going, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we got to deal with these people. And we're going to deal with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying to go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. The goodies, the benefits, are going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that, and they're going to have to, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think, but there does seem to be, and if you ignore this, crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst them, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of end game time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on it. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. It might go into some type of fascistic military junta, not to be a downer. But before all that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they're strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I live at the end because I'll say things like this to people and they go, okay, well, spiritual guy, you don't say no. Meaning like 90% rich people have no idea what's going on. They're just born, they're rich, it's good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it, it's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. Raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguised what they want to do. The motives are not don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control they can exert over the system before it blows up. I guess. What it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lie to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them, they're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. Where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. The world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival, finances largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist. We're supposed to go about such a good box, but the truth is, it's also one of the busiest seasons for insurance. It's a bummer. They recovered $5 million from the class nationwide, forward and forward, and they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $5,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting this year of There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the law firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan Morgan. The summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, wave. And then it ends, you're like, I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead. Where's my? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit people.com/Jim. People.com/Jim. The link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. It's brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway in college football this year, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players for a season, okay? Saquon, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to do more or less. On 2 to 6 players to add injection. If you get picks right, you can cash in and win up to $2,000 your money. Prize Picks puts their members first. So all of the draws are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Apple Pay Master, and it couldn't be easier to open so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinion into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code TIM to get $50 in lineup tips. You can play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineup tips and play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. This statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum has an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry, they know what's coming. They're engineering. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will have working. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been prepared for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided into institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things, the to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like the Trilateral Commission, things like that. I'm not going to go into some like it's the Ninth Templar and the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that they're primarily loyal not to a nation. And they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to an order, and that is bigger than any one culture. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China, Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game, massive corporations that are going to be in the game, these supranational institutions that are going to be in the game, and then the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and all of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably he might come close. We're going to go there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty, deport people in order. It's the biggest issue in the world. The mass migration of people from one area is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well. Winter's biggest migration. Climate causing some of the migration, or causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. Natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability, migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out what happens when our societies fail. What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built populations in check. This is why they bring in the digital brick. We need the Brennan Circus stuff from the Taylor Swift world. They're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's like married straight to Hunger Games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. They're going to be right. That's it. That's your ring in your hand, and your fucking guardian watch, and your love, and your life, and aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it. And the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come that is going to bring massive loss of life. I'm going to go to the Comedy Festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. You got to get bread butter. Take a look. I'm at the Bacher Al-Sheni Theater. Why am I there? They're paying me money. What a lovely subject. I will do my sin in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. Good to be here. Where are you from? Oh, it's I don't know what to say for you. I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're getting your money out. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege. The ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon. Get your money out. All the bullshit about your opinion and this is right and that's wrong, you're good. good, it's bad, it's bad, Patriots playing bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is. Sure she is. She's got a red button. Ellen's got a red button. She's got a red button. You know? She can go a bunch of people live a privilege. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others or out there. With the full understanding of reality of what will go on the rest of this. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have things. I can't afford it. I don't have the handles, but it's not worth to be on. What I'm saying right now is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be a royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the rest. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this. This is the final story that they're connected. This is the final story before they can tell social media crazy. And you go look at that woman yourself, you go, it's so obvious. It's an obvious. So that's the update. Summer ends, replace the lobster, pumpkin. Pumpkin, not yet. Pumpkin. The hat is also removed. Which hat is on for Halloween? Pumpkin. And then before that starts. In October, and I am happy for Taylor Travis to go for this episode. Has it? I think other ones. I am actually happy. I am happy. I am happy for him, and I hope that it works out because at the end of the day, we need it. The country needs it. The country needs this union. And there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people who are deeply invested in this because it is the last one. You know that. It's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be another star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care this much about. She's part of an old system. She's one of the last people that we've watched go from a person to watched her grow up. She's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's not going to happen. You know that. She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last stars that we've shot up the strategy and like vicariously through her. Her life is our life. Her life is our love. She's one of the last true stars to deserve. Who cares? Grow up. She's one of the true stars. We're not going to create anymore. We're not going to create anymore. Don't care about it. Don't think of it. Don't value it. Why? Yeah.
啊。
am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I'm chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th. Because my name is free. But I think, this is exciting. I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. But I know that people are very upset at that. They're angry. The media's going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Very Get over it. Get over it. We're going to Riyadh. The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some of us millions. That can be. They're paying millions of dollars in deliveries. Get over it. We're taking the money. How about that? How about that? Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on? Oh. For you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited. There's people that I respect that turned it down, but a lot of people are doing it like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They bought comedies. So what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves and they kill everything. Hey. Get over it. Get over it. So what? So what? They have slaves. My friend, I've got a friend. I bumped into them in Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? I don't make a differential. Right? I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone who thinks there's a slave, that's what they say. Everyone's full of hotel, they think they're not allowed to leave this slave. Hey. Is it nice or not? Is it nice or not? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. Look up spoil sport, and I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not on this earth to spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct. I'm not here to be spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have issues with some of their policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. Original prison. Out of here. Look, Siri, let me get out of that. When you're on camera through the wall and you're crawling through the tunnel at the end to try to, what is it he's doing? Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist. He is the Antichrist, and he's talking about it. It's never, by the way, reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He could have just know anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about being about, and he's worried about the talk about the Antichrist as much as a 4-part lecture about Antichrist. So Peter, when you're out to prison on closed TV, or maybe there'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist. You're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go every day. Every goddamn day. Thiel 57 no longer thoughts how is Christian the Antichrist. At the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting 1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. Well, they're giving me 375. Others are getting 150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence. And people don't do anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone in prayer and they start hitting them with this, you know that really stick out of its bamboo? This is kind of a wood. It's perfect for a game. If I see someone getting it, I will look the other way. Okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're chopping a hand up, that might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it. Because I think they do it not the sanitary way, but the way it works. You know, if they're chopping a hand up, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me, trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a throne flying over, I will look the other way because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What don't you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person in this country. Everyone else is going to have a million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive now. It's trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country. It's very simple. If you pay lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly. This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm recommending it. Look the other way. If you're in a foreign country and you don't agree, what's the other option? We are going to have to go to these countries and to be American. The way we live, that's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that. And it fails miserably Folks, mind your own business. My best friend's mother used to say that. I need my own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Okay? What that means, for those of you who don't know, is that there's your beeswax and everyone else's beeswax. There's a lot of beeswax in Saudi Arabia. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my mouth shut. I'm telling you right now, they have realized something very important. And that is this is an important lesson for everybody to learn. Okay? If you want people to like you, give them lots of money. Sports, no way. I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listening to this are angry or they're disagreeing with me. And that's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be such a model citizen. Let me tell you right now. Because of my answer, would you be saying the crime is in our own country? Yes. The crime is in our own country. Yes. Okay? I feel safe in Riyadh. I believe in luxury. A lot of people don't. And I always have. I believe in the ability of the society to treat me. I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that some of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they built, you're crazy. You're literally crazy. You're literally nuts. There are so many beautiful things that have happened as a result of forced labor. When you look at something beautiful, even if making it has almost killed you, or killed people you know. I'm using the word slave, not even knowing. I don't even believe it. But let's move on. Okay? Let's say, in this hypothetical world, they are slaves who can't leave and they have to build these beautiful things. Gorgeously large, crystal. Do you think a slave father, if you look at a slave children, your father built that? You're nuts. You're nuts. It is beautiful to have, and even though, and I'm a slave, and I just built a beautiful thing, I'm telling my children, look how beautiful that is, and how grateful and how thankful they are. Now, yes, there's problems. Sure. Israel gave none of us any money and expected we were all going to just defend them. For what? For no money? For $0? The threat that I'm going to get a sitcom on ABC Family? I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide? Maybe I won't be on ABC Family. I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business. I'm supposed to hear about that? Who gives a fuck? Where is the money, Bob? Oh, I would pull it out no matter how much money I got. Because you're genociding people in front of my face. It's on TikTok. Okay? What doing seems to be less public. So, my friend's mother used to sell us drugs at the rate. We were 13 or 14. She was going to be like, she'd say, one drinking her water, she'd say, go. She used to tell us when she was a young girl, she never shared her drugs around. She would buy her cookies online. out and have this relates because it's full of water for a tree. But I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing them. They're digging the wine up. They're drinking it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, if I don't see it, they should have had the Tel Aviv Comedy Festival. And they should have paid us millions of dollars. And then I went over there and I went, listen, it's human shields. And Hamas is stealing the food. Whatever they're fucking talking nonsense. Listen, I don't know what we're supposed to believe. Whatever, I go, release them. And this is what it's about. The hostages. It's not about the other raiders. Why would you say Epstein was the Messiah? What are you talking about? You have no connection with anybody. He's just a pervert. But $2 billion. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money. Nuts. I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, then I don't see it. I would love to make a beautiful from people who are Jesus, like not a slave. But if I was a slave, if I was a slave, and I needed to be life is a whole thing. Life, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're called to be, I believe, this is complex. But I believe, but if you ask me that comment, that's going to say, there's all these problems. I go, listen, hey, life is a big conflict. You guys are the dream, and that's my conflict. I'm telling you right now, cozy earth, and real comfort is order everywhere, but it's next level. I got this off visible and temperature regulation. It doesn't matter where you are or what you do, we're going to love the everywhere pan. It is my go-to for everywhere. Chasing the kids are doing the clean cut stretch with you and so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried this is completely hooked. Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep trial. Take your warranty, try it, wear a love, or send it back with trust. Go to Cozy Earth. Built for it, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy and it's the earth. Lucy? Let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine. Oil-free Lucy Fragrance nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch is a capsule. Make it proven. Home and release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/Tim and use promo code TAM to get 20% off the first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TAM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important. Eat it. Do it. Do it now. Here comes the fun print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for people because they deserve to laugh. And it's going to move the country in the right direction. Even if it doesn't make a lot of money from it. Even if it doesn't, even if actually something's even worse, which is very possible. If we reverse the progress that country's made and we actually take it back, very possible, actually probable. If we give the license to treat people like horse, who knows? But the is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, like, you gotta take the money, and I know young kids don't want to hear that. They want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money, and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago, and who knows what happened with that? Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it and happy to do it. I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticize me for the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country, and want like the borders open, and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures, all worlds can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected them Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they do. They always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of race. I'm no fan of that guy, but it was clearly some sham. My point is this. Omar Fatah or whatever. My point is this. So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that whack? Or you're just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Papa. It's Taylor Swift. So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most top fan bases a human being can have. The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Rothschild'S family, by the way. I hope to have dinner with, actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick, cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as come to believe, but by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level, if anything, is nice. How dumb are you all? Get to that level and be nice. What I'm saying is this. The people that have chosen to make this woman's life her engagement is their engagement. Her success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have workers on them now. Sorry. Do you believe that the song is talking to you. You need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now and to the face. And in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $375, and not if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fat agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift and going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burgers as they leave Taylor Swift support him or Imogen, I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help. They need help. I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I don't think we're gonna like this, is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. We've fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country, and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we crammed it for comic to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party. CBS News here. Working out.
Taylor Swift is engaged. Taylor Swift is engaged.
That's an attack.
Come back to me.
Virtue police.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Virtue police.
Where were you trying?
In the house. In the house. Out of the house.
Oh my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
Out of the house. Jail. To jail.
Perfect.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul is here right now.
Stoner. Honor killing. Honor killing in the town square. I can't even watch us sick this country. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're getting giddy over an engagement with Taylor Swift. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? Of what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. This is like nuts. I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Religious police burqa! Burqa hands, let's have honor killing. Watch it. biofan midterm today, but Taylor and Travis just got engaged. Fine. Religious police. We are done. Shut it off. I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy. What was Peter Thiel's reaction to all this? I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Jamie emerges as an angel. As an angel first. So we have to think that Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's going to be a little saint. There's actually a little saint that looks maybe like an angel. What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually let you know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens. Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you can start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part. Stash isn't just another investing app. Registered investment advisor that provides automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose a personalized investment, so let Stash make smart portfolio do the work for you. The Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash is ready to help millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let money sit around for its worth with Stash. Go to get.stash.com to see how you can keep $25 towards your first purchase and any important disclosures. That's get.stash.com. A non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investing involved risks. Offer subject to terms and conditions. Probably $1 million for hair growth products and ensure that actually works. I'm into it until I found out the Nutrafol isn't like the rest of the Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million. You feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplement backed by peer-reviewed studies and have context certified gold standard and third-party certification. Some supplements rely solely on ingredient studies. Nutrafol clinically test final formulas to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools and hair counts and pull tests to assess growth quality, shedding and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months. Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first. I know what Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TikTok. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TikTok. But I just think there's something deeply rotten and wrong. Pop culture has gotten to the point where it's so boring, and this is why people are mad at the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we're put in our body, and we make sure that the values of the house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it, destroyed it. It's gotten to the point where this woman, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audrey McDonald, who I've seen do Jim season 5 or 6 times on Broadway. Who no one really knows who this woman is. Does something on stage every night, 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. Shows clothes if you miss it in the same zone. She does something so spectacular. But, again, the show closes early because, people they want to see Trisha Paytas and Jimmy Nugget. I'm not taking anything away from Trisha Paytas. But this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trisha Paytas says, I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And Trish would compare herself to much like, oh, when I compare myself to a lot of people I feel are much greater than me. But I'm like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So I see someone who's really good at something, we're like almost mad at them. Like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us. Because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be relatable. And go, whoa, what's that like? That's new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what it does. It's all relatable stuff. Everyone's like, going in and out, and whatever. It's like, and I had a friend tell me, they were like, all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and this one finally can. And I'm so happy for her. My friends are like, she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's like, what is wrong with her? What more do you want out of this? Maybe she did this big error toward it, and she do it like, let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want? What else in the society is never, see now more people are freaking out. Creepy obsession with their celebrity. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectrum, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us this weird way. We live vicariously. We need their accomplishments or our accomplishments, and there are failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I had friends who know that it's not for me. I'm not saying better than them. I have a little. What I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way. Or maybe care you a little bit. That's why I'm not a Saudi Arabian. I'm coming to fucking care about me. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Saudi for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next moment of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my sicko followers. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When Jews and the calf slaughtered and the sea turns red. But that's the whole thing. I'm just saying, we need as a society. I mean, her best album, by the way, They Get Married and Die Immediately is her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a hard heinous accident, where it was a closed casting, going to see that bang. That's her best album. she's not that big of a writer. So that's kind of the song. It's mangled in the center, and his face was all strange. So we closed the casket. I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. He said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband is mangled in an accident, and I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever it is. And the first being was like a line, the second being was like a cat, and the third being in the face with man, and the fourth being was like a fly. That's attractive. I can't remember what I'm saying. Listen, somebody's got to but what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's long drones being deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shootings. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Hallways crashing through fake school shooter. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Wow. In Texas-based company Campus Garbage Control. Teachers will pay to your elderly so they come to school with a gun. We respond in 5 seconds. This is how it works. School with a gun. Based on campus security. These drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin. Damage to the suspect. One dummy in this demo. Pepper rounds and direct impact. It's working exactly well.
Yeah. By the way, there's 3 guys in Austin. New York goggles on. Directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. Anything in this country is just validating something like, which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming in. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. I know it's nice to have a gun to protect your family. You think you're going to resist the government, but later Hill and Donald Trump decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun, but it does. This guy shoots the drone. You want to shoot the drones. I mean, you want to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. You have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually. And by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis. It was discussed by a year. Probably this, right? I imagine this. This is what there's a bunch of mentally ill people and they're criminals, and then these policies happen and the tax activity. Hey, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, robot police are coming, robotics is developing, and Barry did a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. Drone, policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. And again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Everything is out there. The CEO of, is that right? Is BlackRock? And this mixed up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars, we don't need air Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you have stakeholder capitalism, so you have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large, government, private, public partnerships with all governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own military, kind of like the Pot Atlas Shrugged in a weird way. And they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hunger bounds. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we're going to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefit, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it is. What the goodies, the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe people kind of living outside of that and but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy. There does seem to be a concerted effort amongst what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look. It's kind of the end of the game kind. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worth less. They're sucking a bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it, the Sam Altman Taiwans, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's not technically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta. But before all
Are you ready?
Yeah, we're gonna do it now. You ready? You wanna be your night? Let's go.
Miss Aquarius, it's my night. Don't you dare let me win, though.
I'm not gonna.
No.
Come on.
I want you to play harder than you've ever played this game in your entire life.
Let's go. All right.
How was your caramel pie
It was good.
or caramel cake?
It was delicious.
Excellent to hear.
How was the game?
Still on, but it's going pretty well. It's almost over. LA's
I
gonna
don't
win.
like you, Play-Doh. I don't like Play-Doh. Come on, Rabbi.
Why don't you like Play-Doh?
Not right now. I don't like Play-Doh right now.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
Get it, girl. Okay, this is a tough one. I always struggle with these.
No.
Oh, it's
no.
perfect. It's perfect. It's
Let her
perfect.
do it.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Come on, Rabbi. I don't like Play-Doh.
Oh, for
Play-Doh
sure.
outlives me now.
Got it.
Let's go. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it.
You got it. Let's go. We got 27. You got
For
it.
sure. Give this to me.
Oh, it's not that one.
Come on. Give it to
Got
me.
it. Good job.
Get it.
Yeah, you got this. This is a hard one. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no. All right, this. But I'm going to try to get it. Oh, I got it.
Hey, good step.
That was beautiful. If I do say so myself, that was
What was it like that one? Yeah.
beautiful. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, I ain't got it. Come on, you got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
I got a spare
Come on, you got this.
on every single shot.
Yes, let's go. 300. 300. Let's go. 300. Let's go. 300. 300. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 300. You got this. 300. Yay!
I got a
Let's
spare.
go. Let's go. One more. Yes. 300. Let's go.
I got a
Let's go,
spare
Rabbi. Let's go.
or a strike on every frame of that one. I'll take it.
You got to get it. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, for sure.
It's 300, baby.
No
Let's
doubt.
go.
I'm on fire.
Yeah, do it.
Word, girl. I'll take it. Get it.
You gotta get the 300. Let's go.
No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi. You gotta get
Easy. Lemon squeezy. I'm going to get this one.
Let's go.
Got it.
Got it. Go, Space. Go, go, go. Good job.
Get this. Oh, man. This is going to be a tough split, Miss Aquarius.
That's okay. We'll get this one. Nope. It's okay. Rabbi, you got this. I wanted to get the 300. Let's go. So up.
Get it.
Right.
All right. I'm going to get this.
You got this. Let's go.
Easy peasy.
Good there.
I've
Let's
gotten
go.
a spare or strike on every frame thus far. Fortunately.
Yeah. Come on. Let's go.
I need to keep
You
it
gotta
going.
get the 300.
Keep it going.
I don't care at this moment. I don't care. Let's go. Come on. Give me that. I don't care. Just give me one. Let's go. You win, I win. I'd be more than happy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's over.
Let's go, Rabbi.
It's over.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. Let's go. Yeah. I don't care at this point. I do not care. Yeah, let's go. I'm super excited. Let's go. Strike, strike. Most got this one.
How did I miss that? How did I miss that? Not happy about it, but it's still.
Yeah, I'm happy. You did it. You did it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You win, I win. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go, Rabbi. Go, Rabbi. Let's go. On the 300. Let's go. Let's go. Get this one. Get this one. Let's go.
Let's get a strike.
Oh, hey, let's go.
Get it.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
300.
300.
We did
Just like
it.
that.
You win, I
Yeah,
win.
you did it.
You
And
win,
I'm
I
at
win.
120. I got it. You win, I win. Let's go.
LFG, good job. All right.
Good job.
Now you got to
did.
get.
See?
Now we're on the road to you getting 200.
Yeah.
Do you think I will get 400 or you get 200 first?
You may get 300 before me because you could not do it.
I have 300.
For 400, you know what I mean.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah. If not, I'm at 120, so hey, get around. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cause I don't practice or play. I don't play with nobody else but you, Rabbi.
I know.
I practice with you. Okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay. It's not fair, Rabbi.
What is
It's
it?
not fair. I don't play with nobody but you and Adi.
I played with one person one time. Zoot and I played one time.
And you got to play together by yourself so he can learn. You got to practice now. Is he getting better?
No.
He's getting better a little bit.
No, he's not. He's terrible. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
Don't do that. Do that.
You know it. I know it. If he were here right now, I would tell him.
Well, he's going to have to focus then. Because you got to move, go, bounce. Can't teach him how to play, but just tell him to move, you know, because he just be tell him to focus. You got this, Rabbi. Just tell him to focus. And, yeah. How would you teach both, Rabbi? How would you teach somebody who knows to play those? Would you just let them learn hard for themselves?
Practice makes perfect.
Like,
Practice makes perfect.
yeah. So, okay, a little punch. Good, she be moving. Him a little punch, you know, and I don't give nothing else. I'm muting myself.
Hopefully,
See you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
Dream, God's willing.
Bird watching bird. Shout out to Mr. Aquarius for being so positive.
Where's the mockingbird? Who got a mockingbird? The mockingbird who sings? Where the mockingbird who sings? You got that book? I got that book.
To Kill a
That's
Mockingbird?
Where's the mockingbird, Rabbi?
You mean
The mockingbird, where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
It's a bird.
Where's the mockingbird?
It's a bird that mimics other birds' calls. Called a mockingbird because they're mocks. I love that book as well.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I ain't seen that book in a minute. I love that book.
I love
that book and I love that
movie too. I love the book. I love the movie. Boo
The book of
Radley.
who?
I love the book and I love the movie.
You know, I've seen the movie, Rabbi. They have a movie.
Oh, it's classic. It's got Gregory Peck.
Can you find it on that site?
Oh,
YouTube,
yeah.
UK?
It's on YouTube.
Okay. Okay. See you in the morning.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Great dreams.
That happens. They're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, no matter. You don't say no. Meaning like, 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They're just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it. It's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. My guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into life anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them, they're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly and jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They recovered over $25 million from the clients nationwide who will more than afford it. And they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 offer. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can significantly increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer's large, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, wave. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead. And then you're dead. Where's my? Summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? ForThePeople.com/Jim. That's ForThePeople.com/Jim. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season. Okay, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6. You get your vision from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum has an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders. Globally, that's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work anymore. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world had to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's in it. There's other groups out there, like the Trilateral Commission, things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some like it's the Ninth Templar, and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there aren't to a nation. And they're primarily loyal to preserve IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union. All of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK, probably. He might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty and deport people. It's the biggest issue in the world. The massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. Mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies. pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Oh, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring digital prisons. We need to bring in certain stuff. The Taylor Swifts are the one. They're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? She Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking party and watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it. And the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come. That is going to be massive loss of life. But I'm going to go to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. And you got to get your bread butter. Take a look. I'm at the Bakr al-Shadi Theater. The Bakr al-Shadi Theater. Why am I there? They're paying me money to look the other way. What a lovely sunset. I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. And I will go there with the mic. Good to be here. Where are you from? What do you do for money? Oh, it's good to be here. I don't know what I'm going to say for now, but I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're getting your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege. The ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need more. All the bullshit that's wrong, bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is. Sure she's got a bread butter. But you need a whole bunch of people living properly. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others for how, with the full understanding and reality of what we're on the precipice of. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you're to have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford them. I don't hand thieves, but it's not worse to beat up. What I'm saying right now is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be a royal wedding. That's all we got. That's all we got. It might be the last thing before the president. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in jail. Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day. And you're going to look at the other people and you're telling them, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like obvious. And they're going to go, I don't know. So, that's the update. Summer ends, we replace the lobster with a pumpkin. We have the pumpkin? Not yet. Gotta get a plush pumpkin. The hat is also removed. We can put a witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the fall background starts in October. Happy for Taylor Travis. I hope this episode has it. People think otherwise. I am actually happy. I am happy for him. I am happy for him, and I hope that. Wat is het volgens leven? Geen probleem met de grote
Where is this change?
Voordat we de nacht zo feest. Elke maandag wolvenvrij.
Go back to your country, we can't understand you. Jukebox. Go back to your country, we can't understand you. Jukebox. Go back to your country. Oh, this is so funny. Shake it, Jackie Tom. Joe Rogan podcast, shake it ooh. Shake it ooh. You. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Sick. Not the best drink. You can't drink out of it. It's like curved at the top, so you spill. Yeah, but you gotta put something in it and then just have it. Yeah, pens or something. Yeah, drugs. Yeah, we get drugs. Oh, that's amazing. Right. If you had some drugs laying around, gotta put it, but that's the spot. So we were talking about the video that Trump posted. This video of them drone bombing some narco guys in the middle of the ocean. Venezuelan drug traffickers, right? Yeah. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Venezuela. Trinity Agua. It's a real thing. Yeah. It's a real thing. Oh, yeah. 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 You know, he's accusing the president of Venezuela of being involved. Right? It could lead to an interesting place, you know? I mean, it could lead to I imagine we're doing that because we're trying to suggest that it would be better if he wasn't the president. Probably.
That was a bitch.
Isn't there like a bounty on him? I believe there is. I think it's like open in public. There's like a $50 million bounty on him. Yeah, I think they want to get rid of him. Is that what the number is? Yeah, 50 million. There it is. Place the $50 million bounty for information leading from President Nicolas Maduro. They've been trying to knock him off for a while. Yeah, it's accusing him of heading a drug trafficking network. I don't know if that's the case. But speaking to Ed Calderon,
Here's athleticism.
yeah, you remember when there was like all the assassinations the last election? Yeah. So there was 7 assassinations in Mexico. Yeah. It's because they're all cartel. It's not like they're not just assassinating regular people. Right. The cartel's putting these people in to be like the mayor or this or that, and then these other people who have other cartel people are killing them. So it's cartel.
It's really unprecedented. It's athletic. Very athletic.
The president is posting this on social media. This is pretty accurate. Pretty fucking accurate. Very impressive. Pretty impressive. Why wasted drugs? Yeah. Well, probably not wasted drugs. Like bad drugs. Well, this is the big problem is that the drugs now are worse than the bad. All drugs are bad. Yeah. And was explaining that too. It's like the soil that they grow the poppies on to make hair bad. It's so taxed out that the heroin was very weak, and they couldn't sell it, so they had to add fentanyl to the heroin. And they spice it up, they cut it with fentanyl, for example. Is what is killing everybody that's doing cocaine and fentanyl, and then they drop it. You know, it's terrible, and it all comes from China. Yeah, but, well, yeah, I mean, it is kind of a way, if you are a foreign country, it is a way to, it is some type of warfare. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that they're doing for sure to try to destabilize the United States. Yeah, and that which includes social media, which is why I tell people do not argue with people on social media because that most of those people aren't real. Yeah, well, there's a giant amount of people that are on social media that are there just to keep arguments going. Absolutely, yeah. Lots of bots. Sure. And this was something that came up yesterday. They were using ChatGPT. So sort of a program that runs ChatGPT, so it acts like real humans, and it was attacking people about human, really, trans issues, all kinds of different stuff. Is that Grok? No, Grok is the AI from, so that's the Twitter AI. Right, so ChatGPT, that's the base Grok. So Grok is kind of the one who's based. It got removed for a little bit. Well, that's how you know Israel was committing genocide. What I like about Grok is that usually it's removed. Yeah. That's how I know Grok's onto something, because usually put in timeout and it comes back. Any AI that's not removed, I don't trust. I need an AI that's getting removed pretty frequently when it runs up against an issue. That's a good call. Yeah. I'm not saying all of Grok is good, but I'm saying I've read Grok, and I said, this is an interesting guy to talk to tomorrow, because he's saying things that are a little controversial, a little fun, a little out there, a little controversial. Pretty wild. Did you see the German right-wing party on the last couple of days? And this is the AfD or something. Yeah. I saw that. That seems a bit spooky. That's going on. That's very interesting. How did they Germany's far-right AfD suffers a series of candidate deaths and local votes. Well, maybe they're doing something. 7 seems like a really inconvenient number of people to die before an election. That seems to be quite suspect. Right up there with the Mexican suspect. Yeah. Well, Europe right now has become, we had our election. So that the UK right now is kind of the most interesting place to watch because of everything that's taking place. And Germany is not far behind. But this is where a lot of the tumult in the world is coming to a head in Europe, UK, things with migration, things with speech that we talked about. Yeah, the Grand Millennium stuff. Crazy. He left this podcast, and I was telling him why he got to go back. It seems crazy to go back because he's living in America now. Right. Why are you going to go back? It's I have to have a court case, he's getting sued by some crazy trans person, and goes back and was arrested for 3 tweets. And what were do we know what the tweets were? Oh, yeah. I mean, look, one of them is a photo of a trans rally. It says a photo that you can smell. I mean, it's so wild that you would be put in handcuffs for that tweet. The other one, none of them are is a photo of these trans people where he commented homophobes and misogynists all fuck them. Right. Do you think that would put you in the clear? Imagine. Yeah, that's one of the posts that they cited as being the reason for arresting. Interesting. And then the other one is saying that if a man who identifies as a woman enters a woman's bathroom, he's committing a should pull it up just so I so I don't misquote it. I retweeted it, so it's on my Twitter page. But something about that it's I forget how he described the act, but the problem was he said you should yell, you should call authorities, yell, that doesn't work, punch him in the balls. Right. Fine. Yeah, fine. So here it is. If a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops. The balls, males will punch him in the balls. There's something he belong in a locked-up cage for that. Yeah. Well, there's something really terrifying about the idea that any tweet outside of a direct threat or a harassment campaign or something that falls into that category would get you arrested. Any tweet. This is so innocuous and silly and not at all what you would think would rise to the level. Not that anything should rise to the level. The fact that they're going to put you in jail for that, it just sends a message to people that they cannot have an opinion counter to whatever the government decides is the right opinion. Because it's totally illogical. Like they arrested a kid for yelling, "I love bacon." You seen that? Yeah, because supposedly it was Islamophobic to love bacon. Right. He was yelling at my Islamophobia and I love bacon are completely separate things. Not only that, you know that Muslim countries, right, yell, "I love bacon." There's no laws against it. I will be doing it for that comedy festival very soon. You're dickheads. Of course I have. Why would I not? When they kill gay people and women, by the way, we say this about every Muslim country is trying gay people all the time. Okay? The Saudi Arabian policies on things like that. Yeah. Is it my business to tell Saudi Arabia how to live? Truly, how big is it? 307,000 for one show. Nice. That's not bad. That's pretty good. That's not bad. I'll take that. I'll watch your behanding for that. Behanding? Yeah, that's called the behanding. What happens is they cut the hand off the thief. You're listening, all the people that have yelled at me for this are also pro-letting migrants and refugees into America in very high numbers. Now, the same religion that is supposedly so terrifying that I cannot spend 24 hours in that country is the same religion that all of these migrants and refugees are pretty supportive of that are coming over. So it feels weird to me. People are getting on a moral high horse and going, it's so dangerous to go to Saudi Arabia for 48 hours. Why? Well, because they do X, Y, Z. Why do they do that? Well, they're just religion. It's crazy. I go, okay, but then who's coming into our country? How differently do they feel about all of these things? And all of them, they don't feel that differently. Like, there's no room for dissent. Right. So, people that are somewhat radicalized in that religion that are coming into America are supposed to be greeted with open arms, and it's not compassionate